Streaming, let's see if this translates. See if this translates into studio, meaning that they synchronize. And with that, checking into studio, looks like we're live. As for synchronization, okay, we is synchronized. And with that, we go on to try and make some phone calls, Skype calls, really. And with that, we'll start with whoever I can ride this on. Let's see now. The one that I would ride on the longest. Let's see. Give a call here. And, okay. Let's see now. Gonna hear some noise, perhaps. Shout out to everyone who's out there. They'll all be joining us soon enough, I would presume. Those that aren't out there yet. And, okay, 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Okay, Jotai is not online. By the way, that's one of the most irritating things in the world when Skype it just suddenly fluctuates like that. And, alright, we're going to try again. Let's try, Brandon Young, who I know should be here. There we are. How are we, my dear friend?
Hello, Douglas. How are you?
Okay, how is my audio sounding?
You sound good. How do I sound?
You sound okay, a little distant, but let me take a look. Maybe if I make my volume a little higher, that should be fine. Say hello again to everyone.
Hello, hello, hello. Let me put my headphones in.
Great. Good. Well, you're sounding
That
good
makes
now.
a difference.
Yes, it does. Your quality of sound is good, and I'm happy to say that you're, you know, as always, engaging, and we have pretty much a format tonight in which I'm going to pretty much after Peter Moon checks out just start monologuing, but definitely around the time he checks out I'll need a refreshment break. I'm not quite sure how late you're up tonight, but certainly just kind of feeling out your schedule. I can't remember when exactly you return to teaching. I mean, how many days do we have where you still might be kind of off, or are you back
A week.
Oh my
at
God.
the most.
Oh,
But that does not mean that I am absolved from responsibilities.
Understood.
Grievous appointments.
Yes, yes.
Which I do have this week. So I do have to hit the bed, but I do have I will be there tonight. I can hold the court.
Right. Unless it inconveniences you. Unless it inconveniences you, don't worry.
It's inconvenience to have the phone on in the background and sort of check in while Peter Moon talks, and then you enter monologue and need a refreshment. Because it is no telling like what time that will be. Right. But I assume it will be on the East Coast somewhere between 2-3 in the morning, if not.
No, really. Peter Moon's on the East Coast just like you are, so he checks out at about midnight your time. So it's around midnight your time.
Okay.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Approximately. Yeah. That I usually need a refreshment break, and usually probing around for someone since I don't have a producer at present, you know, a permanent producer at present. For those who are curious, Viviana Sanchez, she did check in on the day that I was quite ill, and but then she asked me to email her, but hasn't responded since. So I'm not quite sure what's going on with her. But she did check in at that very pivotal moment. Such being said, what I wanted to share with you is, as a matter of fact, let me check around to see if there's anyone else I can bring on. I doubt there is at the moment. I just get that feeling. But at any rate, since you're here, I did want to catch you up on something that I realized. It was brought to my attention by my son that the Friday I wanted to have a remedial episode with Kelsey and yourself is actually the final day of Ghost Month in the Chinese lunar calendar. And Yeah, and for those of you who don't understand, the Asian lunar calendar, I'll get to it in a second. I'm just going to try and add a few more people, and then I want to consult my own calendar here, and here we are, just see if we can add Sammy as a backup, because there's always it's always good to have more than one person if at all possible. And if he comes on, we'll know. If he can't, then we'll know that too. That being said, just taking a look at my calendar, the Asian Lunar New Year, of course, and the Asian calendar period is lunisolar. For those of you who think of it as a lunar calendar, it actually integrates both the sun and the moon. And with the passing of each, it falls on different dates as opposed to the Gregorian calendar, as Brandon Young well knows. And so the Zhonghui Yulan Pen Jiye, this is the Asian Lunar New Year of the Ghosts, actually started on the 29th of July. So on the 29th of July was that's when all the portals of heaven and hell opened up. And that's when this wonderful lady who asked to remain anonymous actually had a vision of my mother at that time. She knew nothing. She knew nothing about this cultural background. And but she felt she had a nice short conversation exchange, if you will, with my mother, and shared that with me. It was very touching. So the most important days of the month are, of course, the New Year's Day of that month. It's very similar to the Celtic Halloween, as it originally was Samhain, meaning that it was kind of like the New Year of the ancient Celts. So this was kind of like the New Year going way back in time for the Chinese. It's not the Asian Lunar New Year today. In this day and age, it would be falling around February, based on the lunisolar calendar. But in the days where the calendar was truly lunar, it was like this would have been the New Year period of time, would have been around that time during the summer months. And so it is like the New Year's Eve day of that ancient holiday of the ghosts was on the 28th of July. But the most important days are that day and the next day thereafter. And of course the middle, or the Ides, meaning the 15th, or the mid date of the month, which was just recently on the 12th through the 13th. And with that was conflating with the Montauk, the height of the Montauk biorhythm. And of course, it converged this year with the Japanese Oban Matsuri, or their ghost festival, which, everybody just thinks of as Japanese Halloween, which is the wrong way to view it. And then the most important day after that, the other day would be the conclusion of the month, which would be the 26th of the Gregorian calendar's August. So the 26th of August is the Friday that I was thinking of doing this remedial episode with yourself and Kelsey. In fact, lusting to do this, but we'll have to reschedule, and I apologize for any inconvenience. Would it be possible that anytime, any Friday other than the 2nd, that the first Friday in September will be the 2nd, but I'm hoping that maybe, a Friday, any Friday thereafter, which would be like, the 9th, 16th, 23rd, or 30th. We've got 4 Fridays thereafter. Hell, there's five Fridays this September. And the 4 after the 1st, is it possible? Can you talk to her about that?
I think so, yeah. I just, we have to figure out. I'd like her to take part in it, obviously.
Of course.
I think you would as well, obviously. Yeah, that's the point. And because she is brilliant in her own way, and I do think that you would like her, and Peter Moon as well. Yeah. Just as a voice, and the people, the listeners would appreciate sort of a normie perspective on things.
Yes.
But she's not normie. She's very multifaceted and interesting. Yeah. But so I would love for her to come on, and I'm sure she would too. But we just have yet to work out a date. So that's fine. We can just reschedule and play it by ear.
Wonderful. And I look forward to your feedback on that. And I'm so glad I was able to speak with you tonight about that. Now, since we have you in this opening hour, bless us with some of your experiences and grace us with some of your wit and wisdom, and tell us a bit about what's going on with yourself.
Oh, where to begin? I don't know. I don't like to get into personal things too much on air anymore.
Understood. Okay.
Having recognized, even though here I am having my girlfriend on, right? But
But what we can do is speak about what impressions you have of current events, or putting certain things historically in perspective, etc.
Yeah. Well, even you bring up the ghost holiday, and it's for me, it coincides with the Holy Ghost fiestas and festivals that are going on right now in the summertime, and have been a tradition for thousands of years in the Portuguese Azorian culture. And it's interesting, like some people believe that the Azores, I think what's the guy's name, Randall Carlson. Well, I don't know who this guy is, but he's a geologist, or supposedly.
I like that qualification.
I don't know. I'll straight up. I do not know.
Yeah, that's fine.
This guy, but people, if you look at, a lot of people have speculated, let's say, that Atlantis may have been the Azores Islands because of the rift in the plateau, the Portuguese plateau. If you look at it, it's really interesting. And it's basically a bunch of land just a little bit underwater. It's essentially a whole continent. What's left of the Azores, and that would fit the description of the traditional Platonic Atlantis in some ways. But anyway, long story short, I've been looking into that thing, and so they have their own, like around this time, I've seen it even in Haitian Voodoo traditions, in Eastern traditions, which was what you're acknowledging and practicing, and contemplating, and it's very interesting. Like, this is the time. It's almost like a universal spiritual language of some sort, a contemplative language of this is the Holy Ghost. What does that mean? I don't know what that means in the Asian language. It is, you know what I mean, depending on which one we're talking about. But how does ghost, my question essentially would be, how does ghost translate, and what is the relationship between the Asian relationship between ghosts and, like, as we would say, I guess, the Americanized version of ghosts,
right?
You know what I mean? That's a question I was thinking about.
Well, that's a very, how would I say it, a erudite question. It's very sensitive to nuance, and all of that is profoundly appreciated. But believe it or not, there's not all that much difference between how the Asians perceive the ghosts and the West does. But basically, so to explain to our listeners who are interested, once a year, of course, in the West, on the evening of the 31st day in October, you have the Gregorian calendar, on which you mark what used to be a lunar calendar. So the reality is that Halloween, or Samhain as the Celts celebrated it, should really shift each month, just the way the Asian lunar calendrical events do. But they've pegged it. They've pegged it to the solar calendar, and so on All Hallows Eves, they've turned it into originally a children's holiday. Well, actually, of course, we all know it wasn't originally a children's holiday, and it was quite somber, and they looked at it the way the Asians do. The Celts just felt that the veil between the worlds was very thin, at its thinnest at that time of the year, and so the dead would walk the earth. And they wouldn't necessarily be corporeal, as in zombies, but they would be more certainly spirits you could encounter, and not necessarily all of them friendly, and some of them very poltergeist-like in their activities and interactions with the living. So when it comes to what it became, this dress up as ghouls and goblins and laugh at the devil, trick-or-treat, etc. in your neighborhood, returning home with enough candy to last for months, all of that's been hijacked by adults again, and the adults use it as basically an orgiastic sex festival. That's what Halloween has turned into. But in China and many of the ethnic Chinese communities in Asia, from Kampuchea or Cambodia to India, Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, and Vietnam, all share the belief that real ghosts and spirits, and hungry ones at that, it has the term gui, or hungry ghost. In other words, zombies without the corporeal body, essentially, roam the streets during the entire 7th lunar month each year, which is designated as Guye, or Ghost Month. Ghost Moon, really, transliterally, with the Hungry Ghost Festival happening in the middle of that period. So it's, if you take a look at the characters, the iconography that comprises the term Zhongyuan Yiguiji Jie, Metaversal New Year's Day is really what it means. It's the universe of the New Year's Day of the metaverse, the colliding cosmos. And but it's most renowned for its most celebratory part, if you could say that, which it veers, all of this, like Asian Lunar New Year, all of this veers between the somber and the celebratory. So you have, these are why the holidays in China are so long, is that you go through phases where you're in communion with the ancestors, and then you go through phases where you're celebrating with the living. So you go through these various ins and outs of vicissitudes, if you will. And so this is one of the most important traditional festivals in Zhonghua, or the Middle Kingdom, it as China. And it's also known as Yulanpen, or Obon, the Oban festival by the Buddhists. The Chinese have celebrated this festival since the time of the Han Dynasty. And in the Chinese culture, the gates of hell and heaven are believed to be open during this month, so that the spirits and ghosts return to roam the earth. And those who had relatives and, those relations return home to visit the living. And there are separate holidays in Asia centered on the dead, where you go to the cemetery to honor your family. And this is the part of the year in which they come to you. So that's when you have to offer them prayers, food, drinks for them. And then there are multitudes, just infinite legions of homeless ghosts. No one feeds them properly. Thus, they'll wander around and bring potential harm and misfortune to the living. So there's no benign little trick-or-treaters roaming the streets throughout this month in Asia, because the roaming spirits are on the lookout for victims. And they want to claim the young in particular so they can be reborn. So this is the scariest and most dangerous menses, or month, of the Sinoviet Lunar New Year. Or lunar year, I mean to say. It's a new year of a sort, but it's a new year within a new year. It's the new year for the dead. So the Chinese care for the ghosts to pay respects to their ancestors and entertain the wandering spirits. The Daojia, or the wayfarers, it is the Taoists and the Buddhists, they perform special ceremonies and rituals to honor the spirits of the ancestors and to protect against ghosts' attacks. And people believe the dead ancestors can bless and protect them during the festival in this way, whereas the multitudes of the homeless will be quite harmful potentially. Regardless of whether you're blessed or protected by your ancestors, in a very generic sense, the tide of misfortunes are likely to go on rising under the Guye, or the ghost moon, throughout the month, such as bad health, property loss, bad luck for families. So people pay close attention to and keep vigilant about this month. During this time, it's wise to avoid embarking on any key milestones. Starting a new business or moving into a new house during this month is never good. People operate the celebrations on the start and the end dates of what in Latin this month would be known as Phantasmomenses, or Ghost Month. So the celebration, as I said, reaches its zenith on the Ides, which would be the 15th day of the 7th lunar menses. And according to tradition, the three important days, like I said, is the first, the Ides, the mid-month, the last day of the month. And on the first day of the 7th lunar month, when the gates of hell and heaven spring open so the ghosts and spirits can access the world of the living, the ghosts then roam the living realm, and of course they search for people to make like themselves, to kill. And the spirits of the deceased ancestors return to visit the living and can protect you from that. But how it all started, it's neither a civil or a religious holiday in Asia. It's not, despite the fact that Buddhists and Taoists are involved, it's not a religious holiday. And it's not a civil holiday. It's just basically as a matter of fact, there's some variations. If you're Cantonese, like my gang brother, anyone from southern China, they celebrate the New Year's Eve day of this month a day early. and also the Ghost Festival, the Ides, in the mid-month, they'll celebrate a day early. And this was because there were so many wars with each other and the North that they would never want to be caught by their enemies celebrating, so they would celebrate a day early to avoid being ambushed. And on the last day of the month, the day that I was going to have this remedial episode with Kelsey and Brandon, basically that's when the gates of hell close. The monks chant to let the spirits know it's time to return to the underworld for another year. But all of this started really with the legend of a Buddhist monk named Mulian. Literally, that would transliterate as eyelid, but it really implies eye to eye. And he discovered his wicked deceased mother was reborn at a low rebirth level on the Gakido, the path of the famished ghosts. And while alive, she had opposed her son's wishes to become a monk, as she had envisioned him, like most Chinese, becoming a successful businessman. So to spite the monks who were vegetarians, she included meat in the food that she offered to them. And as punishment, she was immediately sent to hell. So Wu Lian prayed incessantly for her release and tried to send food to her. However, because of her wickedness in life, she had to compete with other hungry ghosts for food in her afterlife. So when she did get the food would burn her lips when she tried to eat it. Therefore, she was always eternally hungry. So Wu Lian decided to make food offerings to all the other ghosts so they would let his mother eat in peace. And the king of hell was so moved by his filial piety, and eventually his mother was released. Buddha then decreed that once a year the gates of hell will be open to allow all spirits to roam the earth and be fed. So that's how that got started.
That's beautiful, I think that's actually a beautiful way to look at and reverence for your ancestors.
Yes.
And the hungry ghost phenomenon I've heard about. I have a couple friends that are sincerely into looking at the spiritual nature of aspect of the world and the universe. And I happen, that's a beautiful, I'm sure to be one of them. And, the fact of its existence and it's all about attuning to that.
Yes.
Hold on a second.
Sure. And I want to thank Vicky Johnson, who's in the chat room and says, hello, Douglas. Hit the upvote. Goddess bless you, honey. Love you dearly. My thanks to all of these concurrent viewers. I can't believe how many that we have.
Really? Okay.
In the opening hour, we usually don't have that many. I mean, we have a good amount, but I mean,
Hello to the listenership, then. I wish I could be there and chat with you guys.
Yeah.
We only broadcast, or Douglas only broadcasts on, I believe, only the platform of YouTube right now, anyway. But I'm sure we're looking at different, platform. I don't know. Who knows? But thanks for being with us.
Yeah. And tell us again about anything that you want to bring people's attention to. I know that, like you said, you try to keep your private life private, and that's understandable.
Sure.
In terms of what is it currently that you feel is relevant in a month like this, and how do you feel about give us some analysis about current events that strike you personally as relevant, or what you'd like to bring people's attention to.
All right. Well, thanks. I'll just say that in this month, it's interesting that I've never felt the hungry ghost, Holy Ghost phenomenon as a universal thing, and I've been contemplating that and wondering why that is. Why is it a universal common denominator between all cultures? What is it? What is it about this time?
It's a recognition of our soul, that we have a soul.
Well, and I think, yes, of course, but on a poetic level. But I think on a more universal, it's almost like this is the path the sun takes during the year, right? So or the moon as well, right? The sun and the moon. And so I mean, that's what most people, cultures are paying attention to. And I think that's what a lot of the myths are encoded as. The sun and the moon, the dance of the sun and the moon, and any calendar that is reverent of that. So anyway, but we'll recognize that the hot summer months is it the scales of Libra that are like, it's Judgment Day, in a way, and for the good and for the bad. So there's something that goes on, I think, universally with the harvest season. And I think it's like you said, very somber, because I think it's probably related to sacrifice, different things like that, in order sacrifice, and as you said, these ghosts need food in some way. They need to be fed, and they're going to be fed, and so it's either appease them like that, or have them be viciously on the prowl, So anyway, it's just fascinating to me seeing what the origin of this might be with human nature.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Certainly in Asia, they feed the ghosts literal food. Literal food offerings are left out. And I believe that, in a sense, that was also the way with the Celts, because that's how the kids started.
And the Catholics.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So like I sent you a photo, I believe, was it Skype or Facebook, where I sent you a photo of it was my neighbor's family outside, and they have this giant cornucopia that they hang from a bag of, what do they call it, a horn of plenty?
Yes.
From the porch. And they also have a statue of Mary, but they have real bananas. They have about probably $50 worth of fruit.
Wow. Hanging
there. But they also have Mary, right. Statues of Mary in the yard, and this is Haitian Voodoo. These people are from Haiti, basically doing a harvest festival. They revere saints. I think you would understand this, is that they revere saints, and a lot of people argue that yes, they had to hide it, and so that's how they hid their religion.
Yes.
So there could be something to that. So it's but I'm just saying this is going on, and I'm thinking to myself, well, there's got to be something to it. I'm not so arrogant to think that like I'm the right one. Everybody else is wrong. So there's nothing to this. I'm smarter than everybody. I'm smarter than a consensus of the world. No, I'm not. So there's got to be something to this time and year. And so I've been contemplating that. I think that's the one thing that people should think about, listenership. And so I know it's an abstract sort of a philosophical, if you will, contemplation, but we need to, I think, beyond political, left or right, president this and president that, and this and that, though those things are important, we also can't lose sight of our deep-rooted spiritual connection to our ancestors.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That is so profound. I wish people in the West would appreciate their ancestors more, in the sense of realizing your ancestors can help you, that your ancestors can protect you, that you can pray to your ancestors, not in the sense of worship, not in the sense of ancestor worship as they derogate what happens in the East, which of course should not be derogated at all. But if the West doesn't want to perform worship in the sense of a kind of oblation or a kind of obeisance, then the least they can do is acknowledge the power of their ancestors by praying to them for help in moments of need, or really, if they did that more often, they'd suffer a lot less of the paranormal phenomena that so many of them complain about. But such being said, I think that our dear friend Brandon has probably experienced some contact with the spirits of his ancestors at one point or another, or maybe John Evans has. I don't know if there's any stories.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there's a great story of me disguising myself because John's blind, so I don't want to freak him out. But I have let him go on a mountain once. I kind of disappeared, and in the woods, in the deep woods, and he woke up to nothing, and here I am, cackling like a witch, and I hired two of my friends to sort of go downhill and build a little fire, and the Macbeth spout, double toil and trouble. So we kept on doing that, and it's all you ever notice is three witches, so it's the Hecate spirit,
Yes.
And so
like the Fates, like the Nords, right? Yeah, the Threadweavers.
Exactly. Yes, thank you. So the Fates. So yeah, exactly right. So they come on. So all of a sudden, here he comes. I don't know. He must have listened because you can hear really well when you can't see.
Yes. And
so he comes down, and he's like, "I smell the burning of frankincense or whatever it was." And he's. I'm like, "Well, you're part of the ritual now." Anyway, that's a different story with John, but he's had his run-in with the spirits, but I definitely have too. Ever since I think it's the most formidable one was the Ouija board.
It would be, right? I mean, that's the Western Gate. That's the Western Gate. Go on, yes.
There is something to it, though, and believe me, I am not in. I wish ghosts didn't exist. I wish spirits maybe didn't exist. In some way, I can see that. I can see why people don't want them to be real. However, try being the most skeptical 7th grader in the world and having essentially a planchette levitate on your fingers without any motion at all, spell out something to you. In a complete form of a sentence, nonetheless. And having someone across the town verify that the spirit is with you and that after it visits you, it will visit her. That happened to me in 7th grade, and my friend would do it every weekend. It was pretty cool when we first started doing it. And I was like, wow, what is this? We can't tell anybody. And it would tell us like things that only our grandfather would know that had passed away. And but then it got more and more insidious as it went on.
It always does. Go.
Yeah. So I was like, so at some point, my friend and I were like, middle school. Here we are at the middle school I teach at now. So it's what we were saying. Tom, I say, we got to tell somebody about this. And he's like, I don't know, dude. Whatever, I'm saying, like, no, we do. So for his birthday party, I said, listen, guys, we're going to get out the Ouija board and prove it to you guys that this is real. And spirits don't like that, big surprise, doesn't want to be taken out as a party trick. You know what I mean?
A parlor
Who
trick,
would?
yes. That's
Who would?
Right. That's equivalent to a demon being summoned. Yes, it's basically you're binding.
That's what it was?
Them. Yeah.
Wow, exactly. Wow. I didn't think so. It was very upset. Very upset. And it, the first thing you do is ask its name. You always bind it by the name.
Right.
And by knowing the name, you can bind it. That's why, if you look at folklore, fairy tales, mythologies, whenever an other is encountered, something like dragon, say, you would ask it its name or spirit. What is your name, spirit? How do you go by? By knowing the name, then you know its characteristics. I didn't know any of this at this point, but it came up. It was just really angry because the planchette started moving around really fast.
Yeah.
Whereas before it was very slow and reasonable.
Leisurely. Before it was leisurely. Go on.
Yeah. And we asked a few questions, and our friends were looking at, oh, this is weird. Not some of them were interested, some of them weren't. But it was working, but it was angrily working, And sure enough, it said, and my friend asked it, why does it not like Brandon's dog, right? And my friend Justin said, shits on lawn, you know.
Oh.
And I got really upset, and so we let it go, and it said its name was Satan. So we
course
said goodbye, and let it go. We summoned it again, and it kept on going crazy. So we were like, all right, this is enough. The day after that, my dog had been. It used to let it go in the mornings. As a kid on the horse farm, let it go in the mornings and stuff, but it ran out into the road and the guy hit it with his car. It died, and it died in front of my eyes on Valentine's Day.
Oh, that's so common. That's so common. I mean, it's not at all to denigrate your experience, but this is what happens when you play with the Ouija board, you know, and people keep doing it. And it's like, why do people keep doing it knowing that this is what, in other words, people are basically subconsciously seeking this because it verifies the existence of the higher reality. And
that's fascinating. That is so true. Wow.
And so it's definitely something to bear in mind, is accept the fact there is a higher reality. And don't risk your own experience or tainting your own experience with this negativity. Those that really, and yet it's almost like a rite of passage. It's almost like particularly people in suburban or middle class households. This is done because they don't live in a ghetto in the inner city where they worry about gang gunfire every day. Where there's no need for Ouija boards because life is horror story enough. Those in a more stable or placid environment seek a little horror to kind of prove to themselves that they're really alive. In the ghetto, you get that feeling just by walking out the door. Or worse yet, just by staying home and stray bullets come through your window anyway.
It's true.
Yeah. So that part of America, which is a war zone, this is why you never see a horror film franchise where they've got some ghetto Ouija, you know? It's,
Wait. You've never seen Leprechaun in the Hood?
Yeah, no. There's, by the way, is that an actual film?
Yes.
It is.
With Ice-T.
Oh.
You haven't seen it?
No, I never knew it existed. Holy shit.
Please, you can turn it off after an hour, but if you're so disgusted with it, but please give it a shot one of these days. Yeah.
I'll try. Oh my God.
Ice-T is in it. You know Ice-T?
Yes.
He's great. So I've been in Watts. I've been in South Central. I know what it's like. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's awful. Jesus.
Yeah, that's the worst impression. Me doing Ice-T is not good. But I love him. Did you know, Douglas, that he funded, like every year, Jordan Maxwell to come speak at like this black bookstore in Watts or something like that?
I had no idea. Oh my God.
I've never verified this with FOIA documents or anything, whatever, but this seems true. Jordan Maxwell would give talks anywhere, essentially. So, he would go into the black bookstores, and there are some videos of him doing this, and it's a whole black audience, which is, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And he said these were put on by Ice-T, but he said one day Ice-T invited him to a premiere of the movie. He had no idea who he was, and he gets out, and he spent the premiere at this movie theater in South Central with Ice-T, which it's just funny to me, It
is. No, it is. And he's, Jordan Maxwell needed that. he needed some fucking color in his life, you know, that poor son of a bitch. And I nothing against him at all. It's just you know, he really just had a hard life, and the horror of it was he couldn't get over the horror, you know.
Constantly getting screwed over. But you know, I talked to him about a year before he died, Douglas. On the phone for about 2 hours one night. At
Holy
like midnight,
shit!
Midnight my time, right? So in California, I believe it was 9, which wasn't bad. But he's like, yeah, you know, and I like talked to him for a while, and he loved you. He knew who you were.
Oh my God!
Not only did he know who you were, he said to me that there are few people who, if you know their work, you have a PhD in the occult history. And he named you as one of them.
Oh my God.
You know? So this was like direct what he said to me over the phone about a year. I would say about a year, maybe even a year and a half.
Oh, bless him. Oh my God.
Before he passed away. But I think, you know, we can look at him and criticize him a lot. But we can also look at him and be like, well, he wasn't afraid to go to the black bookstores in South Central LA. Let me see Jay Widener do that right now. You know what I'm saying? Let me go see, no disrespect to Jay or anything like that. No respect to Kerry Cassidy or anybody else out there, but let's see them go to Watts in South Central. Magic Johnson CGI Fridays down at Watts. and get up there and give a talk on conspiracy theories or whatever, the truth.
No, I hear you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's no, that's to be respected. But at the same time, in all fairness, and first off, I do want everyone to understand that whenever I spoke of Jordan Maxwell, and you know, if anyone ever takes a look at that, how do we say this? That stupid conference that was organized by Brian William Hall, who trademarked his name. For those of you who don't know, I always find that quite funny. But Brian William Hall had set up the Conspiracy Con, and the one at which Disfo Dick, Richard Dolan, was trying to ambush me. At that one, he is, you'll notice that he is sat in the center of this speaker's panel, these seats of honor. Everyone else who participated as a speaker is also on the speaker's panel on this table, actually sitting behind a table as if they're respected. But the two people who are disrespected are put in little folding chairs at either end of that table. And I'm on one end and Jordan Maxwell is the other. We were the out crowd just by that visual statement. And Jordan Maxwell, therefore, had the deepest respect for me just for that. When I criticize him, of course, as our man Brandon has brought up, it was only in the sense of his bitterness, which was definitely very evident. And there was also the fact that he just, how would I say it? He just... He was very hard for him to adapt. So whenever I criticize him, it's never in a sense of, say, coming down on him. It's basically the fact that when you see somebody who has suffered like that, and you see that they're victimized continuously, it just becomes very much a downer to even think about them. But he was a man who dedicated his life to trying to find the answers. I felt that he went too far. This would be a kind of, if you could say, negative criticism. I think he went too far with the symbolism to the point where he took it to pathological levels. He was seeing things that, you know, just weren't there, that make life a lot harder, and you don't need to make life that hard. The preeminent example that sticks out in my mind, and I feel it's important to emphasize this, is, and he brought it up every time he was on Coast to Coast, would be the birth canal obsession.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Where he just...
Maritime law.
Yeah, British Maritime Admiralty law.
Yeah.
British Maritime Admiralty law.
Which comes from the Venetians.
Yes.
Yeah.
That the British owned us all because we went through a birth canal, and that was considered passage through a canal, and therefore by maritime law we all belong to the British. I mean, this at that point was okay. You know, you're staring too hard, and life doesn't need to be this difficult.
Yes.
And but you know, that being said, certainly to hear that he was complimentary of me is profoundly moving. And I certainly say prayers for him this, on this day of the ancestors coming up on this Friday. I will be saying prayers for him just for that. But
absolutely.
Yeah. And
he had so much to say. Like, I mean, so I had just met you. Well, not just met you, but I had known you. I think I had appeared a few times on your show, and we had corresponded, and we had basically just set up a relationship. But I was really into research and just seeing, like, okay, you're a researcher, you're a book writer, you do these lectures. Let me engage you personally, because there's no reason because that you shouldn't. Like, and if there's some kind of like barrier preventing me from reaching you, that's not a good sign, because I know people that are in way higher positions that I can just email and they'll get right back to me or something like that. So, or call them. So, but Jordan was open to it. So I called him. And the other thing that I remember, Douglas, was he also had a great, I don't want to call it hatred, but if you go back and listen to some of the shows that he did, I guess he shows it a little bit for Richard Dolan. Yes. Like, he knew the guy was, and I remember this panel that you were on when obviously when Dolan ambushes you.
Yeah.
And that's not a good, but I didn't know, I forgot Jordan Maxwell was there.
Yeah, he was there at the other end of the table.
He was flanked on the other side.
Yeah. And the person who was sitting next to me, the person who was right next to me and was actually quite friendly, was Andrew Basiago.
Really?
Yes. In his full suit.
He's also very friendly. And very nice.
Yeah. And
absolutely.
By the way, just so people understand this, I might be totally wrong, and it may be, it's certainly not. I'm not saying this as any form of disparagement at all. But basically, just spending so much time in San Francisco and dealing with the gay community as much as I do, I'd pretty much say the gaydar was, pretty much set alight by Andrew Basiago, as well as, of course, Brian William Hall, the guy who organized the conference. The joke we made about him was that he never came out, but he was in a display case. Rather than being in the closet, he was a display case character where everybody knew, but, he wasn't admitting. With Basiago, it was that same impression, but... other than that, I had nothing against him personally. Peter Moon can't stand him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly couldn't stand him, only in the sense that he was terribly indulged. He was terribly indulged because, again, it was like Dead Air Night. They would bring on Andrew Basiago. He was on every other night on Coast to Coast AM. And this is what deluded the man into thinking he could run for president. That's, when people get too much of a good thing and they just don't get the reason behind it. They don't understand it. Kind of like, Sam Hung or whatever that guy's name who sang the Shebang song that I couldn't remember his name. It was Diane Hillis Buchberger who gave his name to me because she remembered him.
She Bangs?
Yeah, that was the name of the song.
Ricky Martin?
Yeah, may have been originally, but then this weird guy was on America's Got Talent or whatever, or the whatever the fuck that show was called, some borderline retarded Chinese guy, and he started singing it, and he couldn't understand people were laughing at him. He thought they were laughing with him.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so he just made that like his thing for far too long a time, and. So, all that being said, I do want to acknowledge everybody who's joined us in the chat room, of which there are many. Hugs and kisses to everybody out there. Kisses to the ladies, hugs to the males. And we've got many people very active. Joe Ty, by the way, brings up the fact that they slammed his iPad and they slammed his Skype account. So...
oh no!
I noticed that my Skype account is always on invisible. Maybe when it updated to the latest and greatest Skype, sometimes it does this. It threw me back on active. So I just set it to invisible again. So I don't know if somebody got into the account, which, so many strange things happen to my accounts that I take it for granted. People are in them all the time. But when it comes
to...
Joe Ty, apparently they did a number on him. And so he's, but our best to Joe Ty, prayers to Joe Ty. And just so people know, Jotai is a working man. He's a working man. And you hand a microphone to a working man. And they try their best to articulate what's on their mind. And sometimes they cannot communicate nuance very well. And so when I was very sick, Jotai contributed to that while he was trying to hold the opening hour. Everybody can listen to that at their leisure. I'll explain a bit of what I feel, where he's coming from tonight, later on during monologue, which I'll have a very long monologue tonight. As you can see, everyone, I did a diagnostic on the Vox Arca. That gives me a lot to talk about in terms of geopolitics. I get an overall perspective on the world whenever I do that. But you have to treat it as you would the summoning of a demon. It's basically a chorus of demons, if you will. And you treat it as a hostile witness in each and every case. In other words, Michael Aquino taught me, as he summoned the demons from the netherworld, that the lies are pervasive, and you have to ascertain what is information and what is misinformation. And because of that, each demon that is summoned is a hostile witness. So when it comes to, however, a overall perspective on our world, including, of course, our domestic situation, I figure I can easily do 8 hours tonight. So it's pretty much after Peter Moon leaves tonight, I'm just going to take a refreshment break and then go straight into monologue. But if our man Brandon...
I might continue. I'm sorry, and just want to, if I could continue to listen. That sounds fascinating.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, great.
And if I could listen for, I'll probably hang up at some point, but I usually fall asleep listening to you anyway.
If you could do that and leave the phone on all night, that would be perfect, because...
Really?
Yes, please.
I'll do it tonight. I can't promise I'll do it every night.
Understood. But if you could do that
tonight, I can do it tonight.
Yeah. Just leave the phone plugged in so it can recharge well. That way it doesn't die on you, later.
Yeah, that sounds good. This sounds like a great topic. I'm excited.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. Yeah,
I
appreciate that. Well, I'll just be... it's not necessarily that I'll be talking about the supernatural, because even though it's a supernatural tool, but it is definitely something where I can talk about everything that's going on in the world. I get that perspective, which is global, from whenever I do these diagnostics.
Sure.
And of course, many of the visions are apocalyptic and catastrophic, but understand that's the hostile witness aspect. That's the lie. That's the lie.
That's the unreliable narrator.
Yes.
If you will, yeah.
Thank you. Which is the essence of the horror story, true. If you ever...
Exactly.
Yes.
Right.
That was...
Right.
Yes. So for those of you who, if you remember, I spoke briefly about Carcosa. I was speaking about that book by Robert Chambers, he alludes to a book that is non-existent, which is or perhaps existed but was destroyed. That's the conceit of his narrative. He does so through characters that are presented as unreliable narrators. In other words, he presents a character who has suffered a catastrophic brain injury and was institutionalized. And so just by reading his storyline to that point, you are given the impression that you cannot trust what this man is saying. By the way, that's a horrible thing to impose on anyone. If you do meet people with real catastrophic brain injuries, understand that they're not necessarily unreliable narrators. It's simply that this was presented that way for the sake of the fictive work. But when it comes to, say, someone like all of the people we knew with brain injuries, whether Amanda Ute or Brandon Young or Daniel Arola, I would say that most of these people came out of their coma that they had been in. Like Brandon was in a coma for, a comparatively long time, about a week. How many days was it?
A week and a half.
About a week and a half. That's a long time.
Well, 13, was it 12 days. Yeah. No, 11 days in that state. And then 2 days in the hospital to recover. Yeah. And then discharged. Yeah. So about almost 2 weeks completely.
Wow. I mean, which
is a comparatively long time, because if you look at the Anne Heche, I don't know if you paid attention to Anne Heche's footage where she escapes the body bag.
Oh my God! What did you think of that?
I wanted to know what you thought about that, because you're like the medical forensic scientist, so that went to school for it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I believe it's the same school that Anton LaVey of the Church of Satan.
That's correct.
Went to in San Francisco, because he was known. Not too many people know this, and this is one of the things that I remember a long time ago. You said this, and I was like, the only way Douglas would know this if his story's true. Okay, so like all the haters out there, you haven't been paying attention long enough. So anyway, but you said that Anton LaVey went to, and I believe this is true because I've heard it from more than just you, but I think he even said it. Yeah. And if you look at the records, he even did it. Yeah. He went to a forensic police. You can tell me better, Douglas. Please correct me on this.
Yeah, it was basically it was City College of San Francisco used to be the school at which they taught forensic photography, and these were the professionals who later went on to become forensic photographers for the San Francisco Police Department. So it was a localized industry where there was kind of a lateral slot to kind of transfer from the school into the police department. Anton Szandor LaVey did this to avoid the Korean War era draft. And so in order to basically stay a civilian and stay out of the military, he became part of the San Francisco Police Department. And for those of you who don't know, that was one way to escape the draft, was to become like a policeman. It was very bizarre. And just like another way later, by the time of the Vietnam War, was to become a teacher. But when it came to Anton Szandor LaVey, he was like, at that time, they had a young group of hotshots who were pioneering the photographic technology. And when I went to City College of San Francisco, those same people it was their last year of that class. It was the last year that they were available to teach that class because they were all retiring. So in other words, they had been there for a career of literally about 30 years. They started off with Anton LaVey was one of their first students, and I was one of their last. But they had taught Anton LaVey, the same people who had taught Anton LaVey his stuff, taught me my stuff when it came to forensic photography. So several factors come to mind with that, of course. They taught me things that nobody knows about anymore because the technology no longer exists. They no longer produce it. The old film, you used to buy film in photography stores, and this was film that you used to keep refrigerated. And there were like special small cameras you could buy in photography stores that you could hide in cigarette packs. This is what spies used to use back in the Stone Age. And there was film for that. And then you had the... oh, by the way, I'm reminded by everyone, Diane Hillis-Buchberger and Sammy Romero, that the Chinese guy I was referring to was William Hung. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I don't remember the guy's name. I was thinking of Sam Ho. Sam Ho is the martial artist. William Hung is the savant, shall we say. And which is what Diane calls him, which I find quite gracious. So this is one thing that Diane Hillis-Buchberger brings up as a former trauma nurse, was that Anne Heche did not look like she was bloody or burnt. And that is one thing that stands out, and it's quite true. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I've got a bit of the idiot savant in myself, a bit autistic there. I try to keep things as private as possible when people request it. Everybody, remember to qualify. Don't bring up this name or source on the air when I provide this information. And if you say that first, then I get that qualification first before I read it out loud. But at any rate, it's a point that I noticed was that, Anne Heche was very active because she was all coked out. Basically, I mean, this is a woman who was obviously doing some hard drugs, and if you see that photograph of her, the first time I saw that photograph, when I saw her, it was like the last photograph that was taken of her from what was apparently a security camera at a bank or something, like an ATM machine or a drive-through. It was like a drive-through, like there's banks which you can drive through to use the ATM. It was like a photograph taken from a security camera on one of those setups, and the photograph of her just looked, I saw it and it looked scary. It just looked like she was out of her mind on drugs. And I think that, it's one of those things that they're just afraid to share because obviously the family's in pain enough, and it's mostly for the sake of the family that they don't want to, compound the pain. But when it came to Princess Leia, Carrie Fisher was like the same thing. And I'll tell you something. When Carrie Fisher, she died, she was on everything. And it was like shit that you just wouldn't expect somebody to take all at once. But she had every conceivable street drug, upper or downer, was in her body. That she was downing with alcohol on that plane. It would have been a miracle if she had gotten out of that plane alive. It's like an experiment to kill yourself with everything you can possibly mix together. And it was just, and then what I found truly bizarre was that at the time that she died and they did the forensics, then a bunch of people on the internet were going off on pharmaceuticals, saying, oh, she's a victim of the pharmaceutical industry. And I'm thinking, what the fuck are you idiots talking about? She was on hardcore street drugs that you couldn't even buy at the pharmacy. It's like coke and fentanyl and meth and shit combined with heroin. And it was just everything you could imagine. At any rate, so there we go with that. Let's see if we can bring our man Peter Moon on, at which point I'll beg the two of you gentlemen to hold court while I take a small refreshment break. Let's see here, adding participants.
Sounds good.
And Heesh, does that kind of sound that like it jives with whatever instincts you might have had about her? Or...
Yeah, pretty much. I don't really know much about the case. I was just as the video, for like you said, like she's not burned, as far as you can see, and not.
And that's so bizarre because, like they said, it took, 60 firemen to put out that fire? 12 hours or something? Just outrageous. So Peter has joined us. God bless you, dear Peter. And to everyone who is a fan of Peter Moon, we welcome all of you aboard. Peter is joining us with Brandon Young. These two fine gentlemen are going to hold court while I take a short refreshment break. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. And... in the meantime, we're so glad to have both these gentlemen here at once. And Peter, tell us, before I take a short refreshment break, is there anything in particular you want to bring to my attention?
Just, I'm going to bring up tonight, we'll go into it when you get back, the consciousness in and about surrounding the subject of time travel. These are things that I have been prompted or inclined by my recent trip to Romania. So we'll do that when you get back. So go ahead and take your break.
Right. I will do just that. By the way, I was brought up something by a dear lady. I'll leave her anonymous this time. Said the boyfriend of Anne Heesh or Hesh. Apparently the man's name is Thomas Jane, and apparently there's a lot of indications he may be a practicing Satanist. They kept that quiet. And apparently he did a series called Hung. That was the title. So there's that name again, just like William Hung. And this is all very, how would I say it, very similar to Anton LaVey, who was, of course, the boyfriend of Jane Mansfield, and then placed a curse on her ex-boyfriend and told her to avoid him because he was going to die. She wound up riding in a car with him anyway, and that's when she was beheaded by a plate glass sheet that fell off the truck in front of her. And she was in a convertible with an open top, and it beheaded her and her boyfriend. Just a huge glass sheet that came at both of them on an uphill ride in San Francisco. And so, horrible story all the way around in either case. And with that, I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, and Brandon Young and Peter Moon will be discussing the various things that come to their mind. And when I come back, I'll give a short readout of what's going on in the chat room, because all of these wonderful people are there. Shout out to T-Tank Barry, who has been incredibly supportive, and everyone else beside. And right now, I'll go mute. Thank you so much, both you gentlemen. The stage is yours.
Well, I was not going to really get off to a fast start here, but when he mentions Jane Mansfield, of course, Jane Mansfield is very well known as an actress. And she was also very well known for her rather enormous breasts. But she was a physicist. People don't know that. She was Vera Jane Palmer, April 19th, 1933. She was a wife and a mother when she arrived in Hollywood. And she had a Hungarian husband. I'm trying to find his name. I don't believe, Mickey Hargitay, her second husband, was an actor and bodybuilder. But she was married to a physicist, a Hungarian physicist, as I recall. And not only was she did she cavort with Anton LaVey, there are two pictures of her. I believe one is in Ireland and one is in Greece. I haven't seen them on the internet. I saw them in library books with Theodore von Karman. And Theodore von Karman was, of course, the man who was the Hungarian scientist who was sort of a mentor to Jack Parsons. He was the one who made it possible for Jack Parsons, Ed Foreman, and Frank Molina to work their way into what became known as the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He endorsed them. He was their academic endorsement. And there's every reason to believe that Theodore von Karman was involved in the occult as well, although he obviously distanced himself from it publicly. Theodore von Karman was known for going around the world, and like I'm talking about in the 20s, or he'd go in to Japan, and when he left Japan, all of a sudden they had certain aeronautical technology that would emerge, or any country that he would go to would emerge with aeronautical technology. This was not rocket technology, but he was a very brilliant scientist, and as they say, he had the genius to sponsor Jack Parsons. But he was also, apparently, by pictures and by nationality, because of her Hungarian husband, he was very close to Jane Mansfield, which I think was very curious. So that's what I have to say about Jane Mansfield when you mention him. I don't know, Brandon, if you have anything to say about that. If you're awake, Brandon. Brandon?
Yeah, I just, yeah, thanks. That was interesting. I didn't know Jane Mansfield was a physicist.
Yeah.
So that's fascinating.
Yeah. Very intelligent woman. I'm trying to find the name of her husband's, but she's a very interesting character. I mean, she's mostly known for her sexuality, but
well, I remember the film she was in that really everybody loved was The Girl Can't Help It, I think, and even the Beatles loved her.
I don't know if I saw any of her films. Maybe it was her Mickey Hargitay, who was her Hungarian husband. I thought her husband was a physicist, but maybe not. But she was.
Interesting.
And
why do you think she got involved in the occult, Anton LaVey and all this?
Well, I think she was already involved in it.
Okay.
I mean, she was, Anton LaVey was supposed to have had this relationship with Marilyn Monroe going back to before she was famous.
Right.
And Marilyn got famous before Jane. Jane had a lot more, I guess what you'd say, overt. She was a lot more overtly sexual than Marilyn. Not to say that Marilyn wasn't, and she could kind of outdo her physically because of the size of her breasts. And I remember seeing, as a young person, seeing Jane Mansfield in magazines, because these magazines would be passed down through the older kids or whatnot, and they were very pulpy. They weren't like Playboy or one thing. So she was never shy about posing. And when you get these occult circles, sexuality is never far away from the so-called dark magicians. It just goes hand in hand with them. So it's not like she needed to prove herself sexually. That was a given. And she was evidently very ambitious. I don't know what her ambitions were exactly. Very intelligent. I mean, she's really a curiosity, and I've never really studied her. Of course, I've heard the story many times what Douglas told. I'm just I would have came a little more prepared, because I'm trying to find out her husband's as we speak, and I'm not coming up with anything.
Okay, I'm back, and glad to join everyone. And while Peter's doing that, I'll take a look through the live stream. And I want to thank everyone who's speaking in there. David Fitzsimons, thank you so much, good sir. He says, hi, Doug. And, of course, T-Tank Berry is saying hello, greeting us from Mendocino County. He does ask everyone to support Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, and that's deeply appreciated. Certainly do need help this month towards making any number of expenses. We could speak about them as time goes on, of course. Supplements to prevent myself from being malnourished ever again. And, of course, Vicki Johnson is letting us know about the streaming, because T-Tank Berry said the streaming paused for a bit, so his Bluetooth was reconnecting to another device. And so T-Tank was talking about his sister and her friends using a Ouija board in the living room years agone, and Vicky was responsive to that. Our friend Shining Shadows was talking about some rather profound communiques coming through the Ouija board in the past. Shelley Rain says, good morning. Mwah. Hello there, dear Shelley. And everyone maintain Joe Tai in your prayers because of his being attacked cybernetically. So Shining Shadows brings up that some of that Admiralty law stuff seems to mirror some of that sovereign citizen shit, and he's quite right. Aside from that, Ms. Zalim, good day to you, dear lady. And other than that, C. Renaud says hello from Ontario, Canada. And she mentions the crickets in the background of Peter Moon. And Kalan gives us a sparkling heart. So, C. Renaud, everybody, thank you so much.
Those are not crickets. Those are not crickets. They're called katydids.
There we are. Wonderful. And you're so fortunate to have that in the background, to hear that throughout the day.
Well, I don't hear it throughout the day. They come out at night.
Cool. And
you're not going to hear that in San Francisco. You're going to hear rats squirming around.
Yes.
You're going to hear rats going like this.
Yes. No, it's true. It's quite true. Yeah, depending on which neighborhood you're in, and it's very disconcerting, or can be, downright disgusting. But so, dear Peter, when I was taking off for that refreshment break, you were mentioning that, you weren't going to start off with something, and then I went mute at the time, so I didn't hear the rest of it. So take it away.
Well, there's I'm not finding the information I want on Jane, but it's okay. I mean, I don't even think on Wikipedia here they mention her physics. Let me see. I'm going to do it. We don't need to really. Well, I was going to say we don't need to digress onto her. She is an interesting, compelling character.
Yes.
But when we talk about the occult, it's like
Definitely, according to a lady who I shall keep anonymous, I believe she's referencing William Hung, the borderline retarded Chinese guy. Turns out he's a technical crime analyst now, investigating crime scenes or the items at the crime site. So the fact that I was talking about him being borderline retarded, he would be good at that kind of technical. He's probably autistic somewhere along the spectrum. He'd be good at that technical shit. And glad to see he's keeping company with the dead. They can appreciate him. And as for Jane Mansfield, if we're still talking about her, she was a open and outspoken member of the Satanic Church, the first Church of Satan under Anton Szandor LaVey. And she actually ran for president on a satanic ticket, for those of you who don't know. And wonderful human being, for those of you who don't know. Not to be held against her, the Satanism that she was practicing was atheistic, and she was simply trying to fulfill herself, as opposed to something like the Temple of Set, where they're actually predatory. And
I wouldn't give her too much of a clean bill of health, but it was definitely publicity driven. But yeah, I mean, you know, what does it say here? John Lennon urinated into Jane Mansfield's cocktail.
Oh my God, what an asshole. That would sound like. That was sexual. That, he was getting a sexual charge out of that sick fuck. That sounds...
Say, night, my friend John Lennon played a vile trick on Hollywood's sexiest woman. How Beatle urinated into Jane Mansfield cocktail and watched her drink it when he became tired of her during U.S. tour. Jane Mansfield turned up at John Lennon's home intent on seducing him. She yanked at his distinctive Beatle mop haircut and asked, "Is this real?" John hated to be touched uninvited and took revenge by violating her drink. When he later told her what was really in the drink, Mansfield tried to hit him. When I first became friendly with the Beatles, this is a guy talking by the name of Chris Hutchins for the Daily Mail. When I first became friendly with the Beatles, we had three things in common. We were crazy about rock and roll, short of cash, and permanently hungry. It was this later state of affairs that led Ringo Starr and me into a highly embarrassing encounter with legendary American rocker Little Richard. It was November '62, and I had taken a temporary job as Richard's roadie. At the time, he was sharing... Keep your rear end covered, man. You know... At the time, he was sharing the bill at the Star Club in Hamburg with this up-and-coming band known as the Beatles. Then 22, I was around the same age as John, Paul, Ringo, and George, and we hung out together in Little Richard's dressing room, washing amphetamines down with strong beer and catching steaks paid for out of his fat salary. This is how we usually got by, but one night Richard and his keyboard player, Billy Preston, invited Ringo and me to his hotel suite for supper.
I bet.
It says here, alas, this turned out to be some dried up sandwiches, and it soon became clear that our host had other ideas about how to entertain us. In a bid to emphasize our heterosexuality, Ringo told the story of the worst date he'd ever had back in Liverpool, a trip to the cinema where the only seats he could afford were right in the front row, looking straight up at the screen. We sat there for 3 hours with our necks aching. Funny, I never saw her again, he recalled. I chipped in with talk of the girl I was going to marry, and in a lull between all this macho banter, we made our escape. Keeping out of trouble was never easy with the Beatles, who called me not Chris, but Crispy, and allowed me to get up close and personal with them during the heady days of Beatlemania. Eventually reporting for the magazine New Musical Express with the tagline, Living with the Beatles, I was assigned to follow them wherever they went, and none of their tours was more memorable than their first coast-to-coast trip to the States in the summer of '64. As in Britain, they were pursued by hordes of adoring females and not just screaming young girls. Even the biggest names in Hollywood appeared desperate to see what a Beatle looked like in the flesh, literally so in the case of famously bosomy actress Jane Mansfield. Late one night, she turned up uninvited at the Beatles' rented mansion in Los Angeles. I was there with John, the others having disappeared to actor Burt Lancaster's house to watch a movie. And the woman who had briefly been America's best-known sex symbol was clearly intent on seducing him. "Is this real?" she asked at one point, tugging John's hair, styled in the distinctive Beatle mop. Are those real? He replied, dropping his eyes to her enormous breasts. John was a dedicated womanizer. The sexual traffic flowing in and out of his hotel bedrooms exceeded that of any of the others in the group. Much as he loved women, he hated the way the Beatles were treated as novelties rather than real people, and he couldn't bear to be touched uninvited by strangers. This prompted him to take a horrible revenge upon Mansfield, secretly peeing into the cocktail which she had asked me to mix her and watching with delight as she drank it and pronounced it a real humdinger. Eventually tiring of her attentions, John hustled her out of the house, but later she turned up at the nightclub where she had joined George and Ringo for a drink. There, John whispered to Jane what had really been a Beatles special, as he called it, and we were forced to make a hasty and undignified exit as she went to hit him. As always, getting away wasn't easy. Outside, the police were manhandling huge crowds who seemed to have an unerring sense of where their idols would be. The strain such attention placed on John had been apparent even before our plane landed in San Francisco, the first of the 25 cities in which they were to perform. Over many a scotch and coke on that flight, he told me he'd had premonitions about dying in tragic circumstances. I knew he was serious, having seen him soaked in sweat even before a concert, terrified of facing an audience. These fears perhaps explained his cool reaction when one determined female fan managed to charm her way past a cordon of guards at the Sands Hotel in Las Vegas and made it to the door of the Beatles suite. "Hi guys, I'm Donald O'Connor's daughter," I heard her say as I was enjoying a drink with the band. It took me a moment to work it out. Then I realized that her father was the actor most famous for playing Gene Kelly's sidekick in Singin' in the Rain. The guards had been sufficiently awed to let her in, but John was unimpressed. "Oh, I'm sorry, love, I really am," he said. "Just heard on the radio about your dad. You must be grief-stricken."
What an asshole.
Mr. O'Connor's daughter was taken away in hysterics, and it was left to someone else to give her the good news that her father was alive and well. Not all the attention the Beatles received was unwelcome. So, he was John was pulling her chain.
Yes.
But he's going on to tell more stories. That was just a story of Jane Mansfield.
And I think that Lennon's behavior was absolutely disgusting. It was just...
No question about it.
And for Jane Mansfield, by the way, I got, again, from my favorite female source here who contacts me in the private messenger, she was talking about the fact that Jane Mansfield, after high school, studied drama and physics at Southern Methodist University. She had a 200 IQ. For those of you who don't know, she had one of the highest IQs in the world. And she went from Methodist to Satanist. And, of course, my response to that, though this young lady finds that puzzling, would be, of course, that's the pattern. Anybody who goes to any of these seminaries in the Deep South, which is like, or any of these other kinds of seminary schools where you're learning about some kind of Protestant evangelically tainted baptismal kind of religion, most people at some point rebel and they go to the opposite end of the spectrum just because it's a protest vote more than anything else. So that doesn't surprise me at all, and I vaguely remember it all from stories relayed by Michael Aquino, of course, from whenever he would indulge in talking about the days with the First Church of Satan. But definitely he had his own fascination with celebrities, but he was stuck with people like Sammy Davis Jr. At that stage, and the old Rat Pack after it had lost its glow. But when it comes to the Beatles, they were always full of themselves, and they brought so much upon themselves that I have no sympathy for them. And all that being said, though, thank you for sharing that. And
I think being a Beatle was a better life than a lot of people had.
Yeah.
But in any case, it was Mickey Hargitay. He was a Hungarian. He was 1955 Mr. Universe, Hungarian-American actor, born in Budapest. And so that was the Hungarian connection. Right. That's how she might have been introduced to Theodor von Karman, who was Hungarian. as John von Neumann.
Okay.
They were both Hungarian Jews.
Okay.
They were known as the men from Mars. All these incredibly intelligent, I think Teller was one too. They were known as the men from Mars because they were so out of this world.
Right.
And so that was the Hungarian connection with her.
Right.
And but she was a physicist. Now they studied at Southern Methodist, which you kind of brought that out. That's like Bible thumping.
Right.
So yeah, it could have turned her. She's not going to get on too well with Christians, just being how sexy she looked.
Yes, that's quite true.
It's not going to work, and you put all those brains and all that, bosoms into one package, and you have quite something. It's how do you, and then how does she avoid the movie? She was very aggressive. The third one, she was number 2. Marilyn was number 1. Jane Mansfield was number 2, and number 3 was Mamie Van Doren.
Right. Yes.
Mamie Van Doren was the most aggressive in the, I guess what you'd say, the porno mags.
Yeah.
But she was also a maven for celebrity with the baseball teams of the 1950s, the Hollywood Stars minor league team, and the Los Angeles Angels. And she hung around with them. She'd be at the games. She'd be on display at the games, and she married this pitcher of note for the Los Angeles Angels. His name was Bo Belinsky. He hit a no-hitter. He was the toast of the town, and I think it was 1962. He pitched a no-hitter. It was the first no-hitter to be pitched in Los Angeles, Major League, and it was a big deal. I mean,
wow. Everybody
talked about it. He's even in a song by Alan Sherman, the comedic, balladeer. And she married him. And
wow.
You had to wonder if she was doing it for publicity. It was not a marriage that was considered, it wasn't hailed by the press. It was considered bizarre.
Didn't Marilyn Monroe marry a baseball player, Mickey Mantle or something like that?
Joe DiMaggio.
Joe DiMaggio, thank you.
She married Joe DiMaggio, I believe, the year he retired, or soon after. And he was very patriarchal, and she could not deal with him. But he still loved her. And he was practically the only one at her funeral, I think. I don't think he invited everybody. He hated the Kennedys because he thought they killed her. And she went back to him, I think, for help at times.
That makes sense. And by the way, he was right. It was the Kennedy brothers who did kill her, so I don't blame him.
He was tearing down an apartment or something, breaking and entering with somebody else, because I think she was with somebody else. And there's a whole story with Joe DiMaggio coming after her, he wasn't even married to her at that point.
Right.
But he loved her, and he cared about her. They just weren't fit. He was as patriarchal as hell. Right. Joe DiMaggio was not a nice guy.
Right.
He was not a nice guy at all.
That makes sense.
He was very incredible baseball player. He was right from your hometown of San Francisco.
Right.
He wasn't known to be nice to his brothers. Mm-hmm. His family, his son, he had a son, Joe DiMaggio Jr.
How'd he turn out?
Living in a trailer in the Bay Area.
Oh, that's so typical. That's so typical.
Yeah, his brother, his son wasn't so good in baseball, or didn't get the breaks. He, and then he had a brother named Vince, who was his older brother, who was an all-star at one time in the big leagues. And Vince DiMaggio was ended up there's a book called Where Have You Gone, Vince DiMaggio.
Wow.
It's about him being a Fuller Brush salesman in Los Angeles. And
them's the old days. They don't even have those anymore. Traveling salesman.
That's what became of him. And then the book was all about people that, had big names and didn't go anywhere. Sort of would-be celebrities. And, he would never help his older brother Vince out, who was hurt because he sort of cultivated Joe into baseball. He got him a job with the San Francisco Seals. And then there was his other brother, Dominic DiMaggio. This guy was a super all-star player as well. He had a long career with the Boston Red Sox, and Dominic DiMaggio was an incredible player that I think they got along, but when he became serendipitously rich after his baseball career because he fell into a good business deal. And Joe was very jealous of that.
Oh. And
Joe was, he became Mr. Coffee. Right. He was known as Mr. Coffee to...
Is this because he was jacked up on caffeine all the time?
No, because he did commercials for Mr. Coffee.
Okay.
So a whole generation that didn't even know who he was would be a younger generation than perhaps mine that weren't baseball oriented, just knew him as Mr. Coffee.
Oh my God.
Because he got the gig because he was a baseball player. And he was also, I guess, a spokesman for the Bowery Savings Bank in New York. So he didn't have to worry about money. But he wasn't particularly, I mean, he was very aloof because he was the biggest celebrity probably in the baseball world ever had.
Right.
Even Babe Ruth, because Joe DiMaggio was able to come into the age of media.
Yes.
And Babe Ruth was huge, but Joe DiMaggio probably got more play, more notoriety. So he was always announced as the greatest living baseball player in Yankee Stadium or whatever. And he was just so they were like two major celebrities, but he was more of a celebrity when she married him. But they were super, super tight. And I read that, I guess the one that treated her the best was, I think his name was Henry Miller, author.
Oh God, my understanding was he was the worst, from what I heard, because he intellectually looked down on her and insulted her, and that's what my understanding.
Loved him. She loved him. I don't know. That's what I read. I really don't know nothing. And he was out at Montauk. That's kind of where I started reading about it.
Okay.
I think she really liked him, and she had a great intellect.
Uh-huh.
Marilyn, the best Marilyn Monroe story, however, is Gianni Russo, the boy runner for the mob for Frank Costello.
That's right. Yes. You told me about that.
That was it. He lost his virginity to Marilyn in New York. It was all, he was the colorist, or the shampoo boy for the girls.
Yes.
In one of the, Frank Costello gave him that job. So she could really relate to him because they were both kind of orphaned. Right. So they were really close. And Gianni Russo was like the Tom Hanks of the mob. I mean, not that he was retarded. No, he wasn't retarded. He was just in the middle of so much stuff, from the Kennedy assassination to he was a runner to Carlo Marcello for the Kennedy assassination. His interviews are fantastic. I mean, he's kind of like Douglas Dietrich in the fact that he's Grand Central Station for so much celebrity mob interaction.
Thank you.
And,
yes.
And of course, it's a different genre than you, but it's still, you're at the headquarters of so much occult stuff. But yeah, so that Marilyn, and she had this supposed relationship with Anton LaVey. So, you have, where does the Satanism become publicity? Where does it become this, that, or the other thing? It's very barbed. And as I say, celebrity is messy. Celebrity is very messy. It ruins lives.
Yes. It can, and
for the most part, it does.
Yeah.
It also makes lives.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, it brings out the worst in people.
Yes. It's
And
like winning the lottery.
Yeah, well, what is it designed to do? It's designed to amplify your ego, and then, which can encourage you to step on the accelerator to amplify your ego. Preston said that he was criticized for wanting to bask. People said he wanted to bask in the limelight. And Preston himself said this was true. He did like basking in the limelight. He liked getting attention. And unfortunately, he didn't know what to do with the attention.
Thank you. I was about to say, if he had maintained himself better, he would have maintained some of the attention in terms of his appearance, at least, and his hygiene.
Well, it wasn't even about the appearance. And I will say something to you that one of my friends, her name was Ronnie, and she I've said this before to you, but she said one time to me, because she used to attend psychotronics meetings in New York City. That was before I was on the scene. But she said, Preston Nichols, when he used to attend those meetings in New York City, he was by far the most handsome man she had ever seen.
Right. I remember you saying that.
Yeah, and then something happened by 1984, no. The Montauk Project climaxed in 83. After that point, he became a character. He was the only one at AIL, Airborne Instruments Laboratory in Long Island, that did not have to follow a dress code. They had a strict dress code, and his boss, Dick Nadel, had told me, he was questioning me about, he wasn't like, he was very skeptical of the Montauk Project, but he did admit that Preston was the only one that didn't have to follow a dress code.
Right.
Made no sense.
Yeah. So that's an accommodation of his brilliance, his genius. Obviously, they treated him with kids' gloves because they wanted his delivery, what he had to deliver, what he had to produce. It's incredible.
Yeah, he was a genius. He was a savant when it came to electromagnetics, and so, but as I said, something happened to that guy in 1983 because he completely changed. And I saw his high school picture. He was very nice looking. I wouldn't say he was the most handsome man I've ever seen, but she saw him later. So, and as they say, this girl, this woman was a Pan Am stewardess at a time when you had to be really good looking to be a Pan Am stewardess.
That's right. By the way, just so people understand this, sky travel or air travel used to be glamorous, and they didn't just call them stewardesses; that they called them sky hostesses. And it's the people who still have a respect for that or romance about the air are the Asians, particularly Singapore and China. Used to be Hong Kong until it was conquered by the communists. But they require women who are trying to be stewardesses, as we would call them here. And we think of stewardesses now as just basically busboys in the air. But they understand their stewardesses to be potential hostage negotiators, diplomats, nurses, paramedics, all combined. So it's considered one of the most important jobs on Earth. So when they process for sky hostesses in communist China, they process literally millions of women. And only a few of them will be selected. And I've seen some of the breakdowns after these interviews where a woman says, I unfortunately erupted in a pimple that day. And the day I went in for the interview, I was automatically rejected because they saw a pimple on my face. And I mean, this is how maniacal they can get with because they can pick and choose whoever they want. But those that do get selected, they're trained to be paramedics. They're trained in diplomacy. They're trained it's like you're entering a military special forces. And that used to be the case with American sky hostesses, was pretty close. There was this one woman, one of the first UFO books I ever saw, where it was the first wave of the Space Brothers, our friends kind of phenomenon, was this book written about with little diagrams of what the spaceships look like, which were fairly technical, at least impressively so for somebody who was just making it up or having a delusion. This woman who published the book, the reason that they published it, because women were still very much subject to a patriarchal publishing process at the time, was because she was the sky hostess. And so when she claimed, oh, I met people in the sky, they said, oh, wow, let's run with that. And they published her book. So, yeah, anyhow, back to Peter. Had to share some of all that. And Pan Am, of course, was the height of that. Pan Am, which no longer exists. As a matter of fact, if people want a bit of the glow, just take a look at Space Odyssey 2001, the original by, what was his name? Peter, help me out there. You know, they had Stanley Kubrick. They had Pan Am in the Space Odyssey.
That's right. It was featured by Pan Am. I'm sure there was what you call product placement there. Yeah. I'm sure they put their name in. Airlines used to advertise when you went to Disneyland when I was a kid. The rocket ship, the rocket to the moon, had TWA on it. It was so they were always prominently advertising themselves.
Yeah, and people thought they would be around forever. These were like parts of the American identity. These were like part of the pillar of American consciousness. So we thought that these organizations would always be there. It's so sad to see them gone. Go on, Peter.
Well, yes, and Warren Buffett has said repeatedly, the one thing he won't invest in is airlines. He just doesn't believe in them. Although he has invested in them, he doesn't. It's a very regulated business. And the biggest tragedy about airlines, when I remember the first big flight I was on was when I joined Scientology Sea Organization. I was flown Air France over the pole from Los Angeles to Paris. And it was like, wow. It was, regular. It wasn't first class, but it felt like it. It was incredible.
Wow.
And now, when you go overseas, you're in sardine territory.
Yes, it's like an animal crate. Go on.
I remember when I went in 2013 on the trip that I met Paula with Vonda. We were actually flying together, which isn't always the case when I go over there, flying next to each other and sitting in the same seat next to each other. And she had, suggested we get the, for an extra $100 or whatever it was, get the extra 4 inches of leg room.
So pathetic.
No,
so
like I'm tall, so I like that leg room.
Understood.
And I said, these are the smallest seats I've ever been in. She says, you should see the ones back there.
No, you don't want to see them. Go on.
And I've had problems with having my legs crunched for, 7 hours or whatnot. And I've learned to accommodate that. I sat in the plane from, what was it, Bucharest to, where was I going? Paris. For, over 2.5 hours. I didn't get up. No problem. Right. But, you have to have your bones and muscles in sync to fly nowadays. I like an aisle seat so I can get up if needed. But flying was incredible back in the day. It was fun.
Yes.
It was comfortable. Now it's like.
And the one thing I miss about the patriarchy, the one thing I miss about the days before the sexual revolution is the airlines would advertise on the basis of their stewardesses. That would be a main advertising point. They would you would see ads literally in magazines that were softcore porn that would just show these stewardesses in the most suggestive outfits. Uniforms, suggestive uniforms.
You
And
know, stewardesses are very personable, and you know, I've always they're actually very what's accessible.
Yes.
For extracurricular activity, because they, you know, like say they'll come into New York City, and they'll have nothing to do. You see, they got to sleep so many nights before they can go back out again. It's very easy to make friends with these ladies if you have any sort of reasonably decent personality. Yeah. But yeah, and you know, if I mean, they're trained to be nice to people that aren't so nice.
Right.
But if you're genuinely nice, they're very nice people, with an exception here and there. Yeah. So.
By the way, I just want you to know that lightsaber sound of Luke Skywalker opening up his bong or whatever, that's not from my side, just so you know. Or maybe it is. Let me take a look if there's any incoming communications here.
My Skype. Maybe Nicole's writing me from Tibet. She's the only that's going to Skype me at this time.
Okay.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Okay. It might be.
That was mine.
Brandon. Turned out it was Brandon. He's letting us know he'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's not Nicole. She was in Tibet, you know.
Wow.
Well, I was in Romania, and then when we were on last week.
Incredible.
Going around, yeah, that was really neat. But so back to we're going to get to the heart of what we came to talk about. But it's interesting that Jane Mansfield came up because we're talking about physics, and we're talking about Satanism. This is no accident, because I intended to speak about this, and you know, we've kind of been avoiding the crux of the matter.
Yes.
But we have, you know, Marilyn Monroe, Anton LaVey, Jane Mansfield. The
Beatles.
You know, well, yeah, when her getting decapitated, Jane Mansfield, because she was in, horrible pun, over her head.
Yes, sad.
Now, Theodore von Karman, she was close to. I don't know what their relationship was. Why does he pose with her in Limerick? I think it was Limerick Castle in Ireland. And then I see her in a picture with her in Greece. What's she going around the world with this guy for?
Yeah.
So what I was going to get back to is time travel and the consciousness of time travel. And I can't rule out Jane because of her physics. She's such a celebrity too. She just reeks of celebrity, even many years after her death, as does Marilyn. Then Michael Aquino, we can't rule him out.
Right.
Because we talk about the censorship. And I began to put together a website, petermoon.net, which is mostly done, and it's basically to direct people to the Time Travel Education Center, to Sky Books. It's, you know, it's not a, what do you call it, forbidden website.
Just so people know.
Yeah, so I can just like direct people there without getting any, and I've had the domain for a long time, but now I'm working with it, and I'm putting up my friends on it. I'll eventually put you up there, Douglas.
Thank you.
As you know, friends of Peter Moon. But there was, as I was putting it together, I'm putting up the time reactor patent, which people can watch the video on it, and they can download the time reactor patent. Makes it very accessible, and accessible in a way that it's not as easily from the regular Time Travel Education Center. But I was putting up my Psychology of Space-Time series. There are huge psychological barriers with regard to the subject of time travel. Typo there. Before this technology can be fully appreciated, let alone be used, there are major impediments that need to be overcome. A short course has been prepared in this regard, and more are planned for the future. Click here for an introduction to the subject and some free videos. The psychology of space-time, I approach it from dimension. psychology from quantitative approach rather than qualitative approach, which is just understanding the basic 10 dimensions. And if you go to the timetraveleducationcenter.com/psychology of space-time, there's a video on there that's not my video that shows the mathematics of 10 dimensions. And then I analyze those 10 dimensions in a different way than the author of that video does, because it's mathematical. And what's more important than that, the next phase is in the psychology of space-time deals with two factors. It deals with power and it deals with censorship. And of course, power has to be addressed, because when you give somebody power, well, let me just explain it on a very mundane level. So there was a man I've written about. I called him Dr. O. He was the one who introduced me to ozone therapy. And I basically concluded that he was a KGB agent because he spoke fluent Russian. He was Russian. He was also American, but he had such connections to Russia.
Right.
How can you be so Russian and not be an agent?
Yes.
And he was, had all these weird connections. But he was also very advanced medically. But he got in a lot of trouble too, because he was, not doing what the government wanted him to do. But anyway, Dr. O had once told me that he used to carry a gun. And he got rid of the gun because he said it made him feel powerful.
Interesting.
What am I doing? In other words, what was his self-reflection? He had self-reflection. He says, in other words, it made him too cocky.
Right.
And he says, like he's sitting there with a gun and, he can blow people away. Now, this is everything to do with the ability to handle power. You can blow somebody away with a gun. Okay, you're very powerful. My Qigong teacher said once, he says, yeah, if you want to beat people up, why not just get a gun? You can shoot them.
Yes,
you don't have to do all this training, which is, of course, he's demonstrating the purpose of the training is not to be able to beat people up. It's to be able to make your life and your health better.
Yes.
The health is the most important spot, much more important than the self-defense, because in general, you generally don't. The average person does not need to be physically defending themselves with fisticuffs. It just doesn't happen. Yeah. It can happen, but percentage-wise, you don't need fists of fury to negotiate life. And even those conditions, even those situations where you think you might, guns or ammunition will overrule you. Like, say, if you're involved with gangs and stuff. It's not like a good old slugfest in the Old West. But in any case, power. Talking about power. Joe Matheny talked about it with his meta machine. It was an incredible machine, incredible invention. And when people would hear about it and learn about it, they get excited. They'd want to see it. They'd want to own it. They'd want to have it, and they'd become possessive. They become demonic. And he said to me more than once that I was the only one that didn't act that way, because it wasn't my machine. It wasn't going to be my machine.
Right.
I respected his intelligence, and you have to let other people have their genius. Just like the Vox Arca is not mine. And I'm not looking forward to putting it on and, going ooh, ee, ooh, ah, whatever it is that you do.
No, I mean, it's a delightful image, but yes, go on.
Yeah. It's like, okay,
I'm not looking for that. So it's like I do understand and respect it, but it's not my toy. I'm happy enough to have you in my world, and you can explain the antics and occultism of it, and I can learn from that. But just like all of Preston's genius, I don't have David Anderson's time reactor. It's not my reactor. I've been, I guess what you'd say, fortunate enough to even learn about it. And this is power, because people want that machine. They want to go back in time and save their brother, save their daughter, save their mother, save their loved one, which is an extremely myopic and selfish orientation of people, because they don't realize they're acting out of their own ego and out of their own emotions. And to be able to appreciate such a device, you can't be emotional. You can't be, you've got to be objective.
Yes.
And so this is an important point. People, and I've had this come up continually. And David, he even asked me what he should do about some person who was desperately asking about this. And, I gave her some rope, and I was CCing him on everything. And he's not necessarily one to pay attention to emails in general, including mine, but he was paying attention to this one. But she took too much rope and strangled herself with it.
Oh, so sad.
And I said to him, we can't go anywhere with this, because, any solution you give her, she'd ruin.
Yeah.
She'd ruin. She was willing to pay $100,000.
Oh my God.
Donate it to the World Genesis Foundation if he could do something for her.
Right.
But that's cheap. That's
true.
That's insulting.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Now, he has recently applied for a grant of $20,000, $25,000 for the World Genesis Foundation. He spent a lot of time doing it. But that's a whole nother thing. But in other words, he's trying to raise funds for the radio program and stuff that he's doing. But this is not something. Somebody has a lot of nerve to ask.
Yes.
There's a lot of nerve to ask, and but see, this is where time travel gets very interesting, because the more I approach the subject, it has everything to do with patience. Mm-hmm. And also, as I learned, patience. I have a great deal of patience on the subject, because I'm not in a hurry. In Qigong, we say go slow. Mm-hmm. Go slow is better. And I have plenty of other things to do, one of which is work with Douglas.
Thank you.
And so I have a lot of patience. And then I looked up the etymology of patience, which relates to passion. And the etymology of passion, the only etymology of passion, comes from the Passion of the Christ. And the Passion of the Christ is taking on the whole sins of mankind. The sins of mankind equate to all the pain, hurt, and suffering of mankind. So, wow. So time travel is positioned right there. And this puts David in the awkward position of being juxtaposed to the saviorship of mankind. It puts him in a very untenable position. I say untenable to anybody. Preston probably understood this theologically better than anybody. Didn't mean he could live up to the theology, but he understood it. and a cogent moment could tell you all the ins and outs or buts about it. That was the amazing thing about Preston. He could tell you between the domains, the heavenly domains, the demonic domains, and have a whole esoteric framework and understanding that would be complemented by Duncan's. It was as if they were talking out of angelic reference frames when they would get into certain modes of consciousness. But of course, their technology and their methods would ultimately fall short, as pretty much would anybody's, because we're not, this is the challenge. I began, so power. People get heady with power. Their egos get distorted. Either because they don't feel worthy or capable of holding the power, or because they are filled with lust for it and they want to, do things with the power. So power is a big issue. You have to be circumspect and mature in dealing with power, and in order to deal with such a thing. I got a lot of experience watching power firsthand with L. Ron Hubbard. He wrote a lot about power, and I hesitated writing about it in my book, The Tao of Insanity, because I said, if I wrote so much about power and my insights into it, I might be noticed by certain selection committees that I don't want to be selected by, because they'd say, oh, he has a good understanding of power. Yeah. We could use him. And I deliberately didn't write about it for that reason. Not that I'd be forced or anything, but I just didn't want to attract attention. If I say it here, I'm not even going to talk about it here that much because I'm not even prepared. It's something I'd have to write about and think about. But the best way to deal with power is to just kind of let it pass through you, and be grateful for what power you have. When I wrote the initial books, a lot of power was attributed to me that was not necessarily appropriate. People would look at me or think of me, including my ex-wife, and become jealous or envious of what power I had generated as a writer, as a publisher, all the attention I was getting, which I felt I had a lot more commanding attention then than I do now, because it was like an up-and-coming big thing, to the point where people around me would start assuming they were me or could do what I do, which is just writing or putting a book together. Yeah, it's a refined skill, and it's now one that so many people can do and do. But then there was much more uniqueness to it involved, perhaps.
That's right. It was much more rarefied an activity.
Yes. So people would, well, you can do this, therefore I'm in your space, I can do it. It's just like, me hanging out with a movie star or another movie stars and thinking I'm one of them when I'm not. It's like you can do that. People who like to hang around with jocks. There's people who like to hang around with professional jocks, and there's people who like to hang around with high school jocks because it makes them, acceptable, cool, whatever. And this is like, hanging on to power. It happens, music, bands, all this sort of stuff. It even happens, with you, Douglas. People hang on to your coattails because they think it's important, and it makes them more important than they are otherwise. Yes. And some people have a genuine desire to help, and then some people take what they get from you and then they exploit it in the worst way that makes them look what do you call square root to the 10th power? The inverted square root. Like, instead of becoming more powerful by hanging out with you, they become the square root, 10 times over.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's like, by making a complete despicable fool of themselves.
Yes.
Yeah. Like turning into a donkey and going hee-haw and just making complete utter fools of themselves. So, but they had that 10 minutes of power, so to speak. So power is a big issue. And now, and then we get into censorship. Censorship is, of course, what David Anderson said is the main tool of governments. They specialize in censorship. You can know this. You cannot know this. You can know this. You can't know this. So it's like, it's information. And you blow open so many doors of censorship.
Yes.
You're telling people all sorts of things that they're not only not supposed to know, most of the people who are trying to stop you from knowing it don't even know it either.
That's true.
So you're dealing with very rarefied stuff, and that's what makes it so relevant and so interesting. And I think it's apropos that I share something that I shared with Heather and David. It was an old dream I had, because I was going into my dreams. Very interesting when I dig up old dreams. I was actually sending them something else, and where is this?
And while
it's real interesting. I want to read it.
Oh, please, yes.
Yeah.
While Peter's looking for that, I'm just checking into the chat room here, and
it's a good time to check into the chat room.
Yeah, saying hello to Amy Camus, and shout out to that dear lady. Shout out to Marie Ketterman, aka Jaboite. She says, I'm new here, just found this guy today. Well, you're in luck, honey. And you'll hear me monologue for potentially up to 8 hours tonight. That's always an after effect of a session with the Vox Arca, which, if you're wondering what that is, it's, of course, within the photograph embedded in live stream tonight, a different leather cover for it than I've shown in some other photographs. There are multiple leather covers for the gear, so to speak. And we definitely have, people have asked me why I even engaged in doing something like that that's so taxing after my recent medical experience. And that's because, well, it pumps a lot of adrenaline into my system and kind of gave me a feeling that I was in control of something. It's an incredibly potent device that... yeah.
Power, here it is, power.
There we are. Power. Thank you.
Yeah. This is what, in my spring 2019 issue of the Montauk Pulse, this was spring, May. It was a few months before I would go to Choclavina Cave in 2019 and enter the wet cave. And David had, I quoted a email he had written to me on July 18th, 2013. He says, just wanted to wish you well on your Eyes of Learning event tomorrow. Eyes of Learning is a group that meets locally, a metaphysical group, on your Eyes of Learning event tomorrow, and safe travels and success in Eastern Europe. Our documentary, meaning not me and his documentary, he's talking about our documentary, means his documentary with whoever his people are. Our documentary is still sitting on the shelf, caught up in bureaucracy, but we just made a decision to launch a public time research institute, proving online structured and affordable learning on the exploration of our understanding and mastery of time. Individually, each course will be the only one of its kind. Combined, it should be something remarkable that we hope the educational system will see as a breakthrough in the study of the subject. Travel safely and best wishes for all you do. Your friend in time, David. Now, that was written in 2013. That was 3 years after he announced that he could send people back into time. His censorship was just over the top. I did, in this particular newsletter, I went into the etymology of the word bureau. He's talking about bureaucracy. A bureau refers to a desk with drawers for papers. Cracy, as in bureaucracy, is a word-forming element meaning rule or government by. So bureaucracy means to be ruled by the desk with drawers and papers.
Yeah.
Power, authority by reason of papers. This, is sort of like that comedian Rip Taylor who used to throw confetti out. It was just like non sequitur throwing of confetti. That was his big,
laugh.
shtick.
His cheap laugh, if you will.
Yeah, it was pretty funny too. And then but or just like having the Three Stooges, kind of put it through a bureaucracy of the Three Stooges or something. This is how bureaucracies are. They're very idiotic. Beyond the etymology, the common definition of bureaucracy is even more illustrative in that it specifically refers to government by bureaus, especially tyrannical officialdom, excessive manipulation of administrative bureaus, and concentration of power in them with specific reference to the tendency to interfere in private matters and be inefficient and inflexible. It's a tyrannical power. Of course, the whole COVID stuff was very bureaucratic and very tyrannical, and a lot of it didn't make a lot of sense. You still see people running around with masks on. Not very many, but you occasionally see people running around with masks. And David has complained in the past about petty and small-minded people who are powerful, but they become small-minded when it comes to a technology that they do not understand and cannot control. Now, David, I also have an email from him, which is not to me. Oh, it is to me. It is to me. It's not from him. It's from one of his contacts from India. Dr. Anderson suggested that I forward the attached document for your use and distribution as you wish, without any restriction, to verify the legitimacy of his activities with the U.S. Patent Office. And this is the patent, the time reactor patent. He says this is one of 34 patents filed with the Patent Office over the last 2 decades regarding his time control research. It shows the ID and application number of the latest time reactor patent submitted in 2009. After the DoD sequesters a selected patent submission, then varying levels of clearances may be required to gain further information. However, the entry of this with the provided reference numbers and other patents into the United States Patent Office should be easily confirmed by your people in the event they don't have the necessary security clearance to view additional detail levels. Hope this information helps. This was a patent given to me in 2012, a year before that. I didn't really do anything with it. I shouldn't say that. I did put it in my book, Transylvanian Moonrise, my Du's book. And in this newsletter, I had a dream where I mentioned that David is pointing to a watch that I'm wearing. And he's pointing to, like, watch means watch this.
Right.
And he points to the second hand or minute hand jumping suddenly and unexpectedly from either 45 to 46 or 46 to 47. 46 was key, and 46 represents the 46 gene pairs of mankind. And because this has come up before, whereas if you unjam one of the gene pairs, we have 48, and you have a more paranormal fluid body. And my scientist friend Judy Lynn Cole had told Preston, she says to me, ask Preston how to unjam that gene pair. There's a frequency that will unjam it. And I asked Preston, this was about a year before he passed, he says, I know exactly what she's talking about, but it's very complicated. She later met with him, and so it's not so easy. Now, I also point out in the newsletter, when he's pointing with the finger and telling me to watch, that index finger emits chi. There's an exercise in Qigong where when you point with your index finger, and chi will emit out of that right finger at the last, from the last knuckle out the fingertip. And, so he's putting chi into this 46. He's putting chi into the gene pairs. Now, in the dream, I go downstairs to see something in a basement and ended up helping someone who wanted my help. Could that be you, Douglas? I don't know.
It might be. It might well be.
In the netherworld.
Yes, it kind of fits.
David eventually followed me downstairs and was irritated that I had not returned. I was not concerned, as he had shown no signs of being in a hurry and was not communicative. Now he said that he had to go. So in other words, I didn't, I went downstairs and kind of left him, whereas in reality, it seems that he's left me. Right. Now he said that he had to go. I followed him out the door, telling him I could now talk to him. Saying he did not have time, I asked him if we could meet up again at the same time the following month. By this time, he was in the back seat of a car, unexpectedly dressed in a dark blue naval uniform. He gave a suddenly friendly smile and said, for sure. But here, this represents the Navy. It represents military. He's not in the Navy. But it represents, the fact that he's beholden to the military, which he is. Once you're in the military, you're always in the military. Unless you're dishonorably discharged.
Thank you. Yeah.
And thank you, military, for, because if Douglas wasn't dishonorably discharged, it wouldn't be so easy for him to do what he does.
Thank you. I would be fairly inaccessible. Yes.
Yeah, so see, this is how stupid they are.
Yes, thank you.
So the dream was followed by another several days later when he appeared across me at a table in a restaurant. And certainly a restaurant means choosing, choices. It's relaxing. Table has to do with doing business, a meeting. After I asked him where all of this was headed, he said that he had been waiting for me for days to bring this up. It's very interesting because David in the dream is the one who's not patient. Whereas in real life, he's the elusive one. This was the second time he was impatient to hear from me. And it's very interesting. He's impatient. It's like he wants to do this work. It's waiting for me in the future. As I was always happy to eager and talk to him and have never avoided a discussion or interaction, this suggests that there is a pull from another quarter for us to have a dialogue. Might represent destiny or, quote, the other side. In the dream, he stated that if I continued on my current course, I would be helping to establish a unified world government with the World Genesis Foundation playing a role. And this is what I sent to Heather and to him, because, of course, Heather's the president of the World Genesis Foundation. He's the founder, and I'm a board member. So it's like, wow, the World Genesis Foundation is kind of a tiny operation that is very impactful, but in terms of size, it's not, it's not like a leading, nonprofit. It does work, I then explained to him that I had no idea or expectation that I would ever be headed in the direction I now am with regards to time travel. I wasn't referring to the World Genesis Foundation in the dream. And I explained that what I'm doing is just a result of following an investigative trail. He, in the dream, he's surprised and says, "You mean you didn't do this for socioeconomic reasons?"
Interesting.
Now, and I say, and I'd laugh and say that if I were doing this for money, I would have quit about the time I had met him in 1999. In the dream, I was perceiving that he was alluding to my own social and economic role in the world. But upon further review, he was alluding to the larger perspective of society in general. He's looking at the whole picture of society. And this suggests that there is a bigger game in the offing. And of course, all of this becomes relevant with regards to my recent trip to Romania, and specifically with regards to the project I'm planning on doing with the World Genesis Foundation. I'm going to get this endorsed and approved by the World Genesis Foundation to make our dream workshop next summer a World Genesis Foundation project.
Right.
And this project is done in conjunction with Stephanie South and getting back to the law of time and getting us back on a real timeline, so to speak. 13 months with a base 20 reference, if not a base 20 system. So, because this is what the Mayans has, this is a galactic consciousness. So I know that the ramifications of this are going to be big, because it's like Radu Cinema talks about in the etheric crystal, how they go to all this trouble to hire astrologers to construct the chair they're building and all this stuff. And they go to a lot of time and effort with astrology. And I just know that Stephanie and I dreamed this project up on a new moon. And we knew we were doing it on a new moon. And we knew we were doing the right thing on a new moon. So you can feel the legs of this project. And I wrote to her, and she's listening to the entire 3.5-hour diatribe by me that we did the other night.
Wow.
She might be listening to this now. I don't think she is. Who knows? But she had a dream. She shared with me when I wrote to her that David and I were coming to Oregon, and I'd asked her to pick us up in Medford, which is a, international airport, about an hour and a half north of Shasta in Oregon. And she picked us up, and he had to go to a funeral, which means changes up ahead, and burying the past. And then we went to an estate where, he was affiliated with, and it was the Meridian. I think it was called Meridian. And I told her, I said, look, Meridian is a term that conspiracy theorists don't know about it, but it's a much higher order of cabal than your Bohemian Grove or your Bilderberg. And Preston and I had encountered it out east in Sag Harbor, where there was a Meridian real estate group that was involved with these two Montauk boys. There was all this weird stuff going on.
Wow. Really
weird stuff with these kids that were trying to figure out stuff. And I think Preston's deprogramming of them got a little too much for them. Nevertheless, they were involved in this stuff, and this behavior came up from this real estate firm, and they were tied to what somebody called the Palatine monks.
Interesting.
The Palatine monks. So I remember I was living
with Stuart at the time, and I asked Stuart and Stuart, he knows things. He knows some incredible things. He doesn't. You don't know how he knows them, but he knows them. And I said, "You ever heard of the Palatine monks?" He goes, "Yeah." He says, "They kill. They kill." Now, and then a lady I was friends with, working with at the time, Kathleen. We were trying to produce a documentary at one point. I don't know what happened to Kathleen. She was a producer. She'd helped put together that Bill Maher's show, the Politically Incorrect.
Interesting.
Yeah. And this girl, she wouldn't like me saying it, but she's gone. I hope she's okay, man. I did a T-shirt business with her.
Right.
But let me put it this way. She was not an unattractive lady, but for her level of attractiveness, she would command attention. And I saw it one time in a Borders Books. We were in a Borders Books in Westbury, not Borders Books, Barnes and Noble. And this girl was just looking at her like she was in awe of this woman I was with, just like her jaw was dropping. Now, was this woman as pretty as Paula? No way. Paula doesn't get those kind of stares.
Interesting.
This was an energetic thing. And this woman was, what was it? What was I going to say? She had this energetic command of people. And she, I forgot what I was going to say. I'll tell another story about her while I remember. Mm-hmm. She was, she used to run the concerts out at Montauk. They have the Paul Simon concert in Indian Fields. It would have all these people come out. I mean, it was huge. They'd fill up this huge, not far from the base. Mm-hmm. And they had the Highwaymen out there. The Highwaymen were Waylon Jennings, Johnny Cash, Willie Nelson, and Chris Christopherson. And there was a catwalk, and she was like in charge of putting everything together. And while the concert's going on, she's walking on the catwalk, and Chris Christopherson puts down his guitar and begins to accost her sexually, trying to.
Oh my God. So tacky, so sleazy.
Aside from, it's not the sleaziness, it's the
understood. She has this magnetism.
Like, what are you doing? Yeah. It's like, and security had to restrain it. He got kicked out of the band.
Oh, my tea went right up my nose.
It's a public firing. He got kicked out of the band. And she said that, I think she said it was Johnny Cash and or Willie Nelson looked at her with just this deep sympathy of what, like, or maybe, I don't know, but it was like, yeah, it was, or maybe Johnny Cash gave her the evil eye. I don't know.
That would be like him too.
Yeah, I really don't remember, but they looked at her, and she could attract celebrities. She could attract celebrities. Oh, I know. People would think she was Nicole Kidman.
Okay.
Because there was a resemblance. That's what I was going to say. There was a resemblance. This woman, too, was not young. She was older than I was by about 5 years. So she, as they say, she was not unattractive, but she got much more mileage out of her looks than most women will ever get, even pretty. Very pretty women, I could say, because I can't say she was unpretty. But, we were very good friends. But it was a very odd sort of, chemistry that you would see crop up with her. So, I was talking about
where did I get on this thread with her?
You're worried about her because she's disappeared, basically.
Oh, well, I mean, I know she's disappeared. You know, she had some health issues, and I tried to get her into Qigong, but she just, you know, went the other way and, you know, locked up with whatever her things. Oh, the Palatine monks I was talking about.
Yeah, the killers, yes.
So her father was buried, or her parents were buried in the cemetery in Westbury, where I lived, and we went to the cemetery together. And at the cemetery, I remember we went by Bill Casey's grave, you know, the CIA director. He was from Westbury. And there was something about his headstone. I don't think it had any date on it. It was really weird.
Wow.
Then I think maybe they did put it on, but it was like there was no date on it. Did he really die? Because Bob Woodward had claimed to see Bill Casey after he was dead. You know, gave him information in the hospital after he was declared dead. That was Bob Woodward. So anyway, there was this piece of prayer note that was by the Palatine, said by the Palatine monks or whatever. So that turned up on her parents' gravesite. Prayer by the Palatines. Now, this was right when all this stuff was coming up with Preston. They were a German group that founded, I think, the country of Cameroon in West Africa. They were tied to the country of Cameroon,
wow.
The Palatine monks of Germany. I don't know why Cameroon. Rhymes kind of phonetically associates with Cameron, but it was weird. So the Palatine, but there was also the Meridian group. So there was a period where anything Meridian would come up. It was not to be, it was weird. And where it showed up with me was when it was this weird connection between Justin Hayward of the Moody Blues and Preston and this girl who was obsessed with Justin Hayward. And she took an inordinate interest in me because I was close to Preston.
Right.
She wanted to get at Justin. But we also, in the process of that, became friends. And I helped her a lot. I got her off of the Justin Hayward addiction, but I did take her to concert in Radio City Music Hall. And afterwards, she found out that they were staying at the Parker Meridian Hotel. So that loomed large, the Parker Meridian Hotel in New York. It's one of the poshest poshest hotels in New York. And we sat there in the lobby waiting for Justin, and I did give him the Montauk Project. And he says, and you know, Justin's like, you know, he's got to be 6'8". And I'm like looking up at him. My neck's getting sore, and I'm 6'2". I'm not used to somebody that tall. And he says, I didn't promise to read it. I said, you don't have to. It's a gift. And I know he did read it. I could feel it a couple days later, and then they named their next album Time Traveler after that. So Justin, but I had to talk her off a ledge that night and talked her to
literally
go cold.
I knew she was suicidal at times.
Well, she was never suicidal. She was just depressed, and she had cut off smoking. She stopped smoking, which really impressed me. She did a program. It was like a 48-hour program. She cut smoking, and I got her to cut off Justin. And then she found Phil, the love of her life, and she, you know, mother died. She bought a house out in Port Jefferson. I heard she passed away. Oh. But she thanked me profusely for helping her so much. And, but that was the Meridian group. So Stephanie South is having a dream about David going to the estate. And I explained to her the estate he's going to is the estate of the Anderson family, the custodians of time. It's his estate, and it's tied to Meridian, because Meridian is also a source of energy. It's the energy that flows through your body. It's the energy that symbolically goes through the ley lines, the prime meridian, which is tied to the magic of John Dee.
Ah.
So it's like you have this, you know, time is a illusion, and it's a spell. And so David is at the juxtaposition of this spell of Maya. He is a technologist. He's somebody who has the technology to influence time. And does he know all? No. But he is a catalyst. He is an instrument to change time. And this is incredibly powerful. Now, what does this mean in the entire schematics of everything? I've always had a feeling that if I was ever brought into his laboratory and there was a scene going on, that I would be able to immediately, intuitively see what was wrong as systems troubleshooter.
Well, there was almost an opportunity for that in India, right? And when he was back there at the time, that I thought
he has alluded to opportunities to, when I last talked to him on the subject in 2000, probably 16, I said, you know, David, in the past you said I could see your lab. How soon do you think that might happen? He says, I think that's going to be pretty soon. Now that was 6 years ago. So it's not pretty soon. And it's made me realize that what he says isn't always connected to timing, and things can change. Like he's going to put out these videos, they don't happen. And then when he calls me, it surprises the hell out of me. You know, it's just like it takes you by surprise.
Right.
Takes me by surprise. And I asked Heather, I said, you know, one time I was on there was 2 times when David said, I think when he talked to me, when he was revealing all this stuff about Chocolate being a cave, he says, you know, you want to go to Atlanticron this year? Like, let's go. And I said, no, David, I can't because I got to, you know, look after Paula here. You know, she doesn't have a green card. She can't drive the car her first year. You know, so I wasn't going to abandon Paula. I couldn't take her with me. You know, in hindsight, you know, maybe I would have, you know, paid somebody to take her where she wants. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Paid somebody to, you know, take care of her. Here's a few $1,000s. Here, go take care of Paula while I'm gone for a couple of weeks. You know, and taking the opportunity with David. And then one time he said, what did he say? I told him I was going out to LA and, you know, oh, that's only a 10-hour drive. Okay, let's go. I'll be out there. You know, in other words, and I said, does he sometimes do that spontaneously, just out of nowhere? She says, yeah. So I said, next time he does that, I'll take him up on it. You know, says, you know, there's a concert down in Argentina, Buenos Aires. You want to go? Sure, I'll go. You know, being spontaneous, and there's something to be said about that. So when we talk about him being the custodians of time, or the custodian of time, he plays a function with an important role. And now there's another issue, is that when I've tried to do a workshop on the time reactor and say, let's build a foul time reactor, a false time reactor, let's do a clay model. Let's get the kids build up, you know, take some Lego logs or Tinker toys and let's create a time reactor. Can't generate any interest in it. There's such psychological blocks on people. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. I remember when David was gone
Mm-hmm.
for his 5 years,
Mm-hmm.
and I had a David Anderson night, and who attended were people who knew him.
Of course.
And I think I had my time traveling friend there. It was just a group, I think it was about 3 women. And my girlfriend was incessantly interrupting me. I could not get a word in edgewise. Every time I'd talk, she'd override me. Because she had such a familiarity with me. And she still does. She'll just override my communication.
Wow.
I can't talk. It's much better now because she will relent.
Mm-hmm.
And she said we needed a talking stick. I said, the only reason we needed a talking stick is because of you.
Ooh, ow! Oh.
Well, it was true. It was true. But we had gathered that night to try and penetrate this mystery that he represented. And that mystery is it's a lot clearer now. But basically, the things happen when they're supposed to happen.
Yes.
And there's going to be some big movement in this biorhythm. I mean, all of my history tells me this. Now, of course, this year, the big connection was to connect him and Heather with my Romanian family. And I cannot underestimate the acumen of my mother-in-law. She's so, she's so attuned to certain things. And these attunements are significant. They're from another realm.
Right.
So I could see them getting together and talking about all sorts of wild, and even if they wouldn't have to talk about it. They would recognize each other on some other dimensional level. I know this, and maybe they will connect, because I can tell you, if he does go to Choclavina next year, and he may not go with the group because he would be more inclined to work with the Scouts, which would meet outside of our time. But if he did go there, I'm sure he would meet with my mother-in-law, because he would and he could, and he'd be very comfortably put up by her. And so that's a big connection. And the other thing is, for me to go out of my way to do anything with him is not necessarily even productive, because he might have nothing to offer. When he has something to offer, he'll have something to offer. In other words, I don't need to go out of my way and knock on his door, because, that's what most people will do. And it's like, when he has something to offer, he'll have something to offer. And when he doesn't, he doesn't. So this, Stephanie's dreaming of him, and I put her on my website as one of my friends. She is my friend, but I'm highlighting her. Because we're the two that dreamed up this project, and it's based upon her work with Jose. So, or Jose's work without her before he even knew her, of doing this, activating this galactic consciousness. So censorship, back to what I was saying, censorship is a tremendously big issue when it comes to time travel. But of course, there's government censorship, but there's also the censorship within our own gray matter. And if you look at it from the perspective of magic and Goetia, there are 72 pathways of the human brain which have been charted out since time immemorial. And these 72 pathways of the human brain, which would correspond to the 72 jinn that Solomon could control with his ring, somewhere the vagus nerve is involved.
Yes, thank you.
Because Douglas was talking about the vagus nerve in his last broadcast, and certainly how that influences the whole system. He gave a lot of good medical information in there, which I want to re-listen to and compare it with my understanding of Qigong.
Thank you.
Because you're moving that vagus nerve, and it's kind of like that which is happening in your brain is active and happening. It's what makes you get up and go.
That's right.
So the censorship, and of course, with you have Solomon, you have somebody who's representative of I did this in my book, Seventh Seal, a fully activated crystal skull, which is symbolized by Golgotha, the place of the skull.
Yes.
That's what Golgotha, the hill where Christ was crucified. It's the place of the skull. It's the full activation of the crystal skull. And that's what is representative of the keys of Solomon and all of that stuff, of which the Ark of the Covenant, which would be a harnessed application. A harnessed application.
Good term for it.
Yeah. And I have alluded to the fact that the Valley of the Golden Thrones is a unharnessed application of it, or the potential for that application with all of the gold. I was exposed to all of that gold for a whole week being up there. And it does create an effect on you. It does stimulate your consciousness. So it's like, wow, all of this stuff begins to flood into you. You see, as my clairvoyant friend said, my third eye had opened significantly. And of course, one begins to see things beyond the veil and what the perspective is and where they fit in. What is the censorship involved? It's the censorship of one's own mind. What are your personal censors? What is stopping you from whatever it is, wherever it is you're going? When we do the workshop next summer, this is going to be not only going there with our dreams, but dialoguing our dreams so as to activate them and network and actualize them and create a dynamic energy, because that will manifest them. Now, somewhere along the line, I have to consider what dreams are relevant for the time reactor. Why was I put in this position? And we go back to the postcard that he had sent me, and I think it was 2008, no, it wasn't 2008. That's the year I went to Atlanticron, probably 2006. And he sent me the postcard that said, in this time and place, in this, what is it? It says, not in this, I don't know, whatever he said, in this world, nothing happens by accident. And, it comes from an FDR quote that said, in politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can bet it was planned that way. Right. And then he crossed out, he had all these squiggly letters and crossed it all out and said, and then I had it, sent it to Montauk, sent the newsletter out, and it was translated by my friend's boyfriend, decoded immediately. Wow. And then I sent it to David, and he says, there's a deeper coding here, which nobody could figure out the deeper coding. And he finally told me, he says, well, I sent that to you because I didn't know if I was going to make it. He was in Israel. He thought he might be eliminated. And if there was anybody who could do anything with this device, I thought it would be you. Oh. Now, well, what am I going to do with the device? It's like giving me the Vox Arca.
Right.
I'm not going to be using the Vox Arca. I don't know how to use it. I don't even particularly want to use it.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Yes.
The time reactor seems less foreboding because you don't. Well, but it could be much even more dangerous.
Yes, in its own way. I was about to say yes.
But let alone building one. So, although if I had the money, unlimited funds, right, I would go after it. Just because I could hire the right people to do it. Although that might be problematic because I can't even get people to do a dry run on it. Right. And they don't go there. And I realize over the last 7 years, mm-hmm, and we could track that back into further years, I've been led down a pathway to have an appreciable understanding of what he has to offer. Mm-hmm. But I'm kind of painted myself into a narrow pathway, if not a corner. Why am I so preoccupied with this? Well, because my research, my writing has led me down this path. It's allowed me to have a very narrow focus on it, or specific focus, I should say, not narrow. Whereas other people, it's not necessarily their job. They'll believe it when they see it. They're not there to catalyze it. And I'm bringing into the consciousness because it was brought into my consciousness from the work that I've done. And so it's very interesting. But where does it go? What are the blockages? Because I realized that even if I were, and maybe this will be one of the workshops, if we can get these ladies from Istanbul to come. Right. Not that we need to have them for this, but because there's a good kind of clay that it's from a particular part of Transylvania, and start just creating a clay model of a time reactor. Because when you create the clay model, you're applying sympathetic magic, which is the same as quantum resonance. We don't have to think of it, sympathetic magic, as a dirty word because it's quantum resonance. It also falls into the realm of a prayer or a rosary bead, yes, or a Tibetan prayer bead. And a Tibetan prayer beads, the word for them is very related to one of the pillars of Solomon's temple. It has to do with faith and projecting faith. And so when you get the model of the time reactor and you start, it starts to, and if I'm doing this with a group, it begins to take on a whole life consciousness this might be the place to do it. It might be the place to do it because I haven't sat down and done it. Yes. So it's very these are things that are in the offing. There's a lot of papers being thrown around about closed time light curves on the academia, but as I say, they're going nowhere. These people aren't doing anything. Somebody once said, a paper for you, a paper for me. Here's a paper, there's a paper. We're all paper boys. Let's roll up our academic papers and put them in the back of our sack on our bicycle and throw them at the door. Deliver the paper. We are paper boys. So the censorship issue. So it has so much to do with the censorship of our own minds and what we can activate, what we can, because when these things do evolve, they're going to evolve of their own accord. Right. David Anderson is not the only genius in the world. Yes. But certainly he is an overlooked and remarkable genius. Yes. Preston Nichols, the same can be said. the main difference between the two was that David had an active happening thing, and Preston was complaining that they never had enough power at Montauk to keep the time portal open, which David had the solution for, but Preston was too much of a old dog to learn new tricks.
Oh, that's so sad.
Well, he was fading out. The other thing with Preston, he would have his own weird experiences. He had no shortage of strange experiences, as did my friend Joan Roth, who had major out-of-time experiences on his table. So did Paula. Paula went out of her body.
Your wife?
Joan had... She went back into some pretty strange places. And she contracted cancer after that. She got better. She went through extreme stuff. And she's okay right now. She hopes to be part of this, intends to be part of it. She was listening to the broadcast as well, after the fact.
Oh, excellent.
She's probably listening now.
Wonderful.
Hi, Joan, if you're listening.
Yeah.
So Preston could generate, weird stuff, but he wasn't keeping a objective time portal open. Now, this brings me back to my first real conversation in Romania, or with a Romanian, was with my friend of 14 years, Ovidiu, the psychiatrist, and he was talking of a science fiction story he'd written that he was sharing where the plasma field had consciousness, at which point I stopped him and said, this is like David Anderson's time reactor. His time reactor has a plasma or plasma-like field. And I said, if his time reactor field has consciousness, this has many new implications. And I was ready to discuss with him. But then he started talking more about his story. And the more he talked, the level of discussion became much more nuanced and complicated, to where his English was failing him.
Oh.
And he kept apologizing for his English, but he actually speaks pretty good English. Right. But as it got more nuanced and complex, his English kept failing him. And then he says, excuse me, I'll be right back. And he never came back.
Oh.
Days later, I saw him at the food tent. I was going to sit down with him. He says, I've been sick.
Okay.
And then so he just stayed in his tent, and he was barely going to eat. And I can't help but wonder if he got sick as a result of our conversation.
Wow.
Because he was doing fine. Then all of a sudden it got weird.
Yeah.
Now, he is a shrink. He works with people. So this caused me to think, what is the field of the time reactor? What is in the field of the time reactor? And does it affect David's consciousness when he's in the lab?
Right.
And do they have what you call filters to prevent it affecting the people? Now, they do have there used to be a situation where if you would walk through the time barrier, you get irradiated.
Wow.
They now have a patented technology to prevent that from happening. I don't know any details about it. I asked him if it was anything like a wetsuit or anything like that. He says no. So I don't know what it is, but you can walk in and out of the time field, which you couldn't do before.
Wow.
But nevertheless, a plasma field is a negatively or positively charged field. And I began to do searching on the internet Now, there's nothing about plasma consciousness. If you go and you start looking at plasma and consciousness, it's, it doesn't really, I'm not going to find what I want, but you go down some pretty interesting rabbit holes. I asked another psychiatrist friend, a dear friend Cataline, about this, and he said, basically, no, because he says you'd have to have an laboratory experiment with it. And then you'd find out if you experimented with it in a laboratory. But the Philadelphia experiment, people were deeply affected. The plasma field that he runs is probably much more subtle, much more refined, and not as damaging as the Philadelphia experiment stuff. But nevertheless, what is the influence on the people mentally? I'd once asked him, what is the most humorous thing you've ever seen in your research? Mm-hmm. I was going in a totally different direction. And he said, when people were exposed to the field, they often begin to laugh uproariously, because they saw that reality was suspended. It wasn't, it was defying reality.
Wow.
So they would laugh. Now,
what is that about?
Well, if all of a sudden, it's kind of like if everything were to stop. Like if you're, like sometimes they'll show that in a movie and everybody stops. Mm-hmm. Kind of see what they're doing.
Ah, okay.
It's like reality is... It's
like a time stop. Got it. Yeah.
Reality is a big joke. Yeah. And I think that's what Jose Arguelles said to Stephanie, in his dying days. He kind of smiled and, reminded her, this is all a big joke. Don't take it too seriously. So what is so people see the time reactor field and their reality is suspended. They see we try hard in life. People get so passionate about their sports teams. They get even more passionate about their politics right now. It's just a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of games.
Yeah.
The politics.
Understood.
Passion is misplaced. And it's like pitting a couple of gladiators together. That's what's happening. People gladiate.
Yeah.
They're like gladiators, Republicans, going in and raiding Trump's house. And then Trump will come out with his lawyers with lances,
Yes.
So it's like, it's just a game. It's just a game. And then people will take sides. And more often than not, they get so disappointed. Because people were so disappointed when Trump didn't win. And then when Trump and all these Republicans were so disappointed. Mm-hmm. They really took it hard. And then the Democrats were disappointed when they weren't able to convict Trump, impeach him. You see, it's like you don't win in this game of politics if you're a rooter. You don't win. And then they want to get him impeached the second time. It doesn't work. And they got him unelected, but that didn't shut him up. So it's like the Democrats aren't winning either. And now they're going to lose the elections, it looks like. So it's like nobody wins. Nobody wins. It's just like, it's messed up.
Yes, there is a kind of futility. Yes.
They had the Democrats the Democrats had the Republicans on the rope.
Yeah.
Then the Supreme Court comes out with the abortion thing, so the Democrats are reeling.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're upset. Now they're not winning anymore because they don't have abortions, unlimited abortions. It's just like, this is not, it's just not. It's not good for anybody to be, passionately rooting on one side or the other, because it's just messed up. So when we think of the time reactor field and what is the influence of plasma on consciousness, well, if you have a lot of positive charge, it's going to affect the myelin sheathing. And the myelin sheathing affects the limbic system. And this is just what I've learned when I was in Michigan about the essential oils that penetrate the limbic system through the skin. And that the myelin sheathing is tied to the nerves.
Yes.
Affects the nerves.
That's right.
And it's going to influence the whole emotional fabric of the human being, his emotional ability to be uplifted. And I can tell you that emotional uplift is angelic, emotional downer is demonic.
Yes.
It's not usually positioned or thought of that way, but when you have positive emotions, you bring up the room, you bring up everything. When you have down emotions, people who've listened to the show for a long time, see where that goes.
Yes.
Takes you down. And by the way, while we're talking about positive emotions, we're going to put some positive. I want everybody to think positively for Douglas.
Bless you.
And to donate to his cause, which some of you do. We're going to do this. And even if you can't donate, think positive thoughts that somebody who can donate will donate. So it's positive, even if it's $5 or $10. We want to flow that because this is where we want to go. And Douglas has a lot to offer to this scenario, but I will continue for a bit here on this, what I'm saying about the plasma field influencing. And then this is kind of what, I've been leading all up, meandering around with Jane Mansfield,
Yes.
and all this to kind of lead up to this, which is the plasma field, time field having consciousness. Plasma, by the way, is the fourth state of matter.
Yes.
Gas, liquid, and solid matter being the three other ones. So it's a type of matter, and it's going to have a positive charge. It's going to affect the myelin sheathing. So the question is, how sophisticated is his, protective element? He would know if it's addressed. He would know if it's a factor. There's also the possibility that it's something he's overlooked. And maybe this is the thing that if I walked into his lab, I would notice right away.
There we are.
There's not a psychological department.
Yes. Okay.
His wife happens to be a social worker. She is a psychologist, although art therapy. And one of the things they had worked on was sci-art together, mixing art with science, art with technology. And when you mix art and technology, as I've explained to both of them, that's the synthesis of the two brains. That's the shin, as Philip Dick talked about, the corpus callosum. That's the integration of the left side with the right side. And that's what we have to do. That's what the workshop is about. So obviously technology has to be mixed with art, and in an upbeat way when we have the positive emotion, because the negative emotions just go down. And this is the big challenge. Now, as I began to review all of this, I said, this is the L. Ron Hubbard stuff coming back to roost, which is he was involved with human psychology. He was involved with human psychology and post-traumatic stress disorder. And out of it, he developed a series of procedures that he and many others found to be workable, to the point where he could exploit them and create a, major movement and generate considerable income for his organizations and himself. And in his view, he was worth every penny.
Of course.
He was. I mean, and because, if you can generate, it was even to the point where I was told in 1977 or whatever, I was told I was worth $100 an hour.
Cool.
Because I was writing his letters.
Mm-hmm.
And his time was billable at that level. Now, $100 an hour was a lot money then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a lot of money now, but it was much more then. So I was taught, and I only realized this is kind of unique. So many people there were either told or implied they weren't worth shit.
Oh, wow.
So I was never, ever, told that. And if anybody ever tried to treat me like that, it didn't go over very well. It was just like, okay, it was nothing I took personally, because I was always told I had a very high value, which was not necessarily the case with a lot of people. And that was by reason of whatever job I had. So, in other words, because his products were in demand and people would pay for them. So, he had created something that was deemed very valuable. He didn't have to convince people it was very valuable. What he presented to the world was very valuable, or perceived to be very valuable. And it was very valuable if you were in the position and intelligent enough to access the value and avail yourself of it. That was the whole trick. And many people were not so lucky. But such is life. If you have, a bunch of students, you don't expect them all to excel. You just don't. It's just the way it works. There are some programs where, a lot of people will succeed at. Oh, that's a good school. All the graduates that come out of there are real good. So, whatever. But the fact is, I'm getting back to the human factor with regards to, time travel. And it all comes back to the emotional components of human beings, which are directly related to angels and demons. What is the uplifting factor and what is the down factor? In a movie like Angels and Demons or the Da Vinci Code, you have a vicious fight between good guys and bad guys. And, it's all drama. It's all drama. It's all fun and games for drama. And you have, some pretty insane characters as well in those movies. But, it's really about what positive emotions can you generate. And so much of this, as I say, when it relates to PTSD, essential oils, nature can take care of this. Introducing essential oils into the equation. This is something I need to learn more about. I have a whole alchemy book that Mary Hardy gave me. She says, will you read this or is it going to sit around? I said, I will read it. And I do intend to read it. So when we talk about the censorship, the first part of the censor is dealing with your own emotions. Qigong will teach you that. Psychology, ordinary counseling, keeping your emotions in check. When you tell an addict that they're addicted to something, they're likely to express denial or get angry. And what is that? It's an emotion. You're triggering their emotion. Their emotions are out of control. So the first censorship is emotion. And what is emotion? Energy in motion. It's energy in motion. So what happens when you see a football team generate emotion? All of a sudden they get better. They get more efficient. And it really helps if you know what the hell you're doing. You know, you have an esprit de corps, you have energy. You see this in the military, where an army that's well-fed, well-trained, and high morale has a better chance and built to endure has a better chance than the army who is not so well-trained and doesn't know what to do. They don't feel so good.
Yes. That's right.
So this is now when we move into the realm of well, this is the human factor of the Philadelphia experiment. All the mental disorientation that these people suffered, and the trauma. We're dealing with everybody who was in the Philadelphia experiment and the Montauk projects were sufferers of PTSD. And in a very devious way, because it's very deep and embedded. And if you look online, you'll just put for essential oils for PTSD, and you'll see at least 15 of them. One of which is frankincense. And they do different things. And there are probably even mixes or that might be appropriate for individuals. These can be muscle tested. I mean, if you're going to, self-medicate, so to speak, or you can go to a practitioner if for those of you who have PTSD or just have a screwed up life, you get the right essence. The right essence will go through your skin, penetrate the myelin sheathing, penetrate affect the whole limbic system. The limbic system relates to your emotions. And all of a sudden, what is it when you go out and smell a spring day, a fall day, a summer day, or a beautiful day in the snow, and you're outside and it just makes your whole, a crisp autumn day, all of a sudden life is suspended. You're not thinking about your problems. You're thinking about the beauty of nature. And it makes life worth living. What are the fun things you can do? Well, if you have a debt that's bothering you, you can go out and bake a cake or something.
Yes.
If you can get into the joy, of a kid baking a cake, of a kid making lemonade. It's like, that's what time, going for a walk in the woods, going to the beach. We went to the park today with some friends.
Wonderful.
And just, we're out there at the park, talking and having an extroverted time. So it's like, yeah, there are, and sure, I had to pull myself away from compulsively working on the rewrite of Montauk, or not the rewrite, but the reconstruction of Montauk Revisited. Because I didn't announce that we've been flooded with so many orders that we've run out of Montauk projects. First time ever we've run out of the book. We won't have it until October.
Wow.
And it'll be a new edition, the Pearl Anniversary edition, which is different than the Silver Anniversary. It's actually not quite as extensive as the Silver Anniversary, but this will go out to the general trade. The Silver Anniversary is still available from Amazon or Ingram Lightning Source. You can still get the Silver Anniversary. You can buy that online. The Pearl Anniversary is the 30-year anniversary. That'll go out. It's got a lot of annotations, but it's So anyway, and then Montauk Revisited has to be redone because the files are lost. As Douglas has said, the celluloid of his mother, being a movie star in Japan, is deteriorated.
Yes.
And I've learned this firsthand because the celluloid of the files for my books have been deteriorated, and I don't have computer files because those computer files are ancient computer format.
That's right.
So I'm having to reconstruct it, and it'll be done. But I learned the hard way. So anyway, we have the censorship of time travel. It has to do with our own brains, our own minds, and if we're going to move forward with anything, and you have to deal with emotions. As David has said, people become very petty. So it's like, if we can work with the right essential oils for our own situations, it just makes people more capable to do what they're supposed to do. This is using nature. And this is basically the first, I guess what I'd say, vanguard in this direction. And circulating and sharing all this information with David, because he might find it useful, because his wife is already using essential oils from Young Living, which is best. So she's already using them. So I don't know if she uses them with him or on him, or but she was highly interested in everything I had to say, and he might find them very helpful and instructive. I don't know. It's just, but the door is there, and it's just like when you find a solution, the door opens without you even having to apply the solution. When you have the answer for something, all of a sudden, all the PTSD people that come to you with, like for example, my daughter, when she lived here, would come, Dad, I have my back's sore. Can you rub my back?
Wow.
I say, remember the Qigong I showed you? Remember the Qigong? And then she'd shut up and she'd stop coming to me. Now, maybe she did the Qigong and maybe she didn't.
I was about to say, did that mean that she was practicing it, or did that mean that somehow what you said offended her almost?
Well, it's kind of like if you have the solution, do the solution.
Yes.
I mean, she would do it sometimes. And then when we were at Atlanticon together, I hear her telling people, what I tell other people. She might give me a hard time for it, but then I hear her giving the advice out.
There we are.
So, but the thing is, if you have a solution, people will, they won't come to you anymore because they know they're going to, because it is the solution.
Well, you've taught them how to fish.
Exactly. So, yeah. And it's like, do this, and then they stop coming to you because they know they're going to hear the answer. Whether they do the answer or not is beside them. But they're not going to come to you anymore because you have an answer. And they either want the answer and they're going to use it, or they don't want the answer. So they're not going to come to you because you give them the answer, but they don't want that answer. So they'll go to somebody else.
Yes, it's amazing how that works. Go on.
It's just the way it works. So when we have, PTSD people say, okay, go look your essences up, go find your flower. And of course, somebody might, screw themselves up real good and, say, I bathed in essential oils and I'm all screwed up. Well, nobody told you to bathe in essential oil. People are very good at screwing things up. So, that might happen too. But There's always a way. And if people work with a counselor, a lot of counselors are, healthcare systems cover counselors. You can even get counseling online, therapy.
In fact, it's mostly online these days because of COVID, but go on.
Yeah, and some of them work with essential oils. Some of them do. So it's like there's more mental therapy available today than there's ever been in the history of the world. And of course, so that's now, we also move into another realm with the entities.
Yes.
Because, if the plasma field has a consciousness, it would stand to reason that it does. If we look at the perspective of Shinto,
yes,
matter is conscious. So rocks are conscious, trees are conscious, water has a consciousness. Well, we see that with what was his name? Yamamoto.
Yes, that's right. I hear of him so often. I never remember his name, but a Japanese scientist who worked with water forever. Somebody will give me his name in either the chat or a private message any moment now. But Hamamoto?
Yeah.
No, I can't remember. Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, so it would be a no-brainer that a plasma field would have consciousness as well. And that consciousness is, of course, vulnerable to being influenced by entities. It's got a consciousness itself. So what is going to influence it? And you better believe that as I, come into the realm of everything, my consciousness goes into this because I'm thinking it up, I'm writing about it. Yes, I'm aggressively approaching different areas of consciousness. I'm getting closer to the time reactor by understanding and talking about it. What would I want to do with it? I don't know. It just seems that it's a pathway that I've been driven to. I've had my dreams of David Anderson giving me the technology of time on tapes and then losing the tapes. This is years before I would actually understand his technology. It was like my dreams were forecasting the future.
Right.
And now the dreams are saying, well, World Genesis Foundation is going to play a big role. Why did he create it? Why did he do it? Why does Heather maintain it? She works very hard for it. He's in the background. Things move forward. So, when I think about the entity, I wanted to go into a discussion with entities tonight, and it seems like, well, the entities can be, quelled.
Yes.
By just, in fact, they get quelled on their own if you have the answers. If you have the answers, they go away because they're only there to stop you when you don't know what you're doing.
Yes.
If you know what you're doing, they're not going to challenge you. They'll just, sometimes they're there for a reason in spite of their own. So I kind of, I know I talked myself out, but I kind of arrived at some, conclusions here.
Yes.
That it's all about the emotions. And people in your world will try to make you feel bad. Not everybody will try to make you feel bad, but that's one thing you have to look out for.
Yes.
If you have a spouse or a close friend that will negate everything you say or do. I know you suffer this sometimes from V or other people when they kind of just say the exact wrong thing.
Yes.
And aren't willing to rescind it because their belief system is so awkward.
Yes.
So do you want to talk anything about the the Vox Arca?
Well, I want to thank you for bringing it up. Most certainly, it gives us an opportunity to basically let people know that, again, the reason that I got some questions about it as to why I would even do such a thing at a time like this, where I recently had the medical incident, was, as we ascertained with Peter, it pretty much gives me a sense of control over something. It's though Peter brought up the essence of power being essentially something that really gets the adrenaline rushing as well. So it's certainly not only in its own bizarre way, even though it taxes the body and beats the hell out of you when you use it, quite literally, physically, because of the sheer impact of the horror of the visions that you're exposed to. You basically are thereafter certainly feeling very much alive and aware that you're in your body, which, of course, after you've had several medical incidents like I've had, that becomes a delicate position to be in. It's hard to describe, because when I suffered multiple lung collapses, for instance, I was left with a feeling that I didn't trust my body. And that's the kind of thing that that really started to impact myself when I had the few incidents recently that I know are vagus nerve depression. By the way, the young lady who I sourced from in the private messages said she had the Japanese scientist who worked with water as a friend for many years. And his name is Masaru Emoto. So it's Dr. Emoto. Think of Emoto like Mr. Moto, like Mr. Moto. Yes.
Imoto.
Yeah. And so in terms of that, it's important to relate. And but in terms of the Vox Arca, I want everyone to kind of understand this. The Vox Arca, of course, as I mentioned, is a hostile witness. It's not just like Michael Aquino would allude to or taught me about when he considered me a sorcerer's apprentice and a potential heir apparent before the Night of the Broken Circle. Basically, he had taught me during the summoning of demons, some of which I was witness to. And one of these days, I'll dig up from my files some photographs that would be of interest to Peter, certainly impressed others in the past. But basically, he would point out that they are always lying, and yet information can be gleaned when you take the lies into account. And that's why he brought up the hostile witness allegory. And when it comes to the Vox Arca, it's a chorus of demons. It's a series of very apocalyptic visions that you first have to realize are not the written future. This is not the way it has to be. But once you understand that, you get an incredible grasp of what's going on right now, which is what I'll mainly be speaking to. I won't so much be talking about entities tonight, though I will be talking a lot about some very unpleasant subjects that have to that are going to be impacting us all in terms of domestic politics in particular. But when it comes to the majority of what I'll cover tonight in monologue, it'll be very geopolitically oriented, both domestically and in terms of international affairs, because of the sheer sweep of the vision, that I would even say grandeur to a degree, of the vision when you're in the Vox Arca. And the reason that it's so dangerous to work with is there are probably many people out there who would become very addicted to it, which is something you never want to happen. It simply taxes yourself too much. As a matter of fact, I took a risk by wearing the patch on the right eye. Just so people understand this, the Vox Arca is a tool that when you're impacted with these kinds of visions, they may as well be physical. To your body, they are physical. Your body is experiencing what you're seeing. And for this reason, the President's plane, Air Force One, which they've always referred to unofficially as the Flying Führer bunker because it's meant to survive a nuclear war, The pilot and the co-pilot wear eye patches at all times, and this is so in the event of nuclear fireballs going off in the air around them, which would fry your retina immediately. They have one good eye to fly with because the patch has been protecting it. So they always fly with an eye patch so that in the event that there's a nuclear flash that could happen at any time, or an electromagnetic pulse attack, or a laser attack, whichever retina gets fried, they can have the other eye available. So when it comes to the Vox Arca, the leather covers, and there's several of them, because when you use it, you will vomit, you will soil the leather cover that you're using. There are extras that kind of take its place, and they have to be leather. They have to be the skin of basically what was once a living being, an animal or human, that basically comprises that leather, so that you are, it's a semi-biological entity when you're dealing with the Vox Arca. Whatever mechanisms are there need to be kind of coordinated with a biological remnant. This is what the masks provide, so that it will work. Now, this, of course, is not scientific in the conventional sense, and this is the horror of what I deal with, because you can present this to people, and they can skeptically try to knock it down, but the reality is they cannot. It's like what I presented about Frank Borman, the man who was related to Martin Bormann, who was the man who became the head of Eastern Airlines. And when they were dealing with all of their problems, when Aquino was assigned to terrorize that organization and ultimately try to bring it down, get it shut down for accidents, and he tried to make the flights as intolerable as possible, and he did this by taking advantage of what was originally a terrorist attack, and that terrorist attack took place when one of their airlines was taken down. And so when that airline flight was taken down, then it was just basically a terrible accident, Flight 401. It crashed into the Florida Everglades. Pretty much everyone died. This was back in 1972. And then after that, people began to see the chief flight engineer and the pilot appear on various Eastern Airlines planes, and only their lines, terrorizing people, not just the staff, such as the sky hostesses or the stewardesses, but also the passengers. It got so bad that Frank Borman issued the order that everyone not talk about this, not acknowledge it. And it was when I gave him a call years later, that was just when I first started as an intern and was exposed to what Michael Aquino called artilica technology, that he removed, or had removed, from basically all of the planes in the fleet, or as many of them as Aquino's agents could infect. They basically took parts from the crashed plane, cannibalized them, and put parts into every plane that was in the line. And through this, they were able to anchor or tether the spirits of the men who had died in that flight. Because when you die violently like that, when you die suddenly, unexpectedly, and violently, and this was not like a normal crash. By that I mean it was a terrorist strike. It was ultimately Aquino said he had agents who had placed bombs on the plane to make the hull crack open, to compromise the hull, the engines, etc., just every part of that plane. So there was no reason for the pilots to expect what suddenly happened when it fell apart in the air, essentially, or was so compromised it may as well have, and they crashed in the Florida Everglades. This is one of those things that when you die like that, oftentimes if you're on a moving platform, whether it's a horse-drawn carriage back in the old days, or a train these days, or a plane, or an automobile, you become anchored to that. And I really saw this when Aquino was terrorizing Mae Brussels, because she had parts of her daughter's automobile that she was maintaining out of connection with her daughter, who had died when she was rammed by an army Satanist, a man stationed at Fort Ord, who was a U.S. Army soldier, who crashed into her two daughters who were in a car, and was basically showed his military ID to the police, and they just let him go. And after that, he went back to the base, and they let him go. He was already on absence without leave, which means technically he could have faced a firing squad, but he was on assignment, and he was absent without leave, so they could, if he ever was arrested, claim he was a deserter and therefore separate or sever responsibility from the military. But when it came to Mae Brussels, she kept seeing her daughter's ghost, and that was, as Aquino explained to me, satellite technology that he was using to take advantage of the parts she had in her house from the daughter's crash, so that he could torment her and drive her to suicide. That was his intent. And when I called her to explain to her to get rid of those parts in the house that were from her daughter's car, she stopped seeing her daughter's ghost. Matter of fact, when she answered the phone, she told me that it was at a moment where she had a firearm to her head and she was going to kill herself when the phone rang. And she made a choice at that moment. Should I just pull the trigger or answer the phone? And she just decided she was going to answer the phone, like a fuck it moment. And so after that, they killed her using something else, which was beam technology, to ultimately radiate her to the point that she had cancer. They just parked a van in front of her house and just high beamed her with microwaves 24 hours a day. By the way, for those who are curious, the other planes specifically that people were seeing these ghosts on were Lockheed L-1011 flights. That they could install these various parts from Flight 401 on. So understand that this technology, if somebody were to hand the satellite, which was beaming a hologram, combined with the technology which is cannibalized from fallen planes or crashed cars, your average mechanic or engineer would look at this and they would see nothing that would be outstanding to them. They would say, I don't understand why this would work. That's because they're not arcanists. They're not artilectual engineers, meaning working with occult technology. So occult technology, handing it to a conventional engineer, it's worthless. It's an act in futility. They can't analyze what they're looking at. They're going to look at it and say, well, this looks like a mechanism for whatever. But they would say, I don't understand how it could trigger someone seeing specifically their daughter, for instance. But that's where the arcane enters the scene, because you've got the true effect of somebody's life essence that is impacted by violence, trauma, that becomes in effect a ghost, and it can be harnessed, exploited by what we used to call necromancers, or the occultists of the dead, people who exploit the dead, who raise the dead, as John Dee did. And Michael Aquino was working with this tradition, and therefore this is the kind of technology on which the Vox Arca is constructed. So once you understand that, then you understand all of the budget that went into this, to provide leather masks that also oftentimes contain human teeth, etc., or human skin, or just the various victims who were formerly prisoners who volunteered for medical experiments at Letterman Army Medical Center. All of the money that went into this kind of technology is simply something that would be looked at as an eccentricity by a conventional engineer. But this is the technology which your government believes in. Some skeptic can knock this down for you and have you feel better at night, thinking that, well, this can never happen because some skeptic rendered a logical rationalization for why this should never work. But the reality is it does, and it's been witnessed by people. Where Mae Brussels may have been an isolated victim who nobody could see what she saw, but when it came to all of the Eastern Airlines flights, hundreds of people saw those ghosts. So this is something that was meant to be seen by hundreds of people to instill terror in the masses. In that, Michael Aquino succeeded in almost bringing Eastern Airlines down. So understand that this is the horror of your world. Black magic works. Necromancers can impact your reality. This is the quantum physics of pure evil. So when it comes to what we're contending with, I am left with this legacy that I stole from the U.S. government. And this is something that I used as an expertise to try and put what happened at Mar-a-Lago into some perspective with the transmissions over the past few weeks. When people were speaking about these documents, I tried to get people to understand the rules behind government documents as a former Department of Defense research librarian myself. But more specifically back to this, this was something I needed essentially to, in its own bizarre, very frightening manner, cheer me up. Was one of the reasons I ran a diagnostic, and kind of recenter myself in my body, because you're forced to do that. I took a risk by not changing the side of the eye patch this time. Most of the time, you use the eye patch on one side, then the other, because you don't want to do too much damage to the same eye again and again. But the visions I'm exposed to, they cause blood to welter up in the eyeball itself. Understand that your eyeball, everyone's eyeballs, are hollow. And the violence of the visions of the Vox Arca or such, it's as if somebody punched you in the eye physically. The eyeball fills with blood, and it's quite visible. It turns black, essentially, because blood is perceived as black when it pools like that in a body part that's, well, especially the ocular lens of the eye. And so that's visible in the photograph that I used as a promotional banner for tonight's transmission, and which I'm also holding a pig's heart in because of what we spoke of with my medical, it's not a medical condition, how do I express this, my genetic difference between myself and baseline humanity. I have this wonderful young lady who, again, prefers to remain anonymous, and I actually, Diane shouldn't mind being credited for this. She gives me private messages, and she was talking about the things I should be doing to help myself, and reminded myself that, you know, you're more human than you are vampire, because my mother was half vampire, but I'm only a fourth. But the reality is that that's compounded by the fact that when I was 14 years of age and I suffered a series of bleeding duodenal ulcers, then Dr. John Henry Hagman, working with Michael Aquino, took advantage of that. And when I was admitted at Letterman Army Medical Center as a military dependent, that's a very specific term, meaning I'm a dependent under 18 years of age who was a child of my father, who had full access to the military base in perpetuity because of his career in the U.S. military, then I, as his dependent, was allowed access there at least until the age of 18. There were certain extensions that got me the ability to access it till about 21. By that time, I'd pretty much gotten the base shut down. But when it came to the access to that base, I was, of course, treated at Letterman Army Medical Center for free health care. Believe me, you get what you pay for, and they make you pay. And in my case, I paid by becoming a victim of human experimentation, which Dr. John Henry Hagman is infamous for. And you can simply look the motherfucker's name up. And that bastard's still on the loose, never spent a day in jail, yet is responsible for impacting thousands of lives and killing hundreds of people. Many of them prisoners who were part of this program that the California system had with the U.S. Army, where they could volunteer for getting their sentences shortened or even revoked or even gubernatorially pardoned from death row if they volunteered for risky enough experiments. And many who died were exploited in ways that most people wouldn't imagine. Skins were used for making the masks for the Vox Arca, etc., leathered up and basically cannibalized into artilica, arcane technology. This is the kind of technology beyond technology that you never knew of. And this is essentially what is now genetically responsive to myself. It's potentially possible, even probable, that if other people tried to use it, it would not respond to them because it recognizes at this point my blood, which has saturated the majority of the mechanism repeatedly and dried into the mechanism. You're not supposed to clean it, by the way. This is very similar to Chinese teacups. The way the Chinese view, say for instance, tea, and the way the Japanese view tea, they classically, traditionally, never wash the teacup or the tea bowl. You're supposed to allow all the residue of that tea to collect over years, and it's supposed to be medicinal. So whenever you put new tea in it, it's going over the residue of the old tea, and therefore it's supposed to ultimately add not just to the flavor, but be in its own right efficacious for your health. The Vox Arca, you never clean your own blood off because it basically congeals and becomes part of the mechanism. It's indeed part of what feeds the mechanism. And without that, it really doesn't work. At this point, my blood is recognized and my DNA is therefore recognized, and it's keyed itself onto me. If somebody else tried to use it, it would be like somebody with a different IP address trying to get into a website. It wouldn't necessarily work at all. And some Artilica would key itself to only one user, and only one user could ever use it. In fact, that's the majority of Artilica is meant to work like that. That's how warlocks, or which of course, if you ever heard old Doc Maquis, who would claim he was in the military, and he was a corpsman, but he would try and kind of allude that warlock's not a term that's used. That's his programming. The term warlock was used with military sorcerers. What else would be used? But this is how warlocks basically maintain their magic as their own. It's almost like, how would I say it? Preventing other people from being able to enter your website. So with that, each person truly becomes the master of their own magic. And with Michael Aquino and what he taught myself, I was able to exploit that. And so when it comes to using this technology and kind of the other factors we have to take into account, my health when I was having the syncopal collapse, and how that not only depresses you physically, but in a sense emotionally, you definitely feel like you're kind of out of control of your body. This helped me get back into it. It was very important to do this. And this was the time to do it because of the portals being very thin between the worlds. And when it came to this wonderful lady telling me about, well, you're still mostly human. No, not anymore. Not after what Dr. John Henry Hagman did to me and replacing my body with the full bodily amount of blood with a full body transfusion with nanoplasma. At this point, I can really, seriously, not technically, but physiologically, I can be considered really only half human, if that. So we have that cybernetic factor, the genetic factor from my mother, and altogether it makes me very different from the majority of you. And indeed, the majority of you, also, there are people, certainly with the early experiments of the Vox Arca, there were people who experimentally, it was tested on, who basically went permanently blind. Some of the prisoners, they lost sight in both eyes because they weren't given eye patches. And others, of course, this could impact other people with a permanent blindness in at least one eye. It's the factor probably of the nanoplasma that was transplanted into myself without my permission, without my even knowing, when I was completely unconscious. And ultimately, what clinically killed me for at least a period of time before I literally reanimated and came back. This is something that most other people, in fact, everyone who had received that kind of transfusion before myself died. And it was a combination of both my young age, which made me physically very pliable, and probably my mother's genetic background that enabled me to survive and for the nanoplasma to take. Certainly that's what Aquino himself said. And Dr. John Henry Hagman alluded to. I never spoke to him very much what little contact I had with him was so repulsive. Even more so than Aquino, if that can be imagined, that I never wanted to speak with him very much, even though I desperately wanted to know what he had done to me and wanted to know more details. So all of that being said, all of that factors into my ability to even withstand the effects of the mechanism. So all of that will provide much of the information I'll provide tonight in terms of geopolitics. A lot of that came from inspiration from the medicine that, well, I consider it kind of a medicine. The Native Americans would call it that, of the Vox Arca. It's its own kind of, it did what it did in a way that, for once, really had a positive effect on me.
That's encouraging.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
That's encouraging, because that's the first time I've ever heard you say that, because it's the first time it's ever happened.
Yeah.
So that's, 1 point for positive emotions.
Yes. And 1 point for LtCol, probably the first positive effect you've ever heard of it. It's usually used for negative reasons. But understand this, maybe it's not a neutral technology. You know what Peter Moon was bringing up about time travel. Understand that time travel is like a firearm. It can be used to save a life, or it can be used to take a life. Time travel, of course, its impacts are far more extensive than merely saving or defending someone or killing someone. But what Peter Moon has brought up is the fact that mankind, in his short-sightedness and his pettiness and his selfishness, and this is understandable selfishness when it comes to people who have lost their relations. Certainly, I would be tempted with time travel to try and go back and bring my parents back. That temptation is there, but we have to think about the repercussions and ramifications. And how would you pull something like that off without impacting the time stream, your timeline, etc.? I believe that Dr. David Lewis Anderson knows this full well, and for that reason, almost subconsciously, is kind of a sentinel or a guardian of the technology in his own way, prohibiting people from having it. He almost considers himself a kind of policeman in the sense that he can sense when other people are developing time travel. He's aware of it, and then my impression is he does kind of intercede or ask what's going on with them. These are usually nation states. It's not like people can do this in their backyards. This requires national funding. Even he was receiving national funding to originally work with this technology. And the LtCol is the same way. Again, this is not something that don't go Leatherface on us and start abducting people and skinning them just so you can make your own Vox Arca. It's not going to work. This is one of those things that we're talking about. Teams of people are generally working on these projects with budget that is astronomical. This is why Peter Moon was talking about that one woman who's offering her life savings or her family estate, essentially $100,000 to.
I don't think it would have seriously dented her family estate. But...
Okay, but whatever she was offering, as Peter said, it's almost an insult, because you're talking about the money that goes into these kinds of activities is millions and millions of dollars, if not billions in some cases, like a space program. So this is something.
David said in about 2003 or there, he appeared on Bucharest TV and said there was at least $6 billion being put into this technology per year.
Thank you.
But that's not a lot of money.
Comparatively speaking. I know what you're saying. By the way, Peter Moon's thinking big. And by the way, when you start dealing with Department of Defense budgets, it's really like that. It's like, oh, $1 billion here, $1 billion there. Pretty soon you're talking real money. It's, that is like nothing compared to what they just spew into budget black holes elsewhere. But it is still rather remarkable. I mean, that's high game. It's still high game. And it's this is something that the amount of money that it really takes to compensate a man like that to even consider basically whoring out or prostituting his technology, going mercenary with it, would have to be in that range. And that's what Peter meant when he was saying this is almost offensive that the woman was offering what she was offering. But understand that with technology like that, you are half a guardian of it, and half your job is at that point to prevent people from abusing it. So a time machine is like a firearm, but understand this: David Lewis Anderson's technology is still neutral. I will acknowledge, and I do want people to understand this, the Vox Arca is not neutral. This is not like a firearm. This is not like time travel. This is something that is, generally speaking, intrinsically evil. It's not to be abused by any normal person. They could not handle it. It would corrupt them. But understand, if you try to point a finger at me and say, oh, how can we be sure it's not corrupting you? Well, you would know that. You would know that because I would express myself in a manner where that would be obvious. I would express myself like Jameson Reese expressed himself. It was the... Jason Reese was like that without any technology to corrupt him because he's an intrinsically evil person. And I am not. And there are several other factors, and I believe it's really due to my parents, whether biologically or the way they raised me, but certainly biologically, my mother and Adolf Hitler, my biological father. I'm just not the kind of person who could be corrupted by technology like this. And that's because both of those people were extraordinary. And therefore, I have a genetic advantage combined with what was reinforcing that through the cybernetics that made me, in a very real sense, half a machine. At least machine-like blood. The Russians would refer to blood as a liquid organ back in the old Soviet days. And certainly that was the kind of attitude that Dr. John Henry Hagman had. So he would say that I was essentially someone who had a liquid machine inside of me, speaking about my blood. That's how he referenced it. And that also must play a part in my ability to handle the Vox Arca. I simply have capabilities you don't have. And I say that without any sense of elitism. That's just a fact. And this is something also to be taken into account. At any rate, hopefully people now have a better grasp. There's no point, for instance, in handling the mechanism, handing it to anyone to look at. Because that's a challenge, of course, that comes from your average idiot. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that, because there are some people who might say, well, that's a logical question, it's a valid question, why not let engineers look at this? First off, because it's a violation of the mechanism that in the end is harmful to it. Second, even if they dismantled it with the kind of training they have as conventional engineers, physicists even, you could get a physicist, an engineer, and a mechanic to all team up and look at this, and they'll come out with zilch. They won't know what's going on. They'll say, we don't understand how any results could come from this mechanism because they have no concept, or they're not factoring in to their reality the quantum mechanics of the dead, or the kind of power of trauma that went into.
It's out of their wheelhouse, and it is, and it's just like so many. We're moving past this point where, people say, well, academia has lost its credibility as a body politic, and so much of it has to do with the shenanigans they were doing with education. Taking advantage of students, putting them in debt. Academia's reputation.
Well, it's treated as like it's a non-profit charity, when in reality they're a cash cow money laundering scheme. I mean, it's horrible. They're juicing students through their student loans, and they're a mafia. They're
See, this is the way, money grubbing works, and it's like this, and this is why the whole timeline, the law of time that Stephanie South has talked about, or Jose Arguelles talked about, this whole idea where everybody's trying to make money off of each other. and rather than to heal the person, rather than to help the person. So this is the community of friends, tribe, the tribe.
Yes.
The concept of the tribe. Everybody takes care of each other.
By the way, I want you to know something horrible happened while I used the Vox Arca. Alexander Dugin, the man who was so promoted by Alex Jones as Vladimir Putin's brain, his daughter was in a car that suddenly exploded, burst into flames. The police are...
Is this the one that happened in Moscow?
Yes, there was a explosion.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
One of our friends that we were meeting with today,
Yeah.
in the park, was Russian. She's Russian.
Uh-huh.
She immigrated here. Yeah. And she was talking about this. She said Putin's top guy's daughter. She didn't mention Dugin.
Yeah, it's Alexander Dugin. Go on.
I had no idea it was Dugin's daughter. Yeah. This is shocking to me. Yeah. Wow. And oh, wow.
I saw her die through the Vox Arca.
Okay. Well, tell us more.
Not much to say. I saw a car explode, and I saw a woman burning, screaming, dying horribly in terrible pain, and she was very much a follower of her father, and I could sense all the hatred and rage that her father had instilled in her, and she died angry, and that was what I saw amongst all the other visions that were sweeping. And when it came to the news, as soon as I came out and basically walked the machine down, there's a series of steps to take it through. Then I heard from my Slavic community contacts, Douglas, did you know someone just assassinated Alexander Dugin's daughter, and Putin is blaming the Ukrainians? Putin says that the Ukrainians are waging a war of terrorism on Russian soil now, and he will retaliate with nuclear weapons. So he's already threatened nuclear response over this. And Alexander Dugin, by the way, finally, if you really do look this up, just Alexander Dugin's daughter dying in an explosion in Russia, they are finally beginning to acknowledge the fact that Alexander Dugin is one of the most influential men in the Russian Empire. That basically they've begun to acknowledge that many of Putin's speeches are simply regurgitating Alexander Dugin's talking points. Alexander Dugin, the important thing to emphasize about him is if you ever look at the symbol that he uses, and then take a look at the traditional symbol for chaos, which is the arrows pointing in all directions. This is not representative of the compass points, the 8 corners of the compass. When you see them without the compass circle, that's the sign of chaos. It's the all direction sign, and that was used by Michael Moorcock in his series of novels. The When They Spracketh of the he wrote this series of novels about this albino dwarf and his sword that was a trapper of souls, and he wrote of the chaos enemy basically as that symbol. He described that distinctively based on his own knowledge of chaos magic, and that was the symbol Michael Aquino often used privately, as well as his covens and cabals, and within the Temple of Seth. So understand that he is openly published that on the cover of his books. If you ever take a look at Alexander Dugin's books, that's the symbol that graces the covers of his books. He is a chaosist, meaning that he is determined to bring about the end of the world. He may have sacrificed his own daughter. I got that feeling in the vision through the Vox Arca in order to promote Putin's rage towards bringing about that end of the world. Alexander Dugin would be the kind of man to sacrifice his own daughter towards that end. He is, after all, a religious affiliate of Michael Aquino. When I was sent behind the Iron Curtain, when I visited Russia for a period of a few weeks, it was Duginites, his followers, that I rendezvoused with in the name and under orders from Michael Aquino. So, by the way, Viviana Sanchez says, hello, you sound so much better and stronger, Douglas. Good to see and hear you tonight. My best to her and to Lori Sugai, who mentions Time Cop as a film that reminds her of David Louis Alexander. And Shelley Rains was speaking as well as Marky Milk, and who was interacting with Peter Moon. And my thanks to all of you in the chat. Hope to get to some of you I may have missed later. But thank you, Peter. You have quite a few of your listeners here tonight, and just a lot of people in the audience where our numbers are high. And thanks always, of course, to you returning from Romania, and the number of people who access your timeline, and definitely appreciate it having you on tonight. How are you feeling? Are you with us a few more minutes?
But I'm going to try and answer Mary Milk's question, which is it's hard to make any sense. She says, was wondering if Peter has anything interesting to speak about Camp Hero at Montauk, specifically the comms base, if familiar. And then I asked her, what does comms base mean? And she answered me, let's see, what did she answer me here? Communications base, abandoned ritualistic paraphernalia was observed inside base near a water tower. I think she's referring to the AT&T building, and I don't believe it's abandoned, but maybe it is. If it is abandoned, that's new. I could find out, although ritualistic paraphernalia was observed inside. If the base was abandoned and there's ritualistic inside, that could be kids going there or cults going there, either one, and doing ritual stuff.
Both. The cults bring the kids.
Yeah. I would imagine that's what it was. I'd have to call one of my friends at the base to find out if there's anything. But no, I wasn't aware of that. And it does, whatever it is, it doesn't sound like... Well, yeah, I can't discount it. I don't know.
Right. By the way, Peter, I want you to know that Holly Koditis Kiefer, wonderful human being who's also a contributor, she brings to our attention the fact that the Russians are trying to spin this as an assassination attempt against Alexander Dugin, thereby openly promoting Alexander Dugin as a man of great importance to Putin's administration. And they're trying to say, oh, it was an attempt to kill Alexander Dugin, but he got his daughter instead. That's not the impression that I got, even though that's the official Russian line. That's not the impression that I got through the Vox Arca. The impression that I got was more of a sacrifice of his daughter that he did not ask her permission to participate in, that he was willing to strike out himself just so that he could antagonize further the situation, exacerbate it further, and almost create a demand for an escalatory response on the part of Vladimir Putin, whom he manipulates. He's basically Putin's Rasputin. So these are grim and terrifying times. The one thing that people are bringing up is it possible, I'm getting an email, is it possible that your using the Vox Arca somehow triggered this? I don't believe that I could get people to perform something against their will using the Vox Arca. This was something that I witnessed, and rather this was something that was planned out. But when I used the Vox Arca, it's almost like somehow that speeded up the process. I do get that feeling. There is that feeling there. Remember, this is not neutral technology. It's not something that the user alone manipulates in a very real sense. It manipulates the world around the user. So there is that potential there that maybe, the sacrifice would have been conducted at some point, but this kind of like triggered it sooner.
It's of course speculative. The one thing before I go I want to say is, as I was talking with this woman, we were all talking with her. But I sort of took center stage when she brought up. She said that Putin's top ally was his daughter was killed, and we were speculating on whether this was a message. She thought maybe one of the oligarchs had done this, and I said if they got to this guy, it's like they're sending a message to Putin's top guy to switch his
Allegiance.
Yeah, because there are a lot of people that don't like Putin. But this, now that I find out there's Dugin, it puts a different complexion. It's kind of like, I mean, if we nix the idea that he did it himself, it's like, it doesn't make sense that somebody would be sending Dugin a message unless they really knew who he was. And, it does make sense what you say about him doing it himself.
Thank you.
But I mean, it makes a lot of sense, because why would they want to go after him? Or maybe they are sending a message to him. I don't know. It's an interesting development, and what the whole thing does, it validates your geopolitics more than anything.
Thank you. And we love you dearly, Peter. Always a blessing to have you with us. Your life is a gift to us, and share our love with Paula, of course. And have yourself a blessed night. I look forward to speaking with you privately, just casually, sometime soon, before Friday. And
all right,
you take care.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. All right, and that's Dear Peter Moon. Let's see if Brandon Young is still with us. His icon is still there. Brandon, are you with us, good sir? Let's see if he's there.
Still here.
There we are, my dear Brandon. Thank you. So it's a little after midnight where you're at. How are you holding up?
I'm fine.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And let's see if we can bring on Sammy Romero. And with that, we're going to give that a try, see if we can call him back. And how's by the way, how often do you speak with Kelsey? Are you like seeing her on a daily basis, or are both of you just meeting a few times a week, or how's that usually?
Whenever there's a full moon.
Yes, I should respect your privacy. I shouldn't ask questions like that on air. I'm sorry. My apologies.
No, every day.
Yeah. Okay. Every day. Wonderful. Oh, that's wonderful. That's so blessed. Really excited for the both of you. And Sammy Romero is with us. Kind sir, I was wondering if you could hold the stage with dear Brandon. Let's test your audio.
Hello? How do I sound?
You sound great.
Hey, Sammy.
Yes.
If there's background noise, I apologize.
No, that background noise it's nothing. It's nothing. It's birds chirping. It's
Okay.
like it's like the crickets behind Peter. I'll always call him crickets, even though he uses the term katydids. I don't know if you heard Brandon, but he was able to hear you. Do say hello to Brandon.
Hi, Brandon.
Hey,
How you doing, Brandon?
Yes.
Good.
No, I'm all right.
Okay.
By the way, I liked your urban accent earlier. That's hilarious.
My T accent.
Oh, that's awful. Oh, that's just
No, it is
awful.
bad.
It's terribly hilarious. Yes.
There we are.
Yes.
Oh, boy, this is my easy E accent.
By the way, I'm putting a ha-ha on Brandon, who's obviously being sarcastic. He's bringing up, and I believe you brought this up publicly. What you sent me in the link, we can speak of publicly, right? Because you have brought this up publicly before, yes?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, okay. So for those of you who don't know, one of Brandon Young's relations is a mobster, and when you look him up on Wikipedia, Gordon O'Brien, he's actually got that right beside his name, like that's a legitimate career option. Like, like you would put that onto like former employment on a business or a job application. What'd you do before? Mobster. It's like this. They got it right beside his name, and I think that's hilarious. That's funny. That it goes to show that not all careers need to be conventional. But because these men are who they are, I'll leave Brandon and Sammy the stage so they can speak about their mob connections. And that will be enlightening and educational for all. And Sammy, before I refresh myself, how was your day? Anything you want to bring to my attention now?
I was, I was playing babysitter, and it's always interesting. and that's really all I have to say. But it's just doing errands. Really, I'm just doing errands.
Understood. Okay.
Adulting, and catching up on some sleep, and just all those things that you need. The older you get, you start realizing, you need to catch up on the rest. So that's pretty much it. Paying bills, or all that fun stuff that nobody likes to do, but we have to survive.
Yes, thank you. So I do want to remind people, I've had some wonderful people ask some very earnest questions, and before I refresh myself so that I don't forget, while these two gentlemen are here, I do want to answer one of those questions. Somebody asked me very respectfully an honest and legitimate question about how I managed to live without my health completely collapsing during the time that I was taking care of my parents through 11 years. And we did not have very much access to blood at all, or to sex for that matter. Obviously, when people ask questions like that, there's a bit of humor attached, I would suspect. How did you manage to live without fucking? But basically, the situation was horrible, and it was like a living death. It was worse than death. Of all the careers that I had, it was the most stressful, was care provision for my parents through the 11 years that they were dying. And my father, of course, died before my mother did, 5 years before my mother did. And the only way that I survived, just so people understand this, is when I'm not getting enough blood, I'm essentially suffering from malnutrition, as I mentioned. But do take a look at the science of this. In this case, we're not really talking too much about the mystical. There really is very little mystical about being physiologically born a vampire or a half vampire. Basically, if you're drinking blood, you're simply intaking nutrition. And because nutrition can conceivably be brought in other forms, it's simply a question of your body's ability to process that incoming nutrition. So with true physiological vampires, their body can really truly only process blood. So as truly hematophagic creatures, they're like cats, in the sense that a cat can never become a vegetarian, and there's no point in trying to convert a cat to vegetarianism, which is just animal cruelty. So you have to give a cat, as a true carnivore, meat. So that's like the physiology of what I am. Nevertheless, because I'm only a quarter vampire, not so much like my mother being half vampire and truly needing blood often. And the real thing, I can get away with supplementation, and that is a lot of vitamins. So during the time that both my parents were alive, they had their income. So I was able to afford vitamin supplementation, which is astronomically expensive. And in those days, I was buying, they don't produce it anymore. And if you look for it online, what you're going to find is just shit. It's not the real thing. But there was this vitamin company in Oakland, right across the bay from my Golden Gate at San Francisco, part of the greater Bay Area Metroplex region. This company right across the bay was producing Super Nutrition, that's the name of the company, Men's Blend. They were ultimately purchased and bought out by some other company, but the Super Nutrition Men's Blend used to produce a superfood compound vitamin, and these were horse capsules. These were enormous. These were big capsules that your average person wouldn't like to swallow, and you would take 6 of them at a time. And this is like when I met one of their spokespersons, and I told them I couldn't live without these vitamins, and she confirmed the fact that, yes, you can go without eating. If you take 6 of these vitamins at once, you can go, if you realize you're not going to be able to eat throughout the day, you can take 6 of these vitamins at once and you will last throughout the day. And I was taking 6 of those every day that I was taking care of my parents. Every day. So the bottle had 180 pills, and I would finish a bottle in a month, in 30 days. So I'd go through a bottle a month, and the bottle was like over $100, at least. And so that was like, in this day and age, of course, I'm trying to get back into something like that. When I looked up Super Nutrition's Men's Blend, they don't produce that anymore. They produce this bullshit called Super Nutrition Men's Blend, and that says 1 a day. And the formulary's completely fucked up. If you took 6 of those pills, you would get sick because they're, for one thing, they've jacked up the vitamin A. And I don't know why vitamin companies do this, because you can pretty much overdose, quote unquote. You can really take enormous amounts of vitamin C, D, any vitamin but A. Vitamin A will kill you. And vitamin A is like one of those things that you'll die horribly. Your hair will fall out, all kinds of other shit if you get vitamin A poisoning. It's like you don't want to be doing that. And yet every multivitamin overloads on vitamin A. You'll look at it and they'll give you like 200% of what you need. Why would anyone do that? But this is what they do. It's like they're trying to kill you. So it's one of those things where they've got the pills loaded up on vitamin A, so you can only take one safely. And they've like changed the entire formulary. It's not what it was. But you'll see the title gives it away. It's just one a day. When I was trying to contact the company, they were purchased by another company. It's, the only people that I could get a hold of were saying, well, we didn't think anyone would take 6 a day because it's so demanding. And I was like, fuck, I was living off that for years. And then when my parents died and I didn't have any money, I went for years without that. And now that I'm trying to get back into supplementing myself and truly living more healthy, so that I hopefully never experience syncopal collapses again, then I definitely, nutrition's not the reason for it really, but, in a sense it is. This is one of the reasons that I do need income. So everybody, do appreciate the income. And of course, I'm trying to fix up the website and take more charge of it so that I can use that to kind of replace what the Facebook used to be, and start communicating with the public more through the website. I don't, it's basically maintained for me, and I don't have much to do with it. So I definitely, they said for 6 months worth of full access consultation with the Bluehost staff, where during their mountain time zone hours, I could contact their staff and talk to them about website advice so that I can work the website, which I otherwise am too ignorant to touch. I'm too technophobic to touch it. Then they basically said it'll be $774 for 6 months. And maybe 6 months is all I need. Maybe after learning enough during 6 months that I can handle the website myself. I think that would be the case. So I'm trying to raise that amount of money, enough for paying for supplements. Obviously, ideally, my supporters would provide several $100s just to make certain, of course, that I maintain the rent and supplements coming in that V helps me to get. So just remember, we're trying to fundraise tonight, and hopefully you will respond. Definitely, it always helps. I would truly be homeless without the support from my listeners. So God bless you all. When I come back, I'll go into monologue very shortly thereafter. These two gentlemen have got you covered. Shout out to the Real Tech Geek. Real Tech Geek is getting ready to vacation. He hasn't had a vacation in a long time. Says he's going to Yellowstone, which is burning, which is under conflagration of wildfires. So I guess he wants to roast some marshmallows or something. In the interim, I'm going to go mute. These two gentlemen have you covered with their mob connections or whatever else they wish to speak about. And love you both. Both you wonderful gentlemen. Right. Thank you so much. I couldn't do it without you. God bless you both. And we are going to... So she's bringing me the new formula.
Thank you.
Yeah, from this one lady. And it's iron-free, which is good because most men would get iron poisoning. I, of course, need iron because I'm like a bitch like that. And I'm vampiroid, so it's like I'm iron insufficient. But hey, enough of me. Love to Brandon and Sammy, and these gentlemen are the best.
All right. Sammy.
Hey, Brandon.
What up, Sammy?
Hey, how you doing? Not much, but I don't got no mob connections. I don't. So.
No. I have one. I'll send you, if you look at the, I'll send the link. Okay. But it's, right. But whatever, who gives a crap about it? You know what I mean? Who I don't care. So, I don't want to, it's nothing I want to promote. You know what I mean?
Right.
But what I want to do, Sam, and I need your help on this, is I need you to promote my rap album, and because I'm coming out as like I'm from Watts, right? In South Central, like that's my hood and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So,
oh my God.
So I'm coming out with, it's called White Boy on the Block. I don't know how relevant it might be. but white boy is like it's spelled BOI. So like,
you know what?
Well,
I'm gonna tell you one. I'm gonna tell you one thing. That might be an omen because the arts district, or quote unquote downtown, is all gentrified. So it's only a matter of time. Yeah, it's only a matter of time.
You know what? Like when I started moving go ahead. Sorry.
Right.
Go ahead.
Well, it's because there used to be a bunch of strip clubs over there.
Man.
I don't. You see, I don't. Honestly, I don't know, but my friends, they were big time strip club guys, and
yeah, of course you don't.
They started.
No,
of course not. Right?
No.
I'm just a pastor's gift. So anyways,
no, you're just observing them.
Well, anyways, they started. It is what it is. They started buying up. Developers started buying up real estate, especially in the early 10s.
Yeah. And
a lot of those strip clubs are pretty much gone.
This downtown LA or around that area?
It's the Arts District.
Okay.
Arts District. Pretty much by 7th Street, by Union Station.
Okay.
Those pockets that used to be heavy industrialized. Actually, Warner Brothers Records actually moved in a big ass facility close to I believe 6th Street or 7th Street, one of those. But it's just the thing is, it's just part of anything, like any city. I mean, you look at Brooklyn and New York.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Biggie's apartment is now occupied by some.
No, but
by some hipster chick.
Well, I know, like even like now, like it's become so gentrified. Like I was like, you remember Bushwick Bill?
Yeah.
Right, he's from Bed-Stuy, and that was kind of cool. Right. And like some of the Wu-Tang was from Bed-Stuy, whatever. And
right.
Now it's all white hipsters. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it's not good.
Well, like I said, it's a cycle. To me, it's all a cycle. I mean, they did the same thing with Chicago.
Right.
In certain areas of Chicago. So, it is what it is. But
yeah.
But
I remember going to LA. What?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I'm from South Central, as you know.
Right.
No, but I did live there in Koreatown, right? So
okay.
It was kind of close to like downtown LA, and
right.
It was already being gentrified when I was there. So I can imagine now,
yes. But
yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, just real quick. I was just saying my friend had a house, and I would stay at his house, and next door was a former strip club. And instead, I remember hearing like lasers going off in the house, and it was just this house that would like lasers were going off. It was a big like roller rink or something, right? And I'm like, what is going on in there? And the dude, whoever it was, it might have been Snoop Dogg or Dr. Dre or whatever, had bought this little building in downtown LA and put in a movie theater screen so he could play video games.
Wow.
And he was playing old school Nintendo video games on this giant screen.
Wow.
It was nuts, dude.
Interesting.
Yeah, LA's crazy, man. LA is nuts.
Yeah, pretty much it's a city where pretty much just like it's not quite New York, but the thing about LA is it's very spread out.
Yep.
It's big, but it's not big at the same time.
Right.
I went to San Francisco, like I told you a couple of months ago, and San Francisco is different and it's very unique. But LA to me, it's how to say it. You can get lost in the sense of you forget it's Los Angeles.
Exactly.
Especially when you don't, past, when you move towards Wilshire, more towards South Central and all these areas.
Yep.
Then it's a different ball game because you can kind of feel like the vibe is not the same. But I'll tell you what, even the West Side and Beverly Hills, all these areas are very dangerous right now.
Yep. Very
dangerous. A lot of robberies and carjackings and ever since the pandemic, really. Yeah, ever since the pandemic, where Rodeo Drive is very dangerous. Even where we just talking about Anne Heche.
Yeah.
Anne Heche is that whole incident to me was very, very odd in the sense of how she passed away. From what I heard, is that she actually wanted to die, in the sense of she wasn't dead. She chose. She wanted out. She wanted out. But then again, her relationship with Alan probably didn't help. From what I've heard, Alan is not a very nice person.
No,
being gay or not, she's very she's a character, like anybody in the entertainment industry. But her in particular, she I've heard a lot of things that she's not very nice. But,
well, I'll never forget, Sammy, is like what was it, a couple seasons ago? It was like her and George W. Bush sitting in the skybox at the World Series.
Right.
And she was next to him having a good old time, sharing a hot dog with him and stuff. And we were like, what the heck? Like, this is the guy that voted against gay rights or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. Yeah. I mean, like I tell you, the Bushes are from Compton. They actually stay in Compton.
Really?
They're actually one of the reasons why there's ranches in Compton.
No.
Look it up. They were in Compton. The Bushes.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yes. Can you imagine them like listening to like Kool and the Gang and like freaking Dr. Dre and like freaking Easy,
right?
And, like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Absolutely.
Rolling in my 6'4".
Well, that's the thing about them, is the Bushes they moved around a lot. They for being a one of the American dynasties, let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
They like to move, and they're they have their views and everything, but they do integrate. I mean, the other Bush, what's that guy's name? Jeb Bush?
Master
his
P.
wife?
No, yeah.
Jeb Bush, he married his wife. I'm not sure if they're even married still.
Wow,
but his wife is from Guanajuato, Mexico.
That's right.
If you look at his kids, I mean, you can mistake them from any ordinary Hispanic kid, here in LA. So,
you're exactly right. That's a good point.
It's a different vibe with them. I don't know. I just
want to, what I'm dying to see, Sammy, is, you know how like Mike Tyson is in New York Hustler by Ice-T or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
That video, like, imagine like George H.W. Bush with like a beanie on and like on a cell phone, like in that video, like making plays and shit, rolling dice.
Right. Well,
that'd
you know
what?
Funny. Rumor has it that Eazy-E, one of the reasons why he was quote unquote came up with AIDS was because he donated to George Bush.
No,
I mean,
really.
That's one of the urban legends that
wow, interesting.
He went to the Republican convention and he donated to the George Bush campaign. But it is what it is. Well, that's the thing about it is
who would take him out though? Like the Al Gore West Coast team, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, Eazy-E's background is very interesting because he actually has a connection to the Contras.
No, really?
His cousin had a plug with the Coke.
Whoa!
And his cousin actually ended up getting killed over a drug deal, a bad drug deal. Some raza killed him, and Eazy-E ended up inheriting the bulk of the shipment, and he ended up selling it off the dope, and that's how he pretty much started his record business. Was
crazy.
The means of that, but he his connection with the Bushes is not too far off in a sense.
Wow.
It's all there. It's just it's one of those things. It's kind of like with you and that dude that tried to take you out. The fact that I mean the fact that you're Brandon, as far as you're not a dork, and I don't mean to be insulting to him, but it's just to me with that in other words. There's really no comparison in a sense from you and them, from that guy, because I think you're just, from the feel of it, you're just a better person. He's just a way better person, caliber and stuff. But I digress.
I appreciate it.
But you'd be surprised at what connections people have to people. That's one of the things I've learned about growing up is, the world is big, but it's not too big.
Yeah, I heard that. Who's that? The West Coast Nate Dogg.
Yeah.
Warren G's and actually Snoop Dogg's cousin is Queen Elizabeth's son. Now imagine that. I love Nate Dogg though. I love Nate Dogg. Just shout out to Nate Dogg.
Yeah. He was in the Navy too. That's one thing about him. Yes, he has a military background.
Oh.
And look, that's one of the things about the whole. When you start growing up, you start investigating certain stuff. Because a lot of it sometimes because you're bored.
Yeah.
You start realizing there's all these entertainers really are ordinary people, but their backgrounds are very interesting. Like when she's talking about James Manfield earlier.
Yep. Yes.
James Manfield, I looked her up. She's very attractive.
Oh yeah.
In fact, compared to what people call attractive now, like compared to Kim Kardashian, she makes Kim Kardashian look like a dyke.
Well, Kim Kardashian has to spend $1 million to try to look like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So right. So it's just comparing the past to the present.
Yeah.
Beauty was beauty back in the days. But even then, it's just a little different. But hey, so I'm gonna start getting into Game of Thrones, and I have to kind of have to isolate myself because a lot of my coworkers are like big Game of Thrones fans. And,
they are, or they aren't?
They are. So I have to kind of tell them like, hey, you can't really be talking about it because then you're gonna kill the experience.
That's right. Yeah.
So, but I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan. So that's one of the things that I was talking to my friend about that. As far as Lord of the Rings and or pretty much the whole actual world. Yeah. I'm gonna look forward to this Amazon series because
hell yeah,
I would like them to go into like the She-Love. Characters like She-Love.
Yeah,
and all these areas. Cara Dingle, obviously, even the Witch King from Angmar.
Angmar,
all these little characters to me that were very fascinating. Also, like for example, the Watcher in the Water. And Moria.
Yep.
All these little nuances that I always wondered because Peter Jackson did what he could, but I don't think Peter Jackson
did everything.
Did everything, So that's one of the things that.
Well, he didn't even have Tom Bombadil in the movie, right? So like it was or the Scouring of the Shire. You know what I'm saying? So like
absolutely. And see that Tom Bombadil is one of those anomalies where it's like how can you leave him out?
Well, he's like the Logos incarnate. You know what I'm saying? He's like he's like the spirit of nature incarnate or something like that. Because you find out like he's mad old. He's older than the elves. He's older than the trees. He's older than the stars, even like he says. Right. So like why he has a mind.
Right. And to me,
the ring has no effect on him. You know what I'm saying? He takes it. He throws it up in the air. He's like, "What's this? I don't know."
Yeah, it's almost like he was indifferent to what the hell was going on in the world. Like, whatever, almost like a rerun,
but he does intervene on behalf of Sam and Frodo with, like, Old Man Willow is, like, trying to kill them. You know what I'm saying? The nature spirit. And he just is like, what are you doing? I command you, or whatever. Wow, he does it he speaks and speaking of rap, he speaks in rhyme. You know what I'm saying? So he comes up, he's like, "Oh man, Willow, what are you doing, you silly little Willow?" Or whatever. And then like somehow the naming of things is a magic in itself that unwinds everything. He has this like superpower, but the One Ring Amazon, or Rings of Power rather. So I met John Evans, the blind bard. About 15 years ago, I guess, something like that, whatever it was. Through this thing called the Silmarillion Seminar. It was this tiny little podcast. on Tolkien's previous book, The Lord of the Rings, right? And back then, I said to him, I said, John, I said, wouldn't it be cool if the Tolkien professor someday met Stephen Colbert? Because Colbert was like a big Lord of the Rings nerd, right? Whatever.
Right.
So I set up this Facebook page. Everyone can go to it. Feel free to put a link in the chat. No, but I don't care. But you can. It's the Tolkien professor versus Stephen Colbert, and it's been around for 15 years. We never thought Stephen Colbert would even know who Tolkien professor was or who we were. But he's like, yeah, he's like, in San Diego Comic-Con this year, when he led the panel for Rings of Power, he said, I want to tip my hat to the Tolkien professor and the Silmarillion seminar.
Wow.
I listened to 105 of their podcasts, and they spend every detail on Tolkien, every word, every sentence they analyze. And I'm like, hell yeah, validation, you know what I'm saying? But like people are like complaining about like black dwarves and like female dwarves and like elves that look a different way, or like older people and like whatever, like all the like diversity or whatever. Right. And it's like, do you guys have no imagination? You know what I'm saying? Like Tolkien said that he wanted other people to brush up his painting with their own paintings, and imagination, so this, I can't wait to see this thing. I think it's September 2nd it comes out, but I've seen a lot of behind the scenes stuff. I have not seen the series. Some people have, I guess, and they're really pumping it out. But I think it's going to be good, man. Yeah.
I have a question though, and I'm sure you've already answered this, you and John.
Yeah.
I know people have asked you this probably, but why didn't they just ride those eagles to Mount Doom and just drop it off? But then again,
it's funny because so the eagles only show up. Eagles are, like, we used to call them eucatastrophe. So they only whenever the eagles show up, Tolkien had a word for it called the eucatastrophe, which is instead of the catastrophe, which is like kind of sort of the bad ending. The eucatastrophe is this out of nowhere good ending, that you don't see. So like at the very edge of Mount Doom when that was weird. You hear that?
Yeah, that's the person I'm babysitting right now. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, God bless them. And so when they're on Mount Doom and they're dying, like the eagles come down and rescue them out of nowhere. In The Hobbit, same thing, they rescue, they just come out of nowhere. They're like a grace, and they're sent by Manwë, who is one of the Valar, who's the gods, which you don't really hear about in Lord of the Rings much. But so it's not like they're a button to be called down on at any time. They have their own independent agency. It's not like you can just be like, oh, come on, this is going to be easy. Also, what I heard recently was pretty interesting was at the same time, even if they tried that, Sauron had the 9 Witch Kings, or not the 9 Witch Kings, I'm sorry, the Nazgûl floating around the Mount Doom, so protecting it at the time. So if an eagle came by with like 2 hobbits, that dragon would have came over and burnt it to a crisp, or something. It would have been probably not the best move,
Yeah, that actually does make sense.
But you know what? That's like a beginner question. Like I same thing. Like it was like everybody asked that. It's like, well, why didn't the eagles just bring it? Or like why didn't they just destroy it immediately, or or whatever? Like, but there is. It's a good question though.
But by the way, and just correct me if I'm wrong. So Gandalf and Sauron, are they in the same class?
Yes.
Or are they? Okay.
Kind of.
Go ahead.
Okay, so like they're both lesser Valar, which are called Maya, Maia, and the Maya are kind of like lesser spirits. If you think about like Valar being angels. Let's just say, just for comparison, or gods. Like you have Vulcan, you have Zeus, you have all these different Aphrodite, Athena, and all these people. You have sort of like gods that like are their apprentices, you know?
Right.
And the Astari, who are the wizard race, which there are 5 of them. There are 2 blue wizards, which you never hear about. And then there are the 3 that we do hear about, which is Gandalf, who studies under the Valar of Nienor, who is the goddess of beauty and grief, which is really interesting. Her grief and her crying is from where her beauty chiefly comes. And then, so he comes from her. So he has like an understanding for the suffering of the world. Anyway, he's in the Maya class. So he's confined to a body, but he is essentially a spirit.
Right.
And same thing with Radagast, same thing actually with Saruman. Even though, as you see Saruman being a wizard too, he falls from grace. And he, on reincarnation, just like Doug was talking about earlier, Doug was talking about this with like the Buddhist conception of hungry ghosts and being reincarnated in several lifetimes.
I have another question.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking.
No, go ahead.
So what about Durin's Bane? Is he a Maya as well?
Durin?
If I'm mistaken.
No.
The Durin's Bane, the guy, the creature underneath Mount Doom, where remember he was awakened. Is he a Maya as well? Or?
Gotcha. So Durin's Bane is like the
Durin's
title
Bane.
for what we would call a Balrog.
Okay, Balrog. There you go.
A Balrog was essentially created in this age that you'll see in the Rings of Power, the first and second age, where it's almost like it's an independent evil entity. Like Sauron is a Maya, Melkor is the Valar that fell, like almost like a Lucifer figure. And then there's Shelob, but then there's the mother of Shelob, Ungoliant, which is a spider that is so out of control, and that it just starves on the famine that is itself, and is its own hunger and stuff. It's really interesting how he describes it, but so like what was the question again? Sorry.
So are the Balrogs as well Maya as what I'm saying?
No, it doesn't really say, but we can assume that they might be fallen Maya, because remember, like, Gandalf has a really tough time defeating it. He knows that if he goes that way into
Go ahead.
What is that?
That's the
I'm sorry,
that's the person I'm babysitting. That's the child I'm babysitting.
Oh boy.
Yes, sorry.
Go on. You're both doing wonderful.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, so the Balrog, anyway, it is a fire being, but there are 2 types of fire. There is the fire that from below, and there's the fire, the heavenly, the secret fire, which Gandalf keeps. And he's the servant of the secret fire. And this being is from the beginning of the ancient evil fire. And it is a fallen god that can only do it, but he knows that he has to sacrifice himself in order to defeat it. So it's not essentially, it's not too much is talked about with the Balrogs, but there is definitely more than one. And they definitely don't have wings, as depicted in the movie. It says nothing about their wings, and so, but people like to imagine them with little tiny wings like Cthulhu.
Well said. Yeah, thank you. That's helpful.
Wait, and by the way, the lovely Viviana Sanchez, who is welcome to come on with us if she would like, anytime. She does say she recalls Brando speaking about this group. I take it both of you gentlemen were speaking of some writing group or something? Or
what do you think? I don't know. I think it was maybe the group where I had a podcast, and now it's turned into a university called the Silmarillion Seminar, which is now Mythgard Institute.
Yeah.
Wow.
Signum University.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So you've had a real impact on our world. And of course, also in the chat room, the Shelley Rains of Australia brings up the fact that vitamin A dissolves your intestines, in overloaded amounts. The Real Tech Geek brings up the fact that care provision for his grandmother was similarly catastrophic, traumatic, close to 5 years. He points out not getting laid in his 20s. He says the entire time was exhausting mentally, especially taking care of her animals. Yes, I can imagine. And George Knight, he brings up the fact that Alexander Dugin definitely killed his own daughter. They were both scheduled to travel together in the same vehicle, and then Alexander decided to travel separately. Well, that alone, yeah. Thank you, George Knight. Very important. And yes, and Real Tech Geek also concurs that the first thing he thought was the Dugin daughter was a sacrifice. I find it interesting that the Russian individual speaking with Peter Moon brings up, this high-level person around Putin, his daughter was attacked, died, and yet didn't mention that it was Dugin. I find that quite telling. And I think that says a lot as well, that people are afraid to speak Alexander Dugin's name, just like Rasputin. And in other words, the Russian people fear him, and enough so that his name is like unmentionable, that it shouldn't pass one's lips. So that being said, I did get a strong feeling again of betrayal when I had that vision of her dying. So it is, I think. I think we understand the game here. They're going to escalate, and I'll get into the geopolitics tonight. But both of you gentlemen, you're holding so well. Please, by all means, continue talking for a few more minutes. I'll finish drinking this Coke, and then my tea is steeping. I'll grab my tea in a few minutes, and then I'll start monologuing. But,
all right.
Both of you are great. And honestly, of course, I think that Brandon Young is quite cruel to play a trick on blind Mr. Evans. Getting the fire.
He loved it.
Yeah, he enjoyed it. I take it easy.
He enjoyed it. He thought he was being initiated into a secret society.
There we are.
But by the time the chains were attached, he kind of understood that it was a different game. No, I'm joking. I love John. He's fine. I spoke to him recently. He's doing fine.
Yes. Wonderful. So, both of you men continue. And, of course, for those of you who don't know, Michael Aquino wrote his own fan fiction that he had published about the Lord of the Rings from the perspective of, what was it from the perspective again? The Dark Elves, was it? Or?
Yeah, no, there's that. But it also it's from the perspective of Melkor.
Yes, thank you.
And it's called the Morlindale.
Yeah.
Or as he said, Morlandale.
Thank you. Yes.
But Song of Infinite Darkness instead of the Ainulindale, which is the song of the Ainur, which is the opening chapter of the Silmarillion, where creation, Arda, Ea, is made from the singing of the angelic hosts, including Sauron and Melkor. So he basically takes the perspective of what you would essentially almost like a Milton's Paradise Lost, where Milton took the perspective of Lucifer falling.
Yes.
He takes the perspective of Melkor and sees, the Iluvatar was a tyrant. I had no choice. You should all follow me. Kind of a thing.
Yes.
So I've never read it, to be honest, but I know people that have. So
yeah, and by the way, what was I going to say? What does that bring to mind? Yes, there was this one guy on Facebook. I can't remember his name. I wish I could, so I could credit him. But at that time, Aquino was still alive, And when you and I had discussed this on air, then he entered in a comment into one of my Facebook posts saying, "I can't wait for Aquino to rewrite the novel Jaws from the perspective of the shark."
Exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah. It's that sort of a thing, you know. It's like, you know, that's basically what it is, you know. But it does show the massive spectrum and appeal of someone like a J.R.R. Tolkien can have, from, you know, Satanists to Catholics, you know.
Yes, that's quite true. That's quite true. I've heard people argue that his is the ultimate neo-pagan novel, whereas other people argue it's the ultimate Christian novel. And I can see both their points.
Yeah.
The Christianity comes from the self-sacrifice of, or the willingness of the Hobbit, or, you know, the dwarf. Whatever.
Frodo.
Yeah, Frodo. Oh my fucking God. There was this one chick who I met who was just a receptionist at a hospital who was named after one of the one character in the novel, but it must have been there's only, I mean, first off, just so people who didn't get it, just understand that Dr. Tolkien was fucking gay, okay? I mean, he's got no females in the fucking novel except for one, basically, as a gimmick. I mean, yeah, there's some females alluded to, but they're so peripheral that they're just like, you know, the only one that's really stands out as a gimmick is the one who killed the Night Gaunt or whatever, you know, that no man can kill me.
Eowyn.
Thank you. Thank you.
But she's such a strong character, and even though they even had to invent for the films, they had to invent like more stronger female characters.
Thank you.
Like in The Hobbit, Tauriel, who is a female elf that does not exist in the books at all. Tolkien did have, whenever he does have a female character, they are incredibly valiant and strong. Galadriel, think of her, the woodland elf queen, how powerful she is. Someone like Nienor, like, you know, the archetype of the feminine. So, and even Eowyn, I would argue, is but you're right, it's mostly men.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, this was a guy who actually enjoyed his time in the trenches in World War I because, you know, I mean, basically all that male company, he couldn't go wrong. And yeah, I do know that when he was going to school, I think he was already kind of called out. By the way, just so people understand this, in England, and George Knight will attest to this, not due to any experience of his own, George Knight is totally straight, but George Knight will attest to the fact that the upper class of England is infamous for breeding gay men. Basically, they just dominate because they go to these elite schools where they just board with each other, and that's where they're usually their first encounter with love really happens in these boarding schools with other young men. And so it's kind of like almost a rite of passage. Really, it's it is what it is, and he's a product of that environment. Dr. Tolkien, the man who wrote, just for people who are wondering who the hell is Douglas talking about.
Yeah,
J.R.R. Okay, it's J.R.R. Tolkien.
Sure.
Yeah, and but you know, that being said, did Sammy disappear on us, or is he?
I don't know.
Yeah, he was.
But you know. I was thinking about the.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, Sammy Romero is a total geek. He's got
yes. I'm a closet geek, unfortunately.
Yes. Oh my God. And but go on, Brandon. Enlighten us some more with some of these.
Well, no, I just was thinking of, you know, C.S. Lewis was a big friend of Tolkien's.
That's right. The Inklings. Tell us about the Inklings.
Of the Inklings, they had this sort of the circle, and they would actually have circle jerks after going to the pub. So there might be something to it. I don't know about the letters that Lewis and Tolkien wrote to each other about their tongues caressing each other.
By the way,
in the heat
joking.
of
he's joking.
In the heat of the Globe Theater. and on a February night, while their bellies are filled with ale.
Disgusting. If not something else.
This sounds like somebody visiting somebody because to do a energy transfer. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm thinking out loud. Go ahead.
No, it's like the beginning of X-Men, where like Apocalypse goes into the pyramids, and they're about to like do the energy body transfer or whatever. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing, but imagine like instead they're just giving each other hand jobs, and and it's two overweight English gentlemen, talking about like fairies and whatnot. Not too many people know this, but that's how Lord of the Rings and Narnia was written, was through a series of hand jobs.
Oh God!
You know what? I can't get through Narnia. I tried watching it, and
some people can't. Yeah,
I can't. It's too with Aslan and all that.
Yeah, and then like Father Christmas shows up out of nowhere.
Yeah, what is it? What is it? Danish delight, that little treat.
Oh, Turkish delight.
Turkish. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Turkish delight.
Yeah,
Turkish delight.
Turkish delight. Yeah, I can't do that.
No. I remember asking my grandmother what it was, and she pulled out some sticky 50-year-old candy that she had saved up, on her bureau, and I think it like took off most of the wood, and she's like, "This is Turkish delight."
Oh my God!
And I'd never liked it since then,
Oh my God, that is hysterical. By the way, isn't that the? I never read Narnia, but from my understanding, because all the Blood Boys loved Harry Potter, at least they did before that before that witch came out with her transphobia and shit. In terms of my understanding is that Harry Potter really loves applets and kotlets, which is purely Turkish. So I don't know if either of you are
interesting.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
It must be inspired by that. It's probably inspired by whatever was going on with the Narnia shit.
I'm sure. Yeah. Well, she's brilliant in that way. She kind of takes a little bit from everything she's read,
Yeah. Yes. And all that being said, do go on. Obviously, you're quite familiar with so much of this, and it's very enlightening in its own way.
Well, I would suggest everybody read instead of Narnia. If you're into C.S. Lewis fiction, start off with his space trilogy, his science fiction trilogy that he wrote while Tolkien was composing Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. That he kind of did as a kind of a parallel to Tolkien. Tolkien is actually a character in the book. If you can imagine a space philologist, then that's the main character. And he goes on, he visits what we call Mars and Venus, and he bumps into the feminine and masculine archetypes and so on and so forth. It's really interesting. It's kind of like no one really reads it anymore, but I would really highly suggest that book as opposed to Narnia, which is really confusing and inconsistent and even out of order in terms of publication order and in terms of like release dates and stuff. So
wow,
What's
the story behind that? Why is it? I'm sorry. Go on, Sammy.
Go ahead, Sammy. Yeah.
No, go ahead, Doug. I'll go right after you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah. So basically, like Lewis wrote them all very quickly, the Chronicles of Narnia, and he had them set up to be published in a certain order, but there is a chronological order as well. So you might often see like a TV show that will go from one season, it will be set in 1996, and then it will be set in 1966, in the next season. So that's what he did with one of the books. He goes back 100 years to the origins of the professor and the wardrobe and so on. So
yeah,
it can be confusing, and that's what Tolkien objected to. He didn't like the inconsistency of the world. So you have these kids discovering this world, but then you have them bumping into Santa out of nowhere. You have them bumping into like all these crazy mythological figures out of nowhere. So he didn't like the inconsistency of it.
Wow. And just to emphasize, the best way to see what our man Brandon Young is talking about, and as Brandon Young complained in a very real sense, not anybody's really reading it anymore. But C.S. Lewis's Christian fiction, he's basically a Christian. He was like, as opposed to Tolkien, who people could basically easily appropriate from any direction. As I pointed out, pagans or Christians or Satanists, they can all take Tolkien. But when it comes to C.S. Lewis, he's obviously Christian. And apparently not obviously, because there's a lot of people who read his stuff and then never realized they were reading, in essence, a kind of very subdued Christian propaganda. But when it comes to C.S. Lewis, the best way to appreciate what he's saying about the solar system, because he's writing about the solar system from a very mystical perspective. This is why people aren't reading it. People aren't reading it because they're reading it and they say, we know the solar system's not like this. What is this shit? They can't get into it. Think of it this way. Think of it as a medievalist perspective of the solar system, in which the man who's the main character is encountering the titular spirits of the planets. This is how in the Middle Ages they viewed the planets as each being the home of a titular spirit, so that the planets were alive. So these are in essence the planets that the character is talking to. Does that make sense? You understand?
Planetary intelligences, almost like in a Swedenborg, Emanuel Swedenborg in a sense.
Yes.
I think he was the person that has basically said that like each planet has essentially its, and you see this in astrology. I mean, or whatever, people talk about Jupiter is in here and so it has this influence, and well, what is that? So like, well, this tradition exists too, in many other traditions, but they have this influence, and so the planets, Venus and Mars in this case, having a tremendous influence, and in fact their own emergent, if you will, intelligence, their emergent planetary intelligence.
Yes. Beautiful. Now say something about the Jaya, the Jaya spirit of Earth in that regard.
Oh, right. There is a spirit of Earth, and the interesting thing, I forget the name of the being, but the spirit of Earth that comes at least in the Paralandra, the science fiction trilogy of C.S. Lewis, is Satan.
There.
And so the planetary intelligence that's associated with Earth is Satan or Lucifer, whatever. And there is a thing that happens that I don't want to spoil it, but Merlin is involved, actual places in the UK and Oxford, and there is sort of a dystopian intelligentsia that has a very important role to play in sort of subjugating all of humanity. And it's funny because their acronym is NICE, nice,
Interesting.
Yeah, but the planetary intelligence, that's what it's a really kind of a interesting thing, because you see the planetary intelligence of Mars or Malacandra and Paralandra are very feminine and very masculine. And he describes the feminine and masculine in very interesting ways, horns with the masculine, a scepter and these different things and attributes. And but you realize, the planetary intelligence of Earth was, I forget the actual name in the books right now, but the being, essentially Lucifer, Satan, is the planetary intelligence of Earth.
Thank you. I mean, that's very important. And so in terms of the Sammy, what can you contribute to this? Come on now, there must be some observations you have to share with us.
I have a question, and this is just me. I'm just curious. I did get into the John Carter books, Edgar Rice Burroughs. Was he in that circle jerk that you talk about, or that's totally different?
He was outside of the circle jerk.
Okay. I don't know if he and Tolkien knew each other. Go ahead.
Not really. Not. I think Burroughs was Edgar Rice Burroughs. I believe is Texan.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, don't forget
wow.
there's a Tarzana, California, named after him. I believe he ultimately moved here. He may have been born
okay.
in Texas. He was born in Texas, but he moved here. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. That's.
Yeah, I don't
His-
know much
his-
about it. Yeah.
His books, they're fiction. I read maybe about the first 4, the John Carter, and they're racy. I gotta give them that. They're a little racy, as far as some of the stuff. There's some sexual elements, like like kind of like mild softcore porn a little bit, because it talks about stuff like that. But at the end though, it got too
Hello.
annoying.
There we
It got a
are.
little bit annoying.
We are bringing on
Hi.
Viviana Sanchez. Honey, so glad you
Go
can
ahead.
join us. Let's test your audio. Let's see if these gentlemen can hear you, honey.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? Hi.
Hi, Vivian.
Yes.
Hey Viv, I can hear you.
Hey, babe.
So glad. Yes. So, honey, do join us. Talk to us about whatever you want to talk about, and if
Welcome.
take us in whatever direction you want to go.
Oh, I just thought I'd step in and say hello to all this wonderful male energy tonight.
Oh, thank you. Welcome
Yeah.
to female energy.
Yes.
To balance
Yeah.
it out,
Yes. And
along with Douglas, of course. I mean, no,
he's somewhere in between. Yeah.
and Peter Moon. Let's not
Hi,
forget.
Vivian.
Hey, how's it going, Sammy? Good to see you.
Ray, we miss you. We love your feminine voice energy. Thank you for gracing us.
Yes.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. I've missed you guys too. I'm currently like in YouTube jail until
Oh,
like
no.
October.
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. Oh,
I
what?
got mass attacked.
Okay. Oh, well, I want you to know that plenty of people have written me about you saying they all miss you. Everybody misses you. So, honey, what is it that you're willing to share, or is it so traumatic you just want to forget about it concerning the YouTube jail incident or whatever excuse they're using to put you there? Is that something you would like to talk about? You're welcome to complain about it, share your frustration if you wish.
Oh, well, I was just telling you guys that's currently happening, and I got not mass struck, but I got struck by a couple Bettys that are total, downers who didn't like what I was, doing. And anyway, YouTube was kind enough to not terminate me, but suspend me till like October.
Okay.
But anyway, I was on my way out of social media anyway, so it doesn't feel, I don't really care. But I'm literally trying to make a move out of social media, so it's a welcome thing, and I think I'm literally detoxing from it all,
Good.
which is really weird.
Well, don't see good just yet, dear Brandon. Honey,
No.
honey, when I understand what you're saying to a degree, but would you like to participate with myself? I mean, obviously, you know what I do. Most of the time, you would just be kind of hanging out with me through the night. If you could do that tonight, while I, when I go into monologue, just so that you could always be there just in case. I would love that. And are you willing?
I knew you would do this.
Yeah, of course, honey. But can you blame me? You bring the ratings up, honey. Everybody loves you, and
You're such a schmoozer.
Yes. But it's true, and we desperately need that female energy. I mean, oh my God, it's one of those things that is what makes the world a worthwhile place to live. So, you are someone that we all truly personally miss. You know that. And it's your vengeance on YouTube. I mean, it's this way. It's a nice passive-aggressive way to get around them and get back at them. Yes.
Well, listen to you. You're really a hard sell, I must say.
Yes, thank you.
I could help you out definitely once in a while.
Okay.
I don't think I can completely commit, though. So if you have other people in the mix, perhaps you can schedule that, or...
I'll try. I'll try. And definitely tonight I'll be doing a very intensive monologue, and once I get into it, I'll probably won't stop. But so I
nice.
don't. Yeah, but if you could just hang out if you wanted to,
I'd love to, for
Okay,
sure.
that'd be
Okay.
great. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like I have much going on.
Well, I hope everyone is okay with your family in general. I hope that everything is as well as can be concerning everyone around you. And as always, of course, anytime you feel that you can break in with something that you feel like saying. But since we haven't heard from you in so long, is there something that this is a kind of sensitive question, and you can simply say, I don't want to talk about it, but was it something that, what was it that YouTube was jumping on? What did they feel?
Oh, well, I'm dealing with some petty women. They're very petty.
Okay.
And so when I make content about them, a couple of the clips I didn't like fully edit, so they hit me with the copyright, but I got hit like 5 times within 2 weeks. With the copyright, but the other content I made was definitely recreated. It fell under fair use, and YouTube still caught it up. And when I tried to counterclaim, I was already deplatformed, so I had to do a long form. I did a long form claim, which they returned the email and said, no, well, you're terminated. So first I was suspended, then I was terminated. And then with that, you actually get to deal with like a human. So I did another long form and I explained what was going on. And the people that struck me had also been been flagged for kind of already doing this to other channel holders. So what they did is they just unterminated me and put me back on suspension, which I have to play out the 90 days.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's about it. I mean, it's just, that's the way, people play out here.
Right, and it's dirty. It's dirty. People play dirty, and I'm so sorry that you're going through this, and your
That's the name of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you sling mud out here, you're gonna get some hits.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
How are you, by the way? I'm so glad you're sounding much stronger.
Well, thank you.
And I came right into
You did. I'm so sorry I missed you that day. Just so everybody knows, Viviana Sanchez decided to check into the chat room the very day that I got sick. And so I didn't see her at all because, honestly, I was just lying on my back with all 4 paws up in the air and my tongue hanging out and drooling before I vomited. And I was too busy being deathly ill to check at the chat. And when I came home from the hospital, the first thing I saw was that she was in the chat room, and it was immediately efficacious. In effect, it immediately made me feel so much better just to see that, just to see you were checking in on me. And if I had known that you were there, maybe I wouldn't have I would have gotten sick because of Joe, but
well, I have a story about that, which is very interesting. I don't know if you caught it. I thought I chatted it, but I had this inkling that wouldn't let me let it go. And it kept saying, like, go see what Douglas is doing. Go see what Douglas is doing. Like the Holy Spirit urging me. And I was like, well, I'm usually very lackadaisical all the time, and I'm really lazy. But so I finally just was like, wouldn't stop. So I went over and I saw that you were very ill, and I just felt really bad for you. And so I tried to text you. I don't know if that actually worked or whatever, but it's just good to hear that you're doing better, though.
Well, you did ask me to email you. Did you receive my email?
Yeah, I finally did. Yes, I did.
Wonderful. And definitely I am so appreciative of that, and I'm glad you got it, because a lot of people don't get my emails. They wind up in people's spam, and we do know, of course, they go through a filter. So, but that being said, darling, you're here now, and by all means, if there's anything in terms of current events or topical events or what these two gentlemen have been discussing, I don't know if you've ever been a fan of fantasy literature, but you're welcome to talk about any fantastical literature that you've read. Were you ever much into novels like that, or I'm just curious?
I did get into fantasy in my preteen years, because I had a boyfriend who was really into it. But I didn't really super like get in. I got into it for a little short time and started reading like a series I can't even remember, but never I never got into Tolkien, or what were you talking about, C.S. Lewis and The Lord of the Rings, as far as novels,
or Narnia. They're kind of complementary in their own weird way. But go on, honey. Yeah. And
but I think I watched all the Lord of the Rings, but I learned a lot from Brandon, by the way. Just remember when he talked about it all the time.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So I totally get what you're saying when I'm listening to your conversation.
Okay. Yeah. And he spoke of it when he was with John Evans in particular, because both these men are very literary in their orientation, and so that of course is appreciated. And also because John Evans, being blind, he's very much in his head. He's in his other head too, the one between his legs, and that leads him into various difficult situations. But that being said, it is what it is. So and of course Brandon's rather cruel, and he takes advantage of that for some practical jokes. No,
Brandon's on tonight being hella funny, I have to say.
Yes.
Oh, awesome!
I was enjoying listening to you guys. Yeah.
And
so carry on. I won't interrupt.
Oh no. Yeah, honey, you're more than welcome to interrupt anytime you want. Now, I just received another notification that I've got some kind of notification coming. Let's see if I've got something in the messenger box. No, I guess. Oh wait, here it is. Let me take a look here. And Sammy saying how terrible I am. Yes. All right. Well, we know that. We know that.
But Douglas, may I ask you a question?
Of course, honey.
So I walked in right when you were talking about the Arcana. What is that device?
Oh, the Vox Arca. Yes.
Vox Arca, and I walked right in, like, in the middle. I never understood. Was that the item you obtained?
Oh, it's one among many items that I stole from the federal government. Yes.
Oh, okay. So this was like signatured to your DNA forever?
I'm saying it probably is, because that's the way many of these things work. When it comes to that kind of occult technology, this is one reason why a lot of these relics, they become very... they're sought after almost as much for historical reasons as for any practical reasons. And some people say, we found something that was supposed to have been a certain item of the legendary hero, and yet it doesn't do what they said it did in the myth or the legends. And this is oftentimes because this is the kind of high technology beyond high technology. It's a technology based on blood and sacrifice, and this is the kind of technology that tends to bind with its user and then becomes almost useless to anyone else. It's kind of like what they're trying to develop now with firearms that identify the user and will respond only to a particular thumbprint. In other words, the thumbprint of the user it's registered for, and then if anyone else tries to take the firearm from you, like a child, and then point it and use it, it simply will not respond. So they're trying to develop this kind of technology now for safety reasons. In a very real sense, magic always worked like that. Arthur C. Clarke once said that technology that's advanced enough becomes indistinguishable from magic. So we're really trying to recover what the ancient sorcerers already knew, only we're trying to simply technologically reproduce what they were able to do more organically, in a sense. In a sense, this is a semi-organic technology. So the fact that this is what it is, if it's based on the pattern I've seen with this kind of technology in the past, then it's very likely that someone else might not be able to make it work. But that could, of course, simply be their ignorance of the mechanism. In other words, we never really know what we're dealing with. And that goes for much of technology. This is why, sometimes firearms just go off. By the way, there's military experts out there, are firearms experts who would argue with that. but it's true. It's especially the older firearms that have a hair trigger. Sometimes they can just go off. And however, who was that actor that shot that poor lady on the set? That definitely wasn't the case with him. I bleached him out of my mind now because I find that so distasteful. But
Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Yes, I actually pointed out on air that if he had hired me, I could have gotten him off, because they had old Western firearms that were as close to the real thing as possible, and that shit will just go off. You don't even need to pull the trigger once in a while. That's something. That's why the old gunslingers used to wear that stuff loose, so they wouldn't blow their balls off by having it too close to the crotch area, or blow out their main artery in their thigh and bleed out immediately. But that being said, different subject. And does that kind of answer your question, honey? Kind of?
Well, yeah, I found it very interesting. And so I was wondering, like, how did the origin begin with you? Was it, like, made with you in mind, or?
No, it was not. It's simply because I'm the first person to really use it regularly. The original prototypes that Michael Aquino was using were not linked to all of the separate grids of transmitters for this kind of HARP project antenna array that they basically have up in Gakona, Alaska, and various other parts of the world that they've established on ley lines. Basically, this is something that was connected to them all and meant to trigger the release mechanism for all of those grids that hold entities in bondage. And that they have summoned over the years, over many generations since World War II. But Michael Aquino's original prototype wasn't linked to any of those. It was simply a prototype that enabled him to basically speak what's known as the Master's tongue, and basically utter the call, which can summon entities. And it's actually what he used in many of the summonings. But what I have is the release mechanism, which I stole. So there was no one else who really used it. And because of that, being the first and only one to use it, it essentially recognizes myself. It's bonded with my blood and with my DNA from the vomit, which, by the way, this is why there's different leather covers for it, so that you can put them in different areas to dry out as opposed to clean them. They're not supposed to be cleaned. As I said, there are elements of this machine that a regular person would look at, an engineer, and they wouldn't understand what it's for. They would think, well, what's this here for? It doesn't make sense. A good example of that is an element you can't really see on the machine, which is something that, as I said, half of it extends within your throat. If you were really to use it, if I were really to use it to try and trigger a release of all of these arrays which bind these entities that have been summoned by Aquino while he was alive, and many other people affiliated with him, I would have to tracheotomize myself. Then it would truly work. Then the release mechanism would be full. It would reach basically the equivalent of DEFCON level 4 or defense condition level 4, the highest level of basically triggering a nuclear strike. If I were to take it up to that level of it's no longer a diagnostic, it's activated. But if I were to do that, it would require literally taking something, whatever instrument, a knife, or something sharp enough, plunging it in my throat and opening up a hole, which of course I hope never to do. The thing that other aspects of it, however, extend into the throat, which is why it causes one to vomit when they use it. And so it's kind of like someone getting a stomach pump. And there are the element that I'm clasping my mouth around has within it something that conceivably, were I to put it on without capping it, it would grind my tongue into hamburger. And that's the point is, it's like a little hamburger grinding mechanism. And that's so the mechanism can be fed. And that's the promotional banner for tonight's show. I pictured myself holding a pig's heart. And the pig is the closest to the human body in anatomy. This is why they were able to transfer the pig's heart into a human heart to keep the human body working in this one patient. It didn't last very long, but they proved that it can be done. A pig's heart is as large as a human heart and fills up the same amount of space in the chest cavity. So that's what I fed to the Vox Arca after the diagnostic. It needs a reward. It basically is fed. Now, that wouldn't make any sense to any conventional mechanic. They'd look at that and say, that doesn't make sense. But the Vox Arca is in its own way alive. It is, as I said, it's not a neutral mechanism. It is bloodthirsty and it is evil. And the closest to a human heart would be a pig's heart, which I fed to it after the diagnostic. And that gets ground up. And you don't clean any of it. It basically, so you have to air it out and just basically let it kind of settle. Basically, it's something you would put near a compost heap because of the attraction of the flies. Magic is clearly an ugly business, and it's not meant for people to ever normally engage in. And but then again, this is not where I'm seeking to do something. I'm not seeking to alter reality. So this is what I'm doing is neutral enough with it, just to make certain that it keeps working and to keep it fed. It's something that maintains it.
Okay. Yeah. That's so interesting. So I just wanted one more question and I'll be done.
Sure.
Is it like a seer technology or a visionary? Because you said it showed you this literal crash that just happened or occurred.
Yes. So you're meaning like a crystal ball. You mean like a crystal ball kind of technology. Is that what you mean to say when you use that term seer or visionary technology?
Well, if the archon is attached to you, which is what I assume.
Yes.
And it's bonded to you. Therefore, it's subject to you. And so is it giving you messages from a different realm?
It basically is accessing these other dimensions, basically majority of them netherworldly and demonic, but it is, in a very real sense, opening up portals for the user, because at the ultimate level of its use, it's releasing those entities from bondage that were summoned and then bound in these various sites across the earth. And like I said, these entities, before, the analogy that I used is they are like huge muscular or fat men that are bound to a buffet table with a thumb cuff. And so long as they're fed, they're happy, and they even want to stay. They're just kind of satisfied with what's going on. But when it comes to the reality of what they can do, they can overturn that table at any time. They have the strength to escape on their own. But because there's so much pain and misery in the world, they really don't need to. This is what they feed off of. And the U.S. military makes certain that they're always at war, always sacrificing people, and that pain and misery is always constant. Someday, hopefully, I can use the Vox Arca in a reverse sense to expel them. But it would require being in a position where other people are putting money into it at a state level and enabling me to fund a project that would go in that direction. So when it comes to what happens when I'm running the diagnostic, basically it opens up these portals in a lesser sense and therefore enables me to see these sweeping visions of what could happen if these entities are released, or what kind of situation could result in their release. And that is why the visions are always apocalyptic. They're always very negative in general, and can leave a person wanting to kill themselves. It's something that I've usually felt in terms of running a diagnostic. It was this time, it was simply different because it brought me back into my body, and just in that sense was more of a positive. I was feeling very unsure of myself after the recent medical incidents, because it was like when I just kept having lung collapses, and it really wasn't thought that I would survive after so many lung collapses. There was a period of time where I felt just unreal. It's like I can't trust my body, and that I'm in my body but not of it. It was like I really didn't feel as if my body were trustworthy. And yeah, I kind of had that feeling again until I did this, and then it forced me to ground myself. So also this was the time to do it because of the opening of portals from the Chinese cultural sense of the ghost month. And therefore there's always the the sense that this is the time to do it because you'd receive the most input and information from the other side. The veils between the worlds are very thin. So the portals were already open in a sense. And then when I used it, I got a very sweeping vision of the world and what's going on. And that's why I hope to speak to so much geopolitics tonight. We'll probably bleed over into the next episode because there's just so much to cover. Does that make any sense? Am I?
Oh, thank you for explaining that. I was really interested in it, so I thought I'd ask you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Oh, well, thank you, honey. I mean, believe me, I am just so excited that you're here. And, I'm going to take advantage of your being here to get my tea. It's still steeping.
Okay.
Will you mind talking with the lads while I'm gone, holding the stage for a few minutes? Like about 5-10 minutes?
Take your time.
Okay, darling. Thank you so much. So I'm going to leave the stage with Brandon Young, Sammy Romero, and Viviana Sanchez. And everyone, do listen to these people. They've got your back, and they hold the stage, and I love them all. And I'll go mute for about 10 minutes. I'll be back, and, you'll all know it when I return because I'll suck all the oxygen out of the room and everybody dies. So until then. All right, be back.
Cheers.
All right. What's up, Viv?
Oh, fascinating. I've just loved walking into this topic tonight and then hearing you gentlemen talk. So
it's great. I'm glad there are people listening, It's some of the stuff I would consider pretty far out and nerdy, but if you're informed a little bit, even into like a Christian worldview, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
the spiritual warfare.
Used to follow C.S. Lewis. So yeah, I totally get. I just think he was more of I don't know. He's a hard read for me, trying to envelop his whole psyche, but he had a clear understanding of like the, I guess even historical worlds, because with, like the mapping of the Lord of the Rings and the kingdoms and the kingdom of man and the kingdom of the trees and all these other aspects were very spiritual, in fact, and align with the Bible.
Yeah, absolutely. The Bible itself, until the coming of Christ, it's essentially a pagan book, So the work of it is set up for that return of the king, and that was the third title of his book. And so it's there, but it's kind of like underneath everything, and it's certainly there in C.S. Lewis's book too. But
I argue it more like the 10 Kings energy trying to prospect or bring Jesus back to the earth for a rule and reign of 1,000 years. So I reject that notion just because that's what they want. You know what I mean? Not necessarily what Jesus. It actually contradicts everything Jesus finished, which it doesn't make sense that he would come and rule and reign on a planet that clearly never wanted him and is clearly defiled by mankind.
Okay.
And it goes against, because he says like it's finished, right? Everything he was set out to do is finished. So why is he coming back to finish something?
So he says that in Revelation, right? Christ, and he says that it is finished on the cross, meaning that his salvation, or the salvation on the Golgotha, skull, whatever, hill where he was crucified, was a point in history that shaped everything that would become after it and before it. Right? So, I don't know. It depends on how you think about the end times, I guess. And, some people view the end times as 1,000-year, whatever, reign. Other people see it as Revelation sees it traditionally, which is basically Satan is going to rule for a certain amount of time. Then Christ comes.
Satan already rules.
Well, right, and that's what a lot of people think. But then Christ comes back
his seat is marked at
right.
the beginning, so it's like 962, starting with the Vatican's birth.
Yeah, so it could be that. So, and then, but what traditionally is like, and what it says in the Bible, in Revelation, is that Christ will come back. Not reign for a specific amount of time, but judge, and then everything. This is the apocalypse. This is the end of time. This is when everybody, all the souls, get sort of redeemed and judged and brought into the kingdom of heaven or not. So it's kind of an end of the story. It's not really like 1,000 years, you know. So I'm sure people interpret it that way, though.
Yeah, all of Christianity does, because that's the basic doctrine you would learn.
Yeah.
And which, yeah. So yeah, you're right on point. I agree.
Mm-hmm. I just think like Revelation is just it's an interesting book, you know, in the sense of like it's very visionary and prophetic and sort of, I don't know, it's very metaphorical. Even there might be astrology in there too, you know, like you said, like Satan rules the world now. So how much longer does God let it endure? Because the only world that Satan only rules under God's dominion, you know?
Well, it's Satan will rule in light of, or in a mirror of, how Jesus ruled, which Jesus already ruled through the time of Abraham. So when he appeared to Abraham, and then from then on went the covenant, and so he ruled through the kings and the prophets and through the Spirit. Because you see how he shows up different times throughout the Old Testament.
Right.
And then, so when he completed his kingdom, when he completed his rule and reign on earth and through those factions, was when he was crucified. And that's what he meant, like, it's finished. And now the new covenant has entered in through his blood. And now he goes on to prepare a place for us. And then the next time he, talks about the kingdom, and when it's all finished here, it's like, it is done. But I view like Satan's kingdom is going to mirror that, which you can actually time it from 962, because the seat of the Satan is the Vatican,
right?
Which, it was literally the holy seat that they first called it, and then that was too obvious, so they changed it. And then so now we're running into, I think, 1060 years, and that would be indicative to when the word in Revelation talked about a time, and half of times.
Right.
So in trying to interpret that, it kind of runs succinct with this is ministry as well, which was like 1054 if you put it together, plus some. Yeah, so I'm just like,
well,
thinking that's how Satan works, because his kingdom has to be aligned with what already has been, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it has to mimic the good.
Yeah, exactly.
It has to mimic the holy and the truth and beauty, and so it perverts all three of those things.
Exactly, because they're mockers.
They're mockers, and but they put on the facade or the mask of beauty, truth, and goodness. But yeah, I mean, even Martin Luther would say that the beast of Revelation was the Holy Vatican, the Vatican, essentially, and that took over as a message and spread with Protestantism and everything like that. And so you have people still thinking, with justification, that the Vatican is the seat of, Lucifer. And in fact, you have people like Malachi Martin, who some people remember was a Vatican exorcist and priest at the conclaves. and privy to the secret of the third secret of Fatima and so on. He even said that Lucifer was throned at the Vatican.
Oh, did he really?
Oh yeah, you should read his books. I just got into Hostage of from the Devil, which is basically his experiences with exorcism for 30 years.
Yeah.
It was good, but like he also said that, you know, Lucifer was throned. I think it's the Windswept House is the name of the book. And in that he says that there was a ritual where right at St. Peter's Basilica, essentially, Lucifer was throned as the king of the world or the universe or whatever. And he, if you look at what he said about 20 years ago, even in these books, he says that certain cardinals were in on it, and they were doing perverse sex acts, right? Which again, a perversion of beauty and what God meant for us to do, which is to procreate, right? So it's all these perverse sex acts. And then Malachi Martin says it was Bishop so-and-so and Bishop this. And it turns out it was those exact bishops that did get caught defiling the altar of the Holy Church. And it was a scandal a couple of years ago. But it was very swept under the rug as if like it was just, another scandal in the Catholic Church. No one cares. But this was particular in the sense that it was overtly satanic, overtly demonic, diabolical, to the point, you know, I'm not going to repeat it, but things about the Virgin Mary, defilement of the cross and the altar and the Eucharist, and done by high-ranking bishops, mind you, right? And these are the same people that Malachi Martin was warning us about 20 years later. I mean, earlier. So I think all his books should be read for that reason. As somebody who saw this age coming and was trying to warn us, maybe.
Oh, definitely. I have to read more of him.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. Well, I just was looking at Twitter, and so I was amazed to see that Pope Francis is actually turning the tide on his viewpoints on transgenderism and homosexuality, but like just at the dime. I was just like, whoa, where'd that come from? And then there was a certain, I think it was an archbishop or a cardinal. I think there were two that just recently in the last week have been accused of being abusive. And the Pope was just like, yeah, there's not enough evidence. We're just going to shuffle that back. It's not a big deal. Because now apparently they want the authority to investigate, which I think they always had the authority to investigate. But is it that they just now have the authority to investigate and judge?
The Vatican? So
Yeah.
they have their own ecclesiastical authority, as they call it. So they're not governed under state law because, as they would argue, like it's the state that put people, saints like Saint Joan of Arc, to death, for example, or even Christ to death. They sentence them, so they're above state sanction and judgment. So if they do something criminal, it is under the ecclesiastical law of the Vatican, or the canon law of the Vatican. They have to be judged by them, almost like it would, like a military tribunal and military law. It's a whole different jurisdiction. It can overlap sometimes, obviously, if it's a violent crime, you know, but oftentimes, as we've seen in the past, like the bureaucracy and the political machinations of like the Vatican are such that it just usually sweeps these things under the rug and says, nothing to see here, let's move some pieces here and there, and that's it. Where really what they should be doing is immediately taking those people out of the situation and and judging them accordingly, because this is the worst thing that you could possibly do, is harm another person in that way. It's the absolutely worst thing. And in fact, it's diabolical. It's preventing people from coming to Christ, and so on and so forth. So, but yeah, they have their own like sort of jurisdiction. It's not to say that the state can't punish them. Yeah.
Is that because they're a statehood, and then also they're just lawless because they can govern themselves?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they go back to a time where Caesar, and where like God and the state were one. If you can, I mean, it's hard for us to believe now, but the closest thing to it would be sort of like the British monarchy, which is nothing nowadays. But if you can imagine, like back in the day, there was this empire, a nation called the Vatican, or the Holy Roman Empire, and it did have a lot of Europe, and it had a lot of the New World, and so on and so forth. So they didn't want to make themselves subject to France or to England or to certainly Africa or to North or South America or anybody else but themselves. And so, yeah, they've essentially ruled over themselves as sovereign. Since I would say the early Roman Empire.
Yeah. So like through Constantinople and Justinian, and then
Constantinople too. Yeah, that's in the north. That's in Turkey. And in fact, like it's an interesting history because Venice, the city-state of Venice, which is where you get a lot of the black nobility from, and in fact, where the black horse, which you see turn up, and many symbolism, even like the Montauk Project or Lamborghini or Ferrari, or whenever you see a black horse, it's essentially it's the signature of the black nobility of Italy, of Venice. So St. Mark's Cathedral in Venice, the symbol is a black horse, right? And it goes back thousands of years. And to this day, they still have a sort of secret stable where they breed these black horses. And it's not natural to have a black horse, by the way. It's it should be different coats and browns and different shades of different colors, right? So it's almost like these families have been involved in hybrid programming and genetic breeding programs going back thousands of years. Anyway, the Venetian nobility is part of that. And they had an empire that wasn't just in Venice, Italy, in Tuscany, northern Italy, but also all the way up into Turkey, into Constantinople. They basically took over Constantinople for a while. They had such influence under Enrico Dandolo that they even would they basically invented modern banking, exploration, scientific things, etc. So they're extremely occult. They worship Poseidon, essentially, or Abraxas, which is essentially a Typhonian god, which is underneath the sea. And they worship the sea, which they think gives them protection and stuff. And they still have a thing called Ascension Day, where this giant boat adorned with golden Greek gods and goddesses goes out, and the Doge of Venice will go out, which is essentially now the mayor of Venice, will go out and renew his vows of marriage to the sea, which is weird,
Actually, it makes perfect sense because the sea is the mistress, the mother being. It kind of fulfills all those roles. But go on. Yes, I just got back.
No, please.
So, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so that's Ascension Day in Venice, and it does in a certain way make perfect sense. And you can see why certain popes in the early centuries at the beginning of the Vatican, when it was just a city-state, had Venice extremely opposed to it. And they would call, I think one of the popes called them, the fish worshippers, or the sea worshippers, and these evil pagan worshippers. And remember, like, they built their city from the ease of getting mussels and shrimp and shellfish, and so that's how they subsisted in the swamp area. But it was actually very, very militaristically appropriate and sheltering, and built this empire of Venice, and which spread out to all corners of the globe and dissipated, but remains today as the city is essentially a museum to this black nobility that spread in all corners of the globe and intermingled, and uses the sign of the dragon and the black horse, Alfa Romeo car companies, where it is essentially a feminine figure that gives birth to the initiate.
Wow. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
So
go on, honey.
So when the Catholics who just did the Assumption of Mary, is that
Yes.
the one to the Queen of Heaven?
Yeah, well, she has many titles. Like Mary would have Queen of Heaven, Queen of Sorrows, Mother of, this, Mother of Suffering, Mother of Forgiveness, great, So it's many, many different titles for one person. So the Feast of the Assumption, which just happened, as you're very correct, it's also, like I was just talking about this earlier, it's associated with the Holy Ghost Feast in Portugal, and also the Hungry Ghost Feast, or the Hungry Ghost celebration. I believe there's some kind of connection with the Asian traditions, which Doug talked about. And but yes, there's this assumption of, and the Haitian Voodoo religions as well.
Oh,
But there's assumption. It's basically a harvest feast. So a lot of people are sacrificing, because it's the hot days of the summer where you could starve and die from the sun, And I believe Sirius is the star, the dog star, its highest point and brightest point in the sky at this point in time of the year.
So do you know the dates of these sacrifices that, like the darkness would want to worship? Because I guess there was just this big case that played out on YouTube, and I wasn't really paying attention, but her name was Kylie Rodden, and they just found her today, like in a literal vortex between land and water, and she was in the center of the V, and she was missing for 13 or 14 days, and started on August 5th. So I'm trying to think, like, what would be sacrifice days right around now?
Douglas, want to expand on this?
Oh, I feel that you're doing so well with this. Honestly,
No.
It could be that. It could be none of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just thinking out loud, though.
Oh, understood.
No, I agree.
Yeah. To tell you all the truth, when it comes to sacrifice days or these sorts of satanic calendars, believe it or not, in terms of many of them, they're operated by cults that were not affiliated with the Temple of Set or the kind of Satanism that I was familiarized with. So when it comes to the kind of cults of chaos, the Edomites that Michael Aquino ultimately declared his allegiance to, because it was at the time that I knew him that he was really making his transition from Satanism to chaosism, the worship of the anti-gods, which is beneath and beyond the devils and demons of our cosmology, of our very cosmos. At that time, he was really entering a completely different realm where every day is sacrifice day. So there was none of this kind of, oh, this is a high point or this is a low point that you get with other more restrained kinds of cults. These are cults that are actually usually rooted in these mystery religions that were competing with Christianity in the days of the first century. At such times, Mithra was strong and had the potential for becoming the world religion in a sense, or the religion of the legions, whichever part of the world that they conquered. It was only through a series of flukes, really, that Christianity came to pass in terms of being identified with the West. Originally, of course, we must never forget the fact that it is, in essence, an Asian religion. Really, in a sense, if you were a hardcore anthropologist, you would classify it as one of the original mystery religions of that first century. But the first century of the Christian calendar as we understand it today, of course. So when it comes to these sacrifice days and whatnot, they're not, you're talking about almost like, how do I say this? Amateur cults, or cults I consider more benevolent, comparatively speaking, to those of the Edomites. So does that make sense? Am I coherent with that? I hope.
Oh, yeah. I just found it interesting, though, because of, it was such a played out thing of chaos and madness that it almost seems surreal. And so I thought I'd ask because, I'm not familiar with all those type of things, but you're saying that Aquino always had to sacrifice to appease his archons? Is that what they're doing?
In a very real sense. Let's put it this way. In the days of the ancient Aztecs, who had one of the most advanced civilizations on Earth, the Aztecs were one of the most progressive, scientifically accomplished warrior civilizations. With them, there was a necessity to sacrifice because they believed that they were holding the sun in the sky, that the sun needed blood to drink, that without that blood, the sun would fall. They were obligated as the keepers of the sun to basically conduct mass sacrifices at a fairly regular level. This made war a necessity and rendered them an expansionist empire. Think of something like that with the cults of chaos, except without the civility of the Aztecs. In other words, the gods the Aztecs worshipped and the goddesses, in a very real sense, rendered return on investment. In other words, the blood they spilled into the ground to help the soil, hence the concept of blood and soil, which the Nazis understood that land is fought for and paid for in blood, that the land is fed by the lives that go into defending it. The Aztecs understood that as well. This is a cross-cultural concept where the Aztecs and the Nazis were as one. And the Nazis conducted mass sacrifice through their camps to their gods, the ancient Norse gods, to render their return. With the Aztecs, their gods were returning their investment with fertility of body and the harvest. The fields would respond and the empire would thrive, and always did. The external environmental factor of the conquistadors brought it all down with the plague and their diseases that they introduced, without which the Aztecs would likely have been one of the superpowers to inherit the earth, probably in competition with a greater China. But when it came to the chaos cults and what they're all about, their dedication to entropy, the gods they're sacrificing unto return nothing for your investment. It is basically a black hole into which they're feeding lives for no good reason other than the sheer chaos that they cause, which is their reward. In that sense, their return on investment is more pain, more misery, more chaos, the ultimate entropy that will disintegrate our universe. This is the kind of evil that is beyond evil. In other words, the thing to understand is my time in Africa exposed me to what most Westerners and even Easterners, Asians and Europeans, and most certainly Americans, would consider an alien mindset. None of those cultures can understand what goes on in Africa, because Africans are a very, for lack of a better word, visceral people that experience life in an immediate sense. So in Africa, demons are considered something that is an agent of retributive justice. In that sense, a demon can be your friend. In Black Africa, the idea is that you can call upon a demon to exert vengeance for your family. You can call upon a demon to do something that you do not have the power to do. This is something that is alien. The idea of a demonic entity as an ally, it's rather alien to any other cultural concept on Earth. The Africans are very much a different culture unto themselves in that regard. When it comes to all the rest of the world, they need to understand, as the Africans do, in the sense that God created our entire universe in his image, that the demons and the devils, these are like those lower energy beings at the end of the energy production spectrum that is known as recycling. The compost heaps in which the worms and the bugs thrive that make life possible through their recycling of the refuse and the waste. This the Egyptians understood out of Africa, and Egypt, which is part of the African continent, had a deep religious awe and respect for the scarab, the dung beetle. And the dung beetle would take waste and recycle it, and out of this new life would grow through fertilization. Understand that all the evil that happens in our universe that is of the devils and the demons ultimately sources from God. That this is why bad things happen to good people. That people are meant to go through that test so that some of them will corrupt, some of them will fall, and then become part of that lower realm of hell, because there's always an ultimate recycling. Those that go to these lower depths of hell, corrupted by demons through lust or their addictions or greed or whatever you can think of, the various things that take a man or woman down, they ultimately, even if they, because of their vibration at the time of death or their whole history of whatever deeds they've done, if they go into these lower realms, this is all part of a process in which they ultimately recycle, ultimately are redeemed. Because without this composting in the earth, or rather beneath the earth, which we cannot see, and we're much the better off for not seeing it, none of what we appreciate that comes out of the earth, the flowers, the harvests that provide us our food, none of this would be possible. The demons, the devils, they're there to provide for you. Without them doing God's work with the composting of these souls of the damned, our goodness in this universe, all that we value, the rainbows, the puppies, the sunlight, wouldn't exist. In that sense, the Aztecs were right. And for that same reason, the Nazis were right. So understand that the devils and demons themselves are on your side ultimately. This doesn't mean to befriend them. That would be like going out to a compost heap and playing with all the shit. You'll just wind up with ringworm. You don't cavort with them, but you respect them, and you understand why they're doing what they're doing, and how necessary it is for you. Those devils and demons will take your side. They'll stand by you shoulder to shoulder to fight off these anti-gods. They are our greatest allies in the coming dark ages that the chaos cultists wish to bring upon us. Even the devils and demons, to the highest of the archdemons, to the devil himself, would stand against the anti-gods. They are not of this universe or God's creation. They are extraneous to it. Rather than the natural ugliness of worms and scarabs or dung beetles or the various compost heap creatures that fertilize our world, this is The anti-gods are the equivalent of industrial effluvia, or toxic waste, like nuclear rods rejected from a collapsing nuclear power plant. It's something nature cannot use that destroys nature itself and the surrounding ecosystem or biosystem, or mutates it beyond recognition. This is what the anti-gods and their cultists represent. Does that make it coherent?
Yes, I can totally understand. And the Bible also says, like, Yah creates good and evil. And so he's also, well, everything's under his feet. So but the world is not his, his throne. It's not his throne. It's his footstool. Therefore, he doesn't intervene in that area or aspect unless it's called upon through those who have faith in him.
Yes.
And his blood speaks a better word too, which is still on the earth today. So yeah, I get what you're saying completely. It's just like, but we're in a constant war. So as you were saying with the blood sacrifices during war, how would you view the Ukrainian situation now, and what type of archetype do you think that's under?
Oh, I'll go into that in my monologue tonight, darling. I mean,
okay.
But I hope both of you and Sammy as well, unless he's left us for the night with his daddy duty, with his babysitting. But I hope all of you will hold the stage for a few more minutes while I relieve myself. It's just going to take a leak after.
Sure.
Some people might claim that I've been doing that for the past 20 minutes, but at any rate, again, couldn't do this without you all. Let me leave the stage to you all again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, honey.
Thank you.
Wow, so good to hang out with you guys tonight and actually talk about subjects that have meaning and matter and feed our souls.
Yeah, I know. You don't really get conversations like this too often. A lot of people like to focus on distraction and what's being put out there one way or the other, but I don't like to beat around the bush too much. It might seem like it, but I really am interested in the big questions: good versus evil, what's going on in the world, and the spiritual aspects. How can we understand it? How can we better ourselves? And how do we attune ourselves to what's going on? So yeah, it was good to talk to you.
I agree. Thank you for that too. And you have become such a wonderful teacher that I could see you interesting your students and getting them very passionate. And I always appreciate that in a teacher.
Aw, thank you. Aw, thanks. There's not, I wish I could say it was every teacher. But it's a few of them, and, I just do what I can, and I think we all have our spiritual paths and our own role to play, whatever God's destiny is for us. We just play it the best we can. And the big thing is not to give in to despair and to always hope, because nothing can take that away,
That's
and laughter as well. Let's throw that one in there.
It's a very good wisdom to hold on to.
Yeah, because it can be such a heavy world, as you said. I think we were talking about it being essentially on an enemy's control, and it is. Anybody that's tried to struggle to make it and be good at the same time understands this. That the system is not is against you, and it favors narcissistic megalomaniacs, essentially, right? So, not good people, not teachers, really. But despite that, you still have to do what you can try.
I think there's a time and season for everything, and I actually sense that evil's time is very suppressed, even though we would like to assume. But I think, like, and this is just my perspective, I think that evil has a consuming period, like right now, but so does the energy. And then there's like the in between the two of the light and the darkness, and then the people in the decisional valley, where they're still kind of, obtaining to decide throughout the valley of life and all that. But also the energy and the power of the light, I think, is substantially stronger when we tap into it right now. And it feels like the darkness has just crept in and is such a part of our concept and mindset that we allow it to creep in, but it's really not as powerful in times past, I think.
Well, it's interesting. I think as time winds up and technology winds up as well, you do have this mimicry going on. So technology mimics God's omnipresence, omnipotence. It's not really there, but the satellites are there in the sky, supposedly watching you all the time. Your cell phones always watching, computers, GPS and everything else. So I think in these times, like you said, like a little light can outshine the darkness. And that's one of the messages of Tolkien too, is that once light comes into a dark room, it's over. There's no more darkness. But that's not to say that there isn't darkness.
Yeah, and the problem is that man has loved darkness more.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean the darkness has gained more power. It's just that they're sinking into it. They're kind of being consumed by it. So it's like a non-plus energy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sort of taking them out, because I don't know. Like, I don't even know exactly. I just sense that, like, on the levels of the vibrational fields, I just feel like the darkness is such a sinking energy, like it will literally sink you in, but the light is so much more powerful, and the veil being so close, it's like the kingdom of God just feels like it's reachable, if that makes any sense.
Interesting. Yeah, I think it comes down to a point at the end of time where these things become so contrast that they're, like you said, like there's a circle of hell for the fence riders, for the people that won't make a decision one way or the other. And I think in these times, you're essentially serving one or the other. It may be the devil or it may be the Lord, but you got to serve somebody. And so it could be the light, it could be the darkness. But you're right, a lot of people are tempted to serve the darkness because they think it's more, sexier.
Yeah, or maybe they just don't even realize it.
Or they could be fooled by a false light. There's a false light too.
That's true. Yeah.
So it's a very complex situation, but I'm really happy to have this conversation with you tonight, Viv, and I'm glad you joined so I could hear your voice. I don't really join too often, but I try, and it's really nice to talk to you and Sammy and Peter and of course Douglas.
Oh, likewise. So, it always feels like a reunion.
Yeah.
Whenever you guys are around. So
yeah, so nice. Don't be afraid to stay in touch. And anything you need, I'll always be around.
Wonderful. I just got back in time to hear that.
Thank you.
Oh, that's so touching. Oh, God, that's lovely. Oh, my God.
He's just the sweetest, I have to say.
Yes.
Aww.
Yes.
And so I think the last time we spoke, it was Father's Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you were excited about that. And then I know George Knight got married. I saw his photos on Facebook. Those were gorgeous.
Oh, good.
And I've always often thought about you too, Sammy. And so thank you. And thank you, Douglas. I'm just glad you made a good recovery and we can all be here tonight.
Oh, bless you. Thank you, honey. I mean, believe me, you've made it all worthwhile.
Oh, please. Okay, thanks.
Yes, darling.
You don't have to make me gush.
And oh, believe me, it's just so divine to have you here. And I want to thank everyone. We have so many concurrent viewers right now, and so these wonderful people have, of course, maintained the ratings, and that's wonderful. And with Shelley Rain, so sorry, she just splashed some hydrogen peroxide in her eye. Oh my God, so sorry to hear that. Ad Hoxaja Records. At Hoxaja Records says super dirigibles, bringing up she or he. Would be interesting to know the gender of this individual. Says they think of them all the time since they read my recent book. And Shining Shadow says we want Viv, and that's Chris Collins, a wonderful artist. Shout out to Chris Collins. He does this remarkable work with crafts, where he takes many items and he turns them into something otherworldly. And so yes, definitely thank you for interacting with them all, Viviana. And this is another thing we miss about you. And again, this is your way to get back at YouTube, should you participate more often. And what I'll do is, as episodes go on in the future, I'll just contact you before each episode, and if you don't answer, I'll just take it that you're not available. And if you are available, you just let me know if you're available. Sounds good? Okay. Does it? Does that sound all right?
Yeah, if that's what you prefer, or we could have a set schedule if that's.
Oh, I just like it if you let me call you each and every night, time that I'm, on, of course.
Okay.
Okay. Wonderful.
Indeed. Okay, great.
Wonderful. And George Knight says, very beautifully spoken, Vivian. And I think you saw that. And yes, you were talking about how beautiful his wedding pictures are. Yes, they're such a delightful couple, and such a beautiful story behind it. He matured, George Knight really matured, thanks to his wife, Sarah. And with Jacob Waters. Yes, I'm willing to interview Jacob Waters. So Jacob Waters, just provide me a Skype contact request, and I'll enter my my Skype ID for Jacob Waters, and it's simply my name with the number 1, because there was some other jerk who got Douglas Dietrich before I did. So Douglas Dietrich 1, and that's for our man Jacob Waters. Just send me a Skype contact request, and hopefully we'll bring you on soon. And I see no reason why not to. If I miss you, then just keep hitting me, and I'll get to you eventually. Believe me. And hopefully sooner rather than later. Okay, so Viv has seen Chris Collins' work. Excellent. And so all of that being said, if both of you say goodnight to the listeners, then I'll, get to work and earn my pay, so to speak.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for returning and coming and supporting Douglas. I do ask that you would support him. And Douglas, if you need to re-wrench me, you can, and I can drop your links, whatever you need in the side chat.
Oh, wonderful! Thank you so much. So our lovely Viviana will be with us, throughout the night. And if you do happen to fall asleep, don't even worry about it. It happens, and that's fine. Thank you, honey. You're an angel. And anyone, Brandon, Sammy, either one of you gentlemen, say goodnight to our listeners if you wish.
Good night, Douglas. Good night, Sammy. Good night, Viv. And good night, the audience. I think we had a great discussion. It was a great show tonight. Pretty successful, and we touched on many really, really good topics, and I really look forward to hopefully continuing it in the future. Love everybody very, very much, and I only wish the best for everybody. Yeah, that's about it. So good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Good night, and good luck with school coming back in.
Thanks, Viv.
Time.
All
right.
right.
Take care. Good night.
Wonderful. All of you are such beautiful people. So hugs to our man, Brandon. Hugs to Sammy Romero. And hugs, of course, kisses to Viviana. And to all the lovely ladies in the chat. With that, I will start doing what people expect of me, which is basically sucking all the oxygen out of the room. We're riding on the call now of Brandon Young. He's going to, hopefully, starting with the next episode, we'll ride it on Viviana. If he winds up hanging up by accident, Brandon, which he hopefully won't do tonight, he's just going to leave it on the charger for the rest of the night. But the next episode, I'll launch the show by calling Viviana. And if somehow we get disconnected from Brandon, I'll simply call Viviana to continue stream. The stream will continue, but believe it or not, the audio is infinitely better when you're on a Skype call. I have no idea why, but just the way the technology works. So that being said, T-Tank Berry says, well, he's got the face with the hearts in the eyes because Viviana has returned. He expressed to me, one of many people, that he missed her profoundly. And we can see why she contributes so much. And such being said, all right, shout outs to every wonderful person out there, including Dennis Marshall, who sent me a group of emails the other day. I haven't had a chance. I've reviewed some of them. He was very kind, very gracious, and he has, like the wonderful Clarice Claudette, sent me a care package which I am still deriving succor from. In other words, I'm still taking items from both their care packages that I still use on a daily basis, and God bless them both. But with Dennis Marshall, he sent me some recent emails. Wonderful individual. God bless him. Love him dearly, and he's been very supportive. And Dennis Marshall is incredible. He's had a great life. Very much a incredible sportsman. He's accomplished wonderful things on the baseball field in the past, and did a lot of work with Ramtha, I believe. So he's very enlightened in that regard. Certainly has explored the New Age in a very upfront and personal way that most people have not. And all blessings to him. Clarice Claudette, of course, is a lady of great experience who has survived quite the ordeal. And so certainly I maintain her in thought and prayer. And I'll be lighting some incense sticks for Jordan Maxwell, having found out what he said to our man, Mr. Brandon Young. Very touching and very moving. So that being said, and drinking some of this tea while it's still of a right temperature to provide some warmth, we'll start off with very quickly, we're going to get into Ukraine, or the Ukraine, but we'll start off at home, this side of the Atlantic. One thing that I don't need to overemphasize is, of course, Peter Moon is at the opposite end of the political spectrum for myself. He is basically at this point in his life East Coast. He, of course, has a lot of experience in California, very familiar with it. And I believe was born in California, but he's pretty much over the years become an East Coast gentleman. And he, of course, is, unlike many Americans in this day and age, a homeowner. And he's also, shall we say, of a different generation. And he watches a lot of Fox News. So he's at the opposite end of the political spectrum from myself. And the fact that we can work together is hope for the future. Okay, that's to be hopeful. But in a very general sense, of course, he tries his best to balance his perspective. And he does sometimes cast a pox on both houses. That's an old saying for condemn both parties. And he does that. But honestly, remember from my perspective, as a person of color, as a person whose lifestyle is very vested in maintaining a good relationship with many other people with alternative lifestyles, meaning people who are gay or transgender, I'm an individual who must, at this point in history, the way things have come down and developed, take the side of Team Blue, the Democratic Party, because this is the way the politics land, in the sense of what would help sustain myself or help myself to survive when it comes to the guns coming out. In other words, a civil war. Now, Peter Moon and I have both discussed reasons why a civil war may not happen, and because of the laziness, the dysfunction, the sheer spoiled nature of most Americans, including myself, including Peter, including all of us in general. We're not meant for campaigns in the field, but it doesn't mean a civil war is not going to happen. And it happens in different ways. It manifests in different ways. So I'll go into that tonight as well. So we'll cover as much ground as we can in the half dozen hours remaining. And we'll probably continue this into the next stream. But such being said, I want everyone to understand, don't call the FBI search of Trump's home a raid. A raid is just a term that often the person whose premises got searched will abuse, because it's kind of hyperbolic and it sends a signal that there was something inappropriate or unwarranted about the activity. And so it's all too obviously not the right term to use here. This, in the case of Donald John Trump, was the execution of a court-approved search warrant. It happened in daylight hours. It was not in the middle of the night. Verbiage I've heard from the former president himself about, they even broke into my safe. No, they had authority by virtue of the search warrant to enter any kind of compartments or containers that the search warrant authorized. Of course, I myself am assuming that it authorized entering a safe, because none of us, so far as I know, have actually seen the search warrant. Assuming that it authorized that, there be nothing unlawful or unwarranted, which is a technical and legal term. So words like raid and phrases like breaking into are by their very definition improper to apply in this case. And they maliciously missend the message that the department and the FBI did something wrong here. Here they were obviously trying not to make a big splash. They did not come in sirens blazing and with big marked FBI coats like you see sometimes, all right? They came in plain clothes, in the light of day, and according to all reporting, coordinated with the Secret Service that guards Donald Trump in advance, so that it would all be exceptionally civil. The very opposite of a raid. Such having been qualified, in wake of the Trump search bombshell, the ex-CIA chief has endorsed executing leakers of nuclear secrets, to include Donald Trump. Indeed, the ex-CIA chief rates today's Republicans as the most dangerous political force in history. Now think of Penny Bradley and Daryl Neely, alias One with Odin, her handler, and their GERN, Global Entertainment Radio Network. That acronym, GERN. And their attempts to character assassinate myself. Daryl Neely is the ultimate house nigger, a man who identifies himself as white, even though he's charcoal black. And that alone tells you everything you need to know. He is so acculturated as a white supremacist, he's taken on the Nordic religion of the pagans. There is nothing wrong with that. There will come a time when the heathen religions of the neo-pagans will welcome people of color. Perhaps he's a pioneer in that regard. But the way it is now muscularly identified with white supremacy, he is simply adapting white culture. The skin color doesn't matter when you've become culturally white. This is the option by which white supremacists exploit house niggers and their coon cadres. These are the cultists of chaos who are your enemy, as my enemy is your enemy. More on that later in my attempting to put what Joe Tai said the night that I was deathly sick into some context. Now, returning to getting this topic out of the way first, in the week before last, former CIA Director Michael Hayden, a retired 4-star Air Force general who founded the Hayden Center at George Mason University after having served as director of the National Security Agency and later the CIA under former presidents William Jefferson Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Hussein Obama, himself ultimately endorsing Joe Biden for president in 2020 in an ad for a group then known as Republican voters against Trump, before involving his name as one of the former intelligence officials who signed an October 2020 letter exposing Russian involvement in the Hunter Biden laptop stories that popped up in the final weeks of the presidential election cycle, responded approvingly to a tweet talking about executions for those who spill nuclear secrets after it was reported that FBI agents were searching for classified documents related to nuclear weapons during their search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort. Edward Luce, the U.S. national editor and columnist at the Financial Times, got the ball rolling while I was in transmission on Wednesday in a Twitter exchange that commenced at a time when the Republican Party has completely rallied behind former President Donald Trump. It's all Trump's own party now. The Wyoming Republican representativist Elizabeth Cheney's defeat, milestoning the end of an era for the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. The 3-term Congresswoman Elizabeth Lynn Cheney's resounding primary defeat marks the end of an era for the Republican Party as well as her own family legacy, the most high-profile political casualty yet as the party of Lincoln transforms into the cult of Trump. The fall of Liz Cheney, who has declared it her mission to ensure Donald Trump never returns to the Oval Office, was vividly foreshadowed earlier this year on the first anniversary of the January 6th attack on our Capitol. As the House convened for a moment of silence, Cheney, who is leading the investigation into the insurrection as vice chairwoman of the 1/6 Committee, January 6th Investigative Committee, and her father, former Vice President Dick Cheney, who was actually serving effectively as our president through 2 terms of the Bush Mini-Me. Well, there's the call. Just died. Brandon Young hung up. So I will be calling Viviana Sanchez to replace him. So she'll be picking up momentarily. There we are, honey. I felt that this would happen. Oh.
Sorry. That was my fault.
Oh, was it really? Oh my God. No worries. No worries.
I was trying to make an internet call. I forgot these are 2 aligned and it won't work. So my apologies.
Oh, no worries. Oh, I'm so sorry. Do you need to make that call? Or
No,
okay.
It's good.
Okay.
I was really going to text him, but I first had to try to enter the number.
Understood. Okay.
It's good.
All right.
Don't worry about. I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, no worries. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Love you. Okay. Back to the task at hand. Understand that Liz Cheney and her daddy, the former Vice President Dick Cheney, who effectively was our president through the years of the George Bush mini-me, 2 terms of George Bush Jr., the retard, they both stood all alone on the Republican side of the House floor during the House's convening that moment of silence recently. Democratic lawmakers streamed by to shake their hands. Republicans declined to join them. The Cheney loss has proven that it's no longer Democrats versus Republicans. It's democracy versus monopolism. Basically, a puppet insurgency of chaosism. Now, former President Donald John Trump still has an iron grip on the Republican Party, but he's nonetheless 76 years old, which means he's closer to the end of his life than the beginning. And the Republican Party, once before, faced an identity crisis in 1988, when President Ronald Reagan stepped down, even as he was idolized by the grand old party base. However, the bulwarks, classical conservative Jonathan Last, a columnist for the Bulwark magazine, sees little reason to believe that the party will behave after Trump as it did after Reagan, arguing that the Republican Party is very likely to go through a massive power struggle if and when Trump dies. And he's skeptical that heir apparent Ron DeSantis will be the one who will take over that mantle. In this sort of everything goes knife fight, Last believes that Crazy Carrie Lake, his words, the conspiracy theory touting Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent Arizona gubernatorial nominee, has an edge over DeSantis. To quotist the last man, Jonathan Last, it seems unlikely that the grand old party can revert to being a traditional political party. Ergo, the post-Trump secession will look less like the 1988 Republican Party search for a post-Reagan identity and more like the death of Stalin. He's referencing the movie here. Once he departs, there will be a scramble to take over the Republican Party. The largest consequence of the Trump years is that the grand old party has become an authoritarian institution. It is not a political party in any way recognizable within the American tradition. Instead, it is a wholly owned subsidiary of one man. And per Geoff Cavaservice, Vice President of Political Studies at the center-right Niskanen Center, that's a think tank, he says, Liz Cheney represents the Republican Party as it used to be. All of that is gone now. The aforecited Luce then assented, I've covered extremism and violent ideologies around the world over my career, have never come across a political force more nihilistic, dangerous, and contemptible than today's Republicans. Nothing close. The aforecited Hayden then personally endorsed the assessment that Republicans today are the most dangerous political force in history, quote tweeting the Luce observation with the edited writ stating, I agree, and I was the CIA director. It is in such somber context that we must not repeat the mistakes of the years after the 1860s war for white supremacy that we call the American Civil War between the states. If America fails to punish its insurrectionists, it could see a wave of domestic terror. Understand that Daryl Neely of Gurn Radio was one of the men who assaulted your capital of these United States. He took a hat from a fallen police officer without helping the fallen man and put it on his own head while smoking a doobie and laughing at the fallen officer of the law. A true nihilistic chaosist, a true cultist of the anti-gods. He is your enemy. And the last time the United States failed to properly punish such insurrectionists as Darrell Neely, they went on to form the Ku Klux Klan, unleash a reign of murderous domestic terrorism, and reestablish formal white supremacy in much of this country for more than 100 years. As the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack begins televised hearings, certainly did so a month agone by now, the lessons from the post-Civil War period offer an ominous warning for this moment and where we go from here. It is often difficult to sustain the requisite sense of urgency about past events, however dramatic and shocking they may have been at the time. Memories fade, new challenges arise, and the temptation to put it all behind us and move on is strong. On top of all that, Republicans quickly and disingenuously call for unity, mere days after failing to block the peaceful transfer of power. If we want to preserve our fragile democracy, however, Congress and the President must learn from history and not make the same mistakes their predecessors did in the years after the 1860s war for white supremacy that we call the Civil War. In 1860, many people believed that America should be a white nation where black people could be bought and sold and held in slavery. The Civil War began when many of the people who held that view refused to accept the results of that year's presidential election. They first plotted to assassinate President-elect Abraham Lincoln. 5 years later, they would succeed. Then they seceded from our Union, and shortly thereafter started shooting and killing people who disagreed with them. By the end of that war, 2% of our entire country's population had been killed, the equivalent of 7 million people being killed, based on today's American population. Despite the rampant treason and extraordinary carnage of that war, our country's political leaders had little appetite for punishing their white counterparts who had done their level best to destroy the United States of America. After Confederate sympathizer John Wilkes Booth successfully assassinated Abraham Lincoln in 1865, Andrew Johnson ascended to the highest office in the land. Johnson, a Southerner who openly espoused white supremacy, handed out pardons indiscriminately to Confederate leaders and removed from the South the federal troops protecting newly freed black African Americans. The historian Lerone Bennett Jr. captured the tragedy of the moment in his book entitled Black Power, USA, subtitled The Human Side of Reconstruction, 1867 through 1877, covering a decade in his writ, which I now read a paragraph therefrom. Most Confederate leaders expected imprisonment, confiscation, perhaps even banishment. Expecting the worst, they were willing to give up many things in order to keep some. If there was ever a moment for imposing a lasting solution to the American racial problem, this was it. But the North dawdled, and the moment passed. When the Confederates realized that the North was divided and unsure, hope returned, and with hope came a revival of the spirit of rebellion. This was one of the greatest political blunders in American history. With that revival of white supremacist hope camest ropes and robes and widespread domestic terrorism. Mere months after the ostensible end of the American Civil War between the states, in April of 1865, half a dozen Southern young white Confederate war veterans gathered in Pulaski, Tennessee, in December of 1865 to discuss what to do with their lives. And they decided to form a new organization, a terrorist resistance network called the Ku Klux Klan. The first Grand Wizard of the KKK, Nathan Bedford Forrest, was a Confederate States general who had been pardoned by President Johnson. In less than 1 year, Forrest would go on to orchestrate 336 cases of murder or assault with intent to kill on freedmen across the state of Georgia from January 1st through November 15th of 1868. The sheer effectiveness of that domestic terrorism in crushing our country's nascent multiracial democracy was unsurprising and undeniable. In Columbia County, Georgia, 1,222 votes had been cast for the Anti-Slavery Party in April of 1868. And after the reign of terror that year, the party received just one single vote on the Ides of November. Lest we think this was all a long time ago, the House committee hearings remind us all, right now, that we had an insurrection just last year. Not only did a violent mob attack our country's elected leaders and attempt to block the peaceful transfer of power, but even after that assault was repelled, 147 Republicans, the majority of the Republican members in Congress, refused to accept the votes of the American people and even attempted to overthrow our elected government of these United States of America. And far from being chastened, the enemies of democracy in the Republican Party have only becomest ever more emboldened, like their Confederate counterparts of the last century. Just as happened in the years after the Civil War, when the prospect of large-scale black voting threatened white power and privilege, the defenders of white nationalism have engaged in a legislative orgy of passing pro-white public policies, from trying to erase evidence of racism and white supremacy from public school instruction to laws making it increasingly difficult, if not impossible, for people of color to even cast their ballots. As journalist Ron Brownstein has warned, the two-pronged fight captures how aggressively Republicans are moving to entrench their current advantages in red states, even as many areas grow significantly more racially and culturally diverse. Voting laws are intended to reconfigure the composition of today's electorate. The teaching bans aim to shape the attitudes of tomorrow's. All of this is happening because the insurrectionists, like Darrell Neely, Penny Bradley's handler, have not and believe they will not be punished. But it doesn't have to be this way. Democrats control Congress and the White House, and we can take strong and decisive action to ensure appropriate consequences for people who seek to undermine democracy. The House of Representatives impeached Donald Trump in 2021 for incitement of insurrection, and Congress can still invoke the 14th Amendment's provision banning from office any person who has engaged in insurrection. All those who aided and abetted Trump's insurrection should face the full force of the laws that are designed to protect the multiracial democracy that the majority of Americans want. The fate of democracy in America is quite literally at stake, since the new era of political violence is here. I've been thinking about the threats against law enforcement and Trump's barely veiled warning to Attorney General Merrick Garland about a country on fire. We should no longer wonder if we can avert a new era of political violence in these United States. It's already here. Anger at the Mar-a-Lago search cannot end well. Trump loyalists have reacted to the search of the ex-president's Mar-a-Lago residence with unhinged fury. And now they're calling for violence. In a sane world, a partisan Republican reaction to the FBI's warranted search of former President Donald Trump's Florida home on Monday of the week before last would be something like this. We don't believe Trump did anything wrong. We're skeptical about the Department of Justice's actions, but we'll wait to see the evidence before we make any sweeping claims or definitive judgments. Unfortunately, the reaction online, in the right-wing media, and even among lawmakers has been far from sane. It's been unhinged and ominous. MAGA world denizens have called for violence and civil war. So much so that the phrase civil war was trending on Twitter all throughout that Monday night. One user on Trump's own social media platform, Truth Social, said, "Fuck a civil war, give them a revolution! We outnumber all of the 10 to 1. We're seeing references to lock and load and statements like this. It certainly feels like they're treating it as a hot civil war. When this is all said and done, the people responsible for these tyrannical actions need to be hanged." Ben Collins, who covers disinformation, extremism, and the internet for NBC News, wrote that Monday evening, "The posts on these pro-Trump forums tonight are as violent as I've seen them since before January 6th, maybe even more so." Commentators in right-wing media, meanwhile, have been using extraordinarily reckless and inflammatory language. The Gateway Pundit, a pro-Trump outlet, wrote, "This period means period. War! Period." Which, according to the New York Times, was quickly amplified by a Telegram account connected to Stephen K. Bannon, Mr. Trump's one-time political advisor. Specifically, Bannon called the FBI the Gestapo and said, "We need to choke down the FBI and choke down the Justice Department." Another former Trump advisor, Michael Caputo, said, "With this militant raid on President Trump's home, we have become Russia. The FBI is the KGB. And Fox's Dan Bongino called the FBI's action some third world bullshit. Dinesh D'Souza, a right-wing yellow house nigger, provocateur, who personally received a presidential pardon from Donald Trump for campaign finance violations, said, and here I quote his T, "The FBI, an organization set up to fight organized crime, has become the most powerful organized crime syndicate in the world. We now need to carry the fight against organized crime to its logical conclusion. Shut down the FBI and prosecute this gang of dangerous criminals." A former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, suggested that the FBI might have planted evidence against Donald Trump. When asked by Charlie Kirk, a talk show host, why the FBI would do this, Gingrich said, "We'd be better off to think of these people as wolves. Wolves who want to eat you. Wolves who want to dominate." According to Gingrich, the FBI has declared war on the American people at such a level and with such total dishonesty, we are seeing the ugly face of a tyranny. One of the most popular figures on Fox News, Jesse Waters, hinted that the FBI was setting up Trump, himself so asking and adding, "How do we know they're not planting evidence right now? I'm angry. I feel violated. The whole country feels violated. It's disgusting. They've declared war on us, and now it's game on." And Sebastian Gorka, a former Trump advisor who now hosts a show on Salem Radio, said the FBI's actions were a declaration of war. Monica Crowley, a right-wing commentator who worked in the Trump administration, tweeted, "This is it. This is the hill to die on." Another popular right-wing talk show host of Jewish descent named Mark Levine made this claim: "This is the worst attack on this republic in modern history, period." And for good measure, he added, "This is a Stalinist witch hunt." And Stephen Miller, who worked closely with Trump in the White House, called the FBI's action an abomination and made this historical comparison. "We are truly living in a situation where the FBI has become a Praetorian Guard from Rome, where they take it unto themselves to decide who wields power in this country." Then Bannon, again, busily making the rounds, told the conspiracist Alex Jones, "I do not think it's beyond this administration state and their deep state apparatus to actually try to work on the assassination of President Trump." As if he were still president. This charge was echoed by former New York City Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik, who said he is worried that Democrats might try to assassinate Donald Trump. To quote his T, "I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not into conspiracies. I'm not into anti-government rhetoric. This is the first time in my lifetime that I would say I am deathly afraid for Donald Trump. I would not put assassination behind these people." Now, many Republican candidates and lawmakers have been just as inflammatory as these more peripheral figures. Carrie Lake, running for governoress in Arizona, called the FBI search of Trump's home one of the darkest days in American history, the day our government, originally created by the people, turned against us. This illegitimate, corrupt regime hates America and has weaponized the entirety of the federal government to take down President Donald Trump. Again, as if he were still in the Oval Office. Representativess Lauren Boebert said of the FBI search, "This is Gestapo crap, and it will not stand." Representativess Marjorie Taylor Greene insisted, "This is the rogue behavior of communist countries, not the United States of America. These are the type of things that happen in countries during civil war." She also called for Congress to defund the FBI and said Republicans, if they seize control of the House, should take on the enemy within. Now, Elise Stefanik, the third-ranking Republican in the House, said, "Joe Biden's FBI and Department of Justice have been fully weaponized against their political opponents." She characterized what the FBI did as an absolute, outrageous abuse of power and un-American. And House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy accused the Justice Department of an intolerable state of weaponized politicization. Senator Ted Cruz said the FBI's action was corrupt and an abuse of power. Senator Rand Paul said what the FBI did truly is an attack on our constitutional republic. Senator Marco Rubio said, "Using government power to persecute political opponents is something we have seen many times from third world Marxist dictatorships, but never in America." And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis claimed, "The raid of Mar-a-Lago is another escalation in the weaponization of federal agencies against the regime's political opponents." On and on and on it goes. The worst may be yet to come. Already, Trump is laying the groundwork for his followers to dismiss any evidence of wrongdoing that the FBI may have uncovered. He released a statement yesterday, last week, noting that the FBI would not let anyone, including my lawyers, be anywhere near the areas that were rummaged, and himself alluding to the possibility of agents planting evidence. Did we ever expect anything else from him? The decision by the Department of Justice to search Trump's home may have been unwise. And at this point, we do not know the precise subject of the search or what crime the FBI is even investigating. But we do know that a federal judge signed off on that warrant, which means he had every reason to believe that the FBI would find evidence of a crime at Trump's home. We also know that FBI Director Christopher Wray was nominated by Donald Trump himself. Clearly, at this early stage, the responsible reaction to what the FBI did is to withhold judgment, to wait and see, to base one's assessment on the facts and the evidence as they become known. But such an approach is alien to the modern-day Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. The entire incentive structure is to abuse language that is intemperate, belligerent, conspiratorial, even crazed. This week has once again proved that there's no rhetorical line Trump Republicans will not cross, no outlandish charge they will not make. It's now all about one-upmanship, with each and every person trying to make a more freakish claim than the next. This debasement of language cometh at a considerable cost. George Orwell believed that political language mattered because politics matters, and that the corruption of one leads to the corruption of the other. And in some cases, the misuse of words can lead to political violence. We saw that on January 6th of 2021, in which my own gang stalkers participated in trying to overthrow our legitimate government. My analysis concludes that we are edging ever closer to that ultimate conflict between my gang stalker side and my side. The war which you must choose your side in. Mine or theirs. Some people on the right, enraged and inflamed, caught in an echo chamber of undiluted anger and massive lies, crystal clearly hope for the chaos of an anti-godly apocalypse. They are perpetually frenzied and hyper-agitated, convinced that they are in an existential struggle against a wicked foe. That foe known as the natural order. In the face of this, effectively, the entire Republican Party is egging them on. Right now, based on no evidence whatsoever, Republicans are promoting a narrative that the events of the week before last prove that the United States government and its chief law enforcement agency are, in their words, quote unquote, Nazi-like, corrupt to the core, at war with its own citizens. This cannot end well. When political violence cometh, the Republican Party will be its authors and finishers. In his 1838 Young Men's Lyceum speech, in which he warned about mob violence and people who disrespected America's laws and our courts, Abraham Lincoln said, "As a nation of free men, we must live through all time or die by suicide." Today, it is Lincoln's party that wants America to die by suicide. A mass Jonestown of mob immolation. Therein is the deepening void that Nietzsche warned of. Stare into the abyss, and you will find it in yourself. The emptiness of the anti-life forces I stand against. Civil war is among the many terms we now use all too easily. The American Civil War between the states was a bloodbath driven by the inevitable confrontation between the Union and the organized forces of sedition and slavery. But at least that Civil War was about something. Compared with the bizarre ideas and half-baked wackiness that now infest American political life, the arguments between the North and the South look like a deep treatise on sane governance. The United States now faces a different kind of violence from people who believe in nothing, or at least in nothing real. We do not risk the creation of organized armies and militias in Virginia or Louisiana or Alabama, marching on federal institutions. Instead, all of us face random threats and unpredictable dangers from people among us who spend too much time watching television and plunging down internet rabbit holes, where all you'll find and ultimately choke on is an endless pile of rabbit shit. These shit eaters, acting individually or in small groups, will be led not by rebel generals, but by narcissistic wannabe heroes. And they will be egged on by cowards and instigators who will inflame them from the safety of a television or radio studio, or from behind the shield of elected office. Occasionally, they will congeal into a mob, as they did on January 6th of 2021. There is no single principle that unites these Americans in their violence against our fellow citizens. They will tell you that they are for liberté and freedom, but these are merely code words for personal grudges, racial and class resentments, and a generalized paranoia that dark forces are manipulating their lives. These are not people who are going to take up the flag of a state or of a deeper cause. They have already taken up the flag of a failed president, and their causes are a farrago of conspiracy theories and pulpy science fiction plots. What makes this situation worse is that there be no remedy for it. When people are driven by fantasies, by resentment, by an internalized sense of inferiority, there is no redemption in anything. Winning elections, burning effigies, even shooting at other citizens does not soothe their anger, but instead deepens the spiritual and moral void that haunts them. Donald Trump is central to this fraying of public sanity because he has done one thing for such shit eaters that no one else could ever do. He has made their miserable lives of quiet desperation interesting. Once again, he has made them feel important. He has taken their itching frustrations about the unfairness of life and created a morality play around themselves and cast himself as the central character. Trump, to his cultists, is the avenging angel who is going to lay waste to the elites, the smarty pantses and the do-gooders, the godless and the smug, the satisfied and the comfortable. I spracketh with one of the original Never-Trumpers over the weekend, a man who has lost friends and family because of his opposition to Donald Trump. And he told me that one of the most unsettling things to him is that these same pro-Trump family and friends now say that they believe that Donald Trump broke the law, but that they just don't care. They see Trump and his crusade, their crusade against evil, the drama that gives their empty lives what meaning it may hold, as more important than the law. I have heard similar sentiments among people I personally know. Some of these people are ready to snap and to resort to lethal violence. A U.S. Navy veteran in Ohio was killed in a standoff this last week after he attacked the Cincinnati FBI office. A man in Pennsylvania was arrested and charged but days ago for threatening to slaughter federal agents whom he called police state scum. But that doesn't stop charlatans and con artists from throwing matches at the fuses every day, because those hucksters too have decided that living a normal life and working at a straight job is for saps. They will gladly risk the occasional explosion here and there if it means living the good life off of donations and purchases from their mass marks. When enough Americans decide that a cult of personality matters more than a commitment to democracy, we risk becoming a lawless autocracy. This is why we must continue to demand that Trump and all his enablers face the consequences of their actions. To cave in the face of threats means the end of democracy itself. And it would not, in any event, mollify those among us, among our fellow citizens rather, who have chosen to discard the Constitution itself so that they can keep mainlining jolts of drama from morning till night. We are going to be living in this era of political violence for the foreseeable future. All any of us can do is continue among our friends and family and neighbors to say and defend what is right in the face of lies and delusions. Which brings us to that one sentence Republicans need to stop using. As former President Donald Trump endured one of his worst weeks yet, a week that got worse the next for Republicans in general, Republicans have been on our TV screens taking aim at everyone else but themselves. On the latest episode of The New Abnormal, hostess Molly Jong-Fast, a white woman married to an Asian male, whose name she hyphenated to her own surname, whose family name she hyphenated to her own surname, and the host Andy Levy, obviously of Jewish descent, talked Trump and the sentence that Republicans need to stop repeating. To quote Andy Levy, their big talking point is that they all independently apparently came up with is, if they can do this to the president, think what they can do to you. First of all, he's not the president. And it would be nice if they would stop saying, if they can do this to the president. They didn't do this to the president. They did this to a private citizen who happened to have been the president. So they're not doing this to the president. The president is Joe Biden, all right? The FBI did not execute a search warrant on the White House. Let's get rid of that right away. And anyone who says that is completely foolish. Molly Jongfast agreed, saying, in her own words, the fact that nothing has ever happened to him at all, ever, is a sign that actually this kind of thing almost never happens to wealthy white men. It's certainly a sign that if you do a lot of very suspicious stuff, like leave with 15 boxes of classified information, and you flout the law enough, sooner or later, someone might tell you, you can't do that anymore. Then Tim O'Brien, senior executive editor of Opinion at Bloomberg, a man of obviously Irish descent, joined the show and revealed what he finds most compelling in the ridiculous sideshow that's emerged in the wake of the search, which is that he's being unfairly targeted and that this is political. Of course, no president and no U.S. citizen is above the law, and this is a common legal practice and a prosecutorial practice, and the Justice Department and the FBI are enforcing the law. The idea that somehow Trump shouldn't be subjected is his actual words, to the same laws as everyone else is ridiculous. Then as well, Dr. Iman Al-Saidin, Chief Medical Officier for Planned Parenthood Great Plains, described her experience on the day of the Roe v. Wade decision, explaining thereby about what it's like in post-Roe America. To quote she, at length and verbatim, in Arkansas, we had to stop care that day. We had to reschedule all of these patients to Kansas or whatever their closest abortion clinic was. The staff was crying outside and vaping a lot. It's hard to tell people that we can't provide care to them. It's like it's hard to be the person that's actually saying no. The staff was tasked with calling all the patients and telling them that, hey, we can't provide your care. These are your options. We've seen this sort of immediate change. And then, it's now normal to see multiple people from Texas every single day when I'm in whatever Kansas clinic I'm in that have either driven 10 plus hours to get to us or have flown from Houston, Austin, Dallas. I mean, this is normal now. It's the new abnormal. It's pretty dystopian, except it's reality. I think we're just allowing the government to step on our toes a little bit too much when we have the situation where people aren't treating ectopic pregnancies. Ectopic pregnancies, by the way, are pregnancies that can fucking kill you. And people are hesitating about treating miscarriages and hesitating about delivering life-saving care. I mean, that's not a good look. So, with the end of Roe, the American empire edges closer and closer to civil war. The question is no longer whether there will be a civil conflict in America. The question is how the sides will divide and who will prevail. The cracks in the foundations of the United States are widening rapidly and on several fronts. The overturning of Roe v. Wade has provoked a legitimacy crisis no matter what your politics. For the right, the leaking of the draft memo last month revealed the breakdown of bipartisanship and common purpose within that institution. For the left, it demonstrated the will of dubiously selected Republican justices to overturn established rights that have somewhere near 70% to 80% political support. Accelerating political violence, like the attack in Buffalo, New York, increasingly blurs the line between the mainstream political conservative movement and outright murderous insanity. The question is no longer whether there will be a civil conflict in these United States. The question is how the sides will divide, what their strengths and weaknesses are, and how those strengths and weaknesses will determine the outcome. The right wing has been imagining a civil war publicly since at least the Obama administration. Back in 2016, when it looked like Hillary Clinton would win the election, then Kentucky Governor Matt Bevin described the possibility in apocalyptic terms. The roots of the tree of liberty are watered by what? The blood. Of who? The tyrants, to be sure. But who else? The patriots. Whose blood will be shed? It may be that of those in this room. It might be that of our children and grandchildren. So he told his cultists at the Values Voter Summit. The possibility of civil war has long been a mainstay of right-wing talk radio. Needless to say, when the right conjures these fantasies of cleansing violence, they tend to fantasize their own victory. Steve King, while still a congressman from Iowa, tweeted an image of a red and blue America at war with the line, "Folks keep talking about another civil war. One side has about 8-10 bullets, while the other side doesn't know which bathroom to use." By 8-10 bullets, he meant 8 trillion bullets. He's not off in his numbers. Anytime anyone acts on their violent rhetoric, the right-wing politicians and media elites are appalled that anyone would connect what they say to what others do. In the lead-up to the Capitol riot, Alex Jones said, "We need to understand we're under attack, and we need to understand this is 21st century warfare and get on a war footing." According to a New York Times series, Tucker Carlson has articulated the theory of white replacement, alluded to by Noreen Halpan when she was on this platform, more than 400 times on his show. Calls to violence are normal in right-wing media. Calls to resist white replacement are normal in right-wing media. The inevitable result is the violent promotion of resistance to white replacement. Republican politicians like Arizona State Senator Wendy Rogers and New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik are outraged when their 1 + 1 turns out to equal 2. But their outrage is increasingly unbelievable, even to themselves. America is witnessing a technique used in political struggles all over the world. Movements devoted to the overthrow of elected governments tend to divide into armed and political wings, which givest multiple avenues to approach their objectives, as well as the cover of plausible deniability for their violence. The left-wing American political class, incredibly, continues to cling to its defunct institutional ideals. Democrats under old Joe Biden have wasted the past 2 years on fictions of bipartisanship and forlorn hopes of some kind of restoration of American trust. When violence like Buffalo, New York hits, they can do nothing more than plead with the other side to reconsider all the horror they're unleashing and offer obvious lectures about the poison of white supremacy. Since January 6th didn't wake them up to exactly what we're facing, it's unclear what might ever wake them up. The left has not made the psychological adjustment to a conflict situation yet, but it won't be able to maintain the fantasy of normalcy for much longer. This conflict, which on the surface seems so unequal, with an emboldened and violent right against a demoralized and disorganized left, is not as one-sided as it looks at first. It is unequal, but it is also highly asymmetrical. The right has all the weaponry and an electoral system weighted overwhelmingly in its favor. They actually are the fucking government that they so detest. The left has money and technology. Steve King was, in a sense, absolutely correct about the armed status of the trois sides. Half of all Republicans own a gun, compared with only 21% of Democrats. But that gap, however wide, is closing because of my forewarnings. When I was on Revolution Radio, I kept telling, if you're colored, buy yourself a goddamn gun. Don't think that all those mud people, as the whites call us, weren't catching on. So by 2020, the year before last, 40% of gun buyers were new buyers. There was a 58% rise in gun sales to Black African Americans in 2020 over 2019. In 2021, women were nearly half of all new gun buyers, an astonishing statistic. The real structural advantage the right possesses is not military, because they're all fucking faggot cunts and have no ability to Rambo out. Their advantage being purely electoral. By 2040, 30% of this country will control 70% of the goddamn Senate. The institutions of the United States government were corrupted from the outset, constructed distinctly to favor those who want to destroy it, because Thomas Jefferson was a nihilist of the cults of chaos and said that every generation must destroy its government, that all of liberty, the ability to fuck over unto others, as he did unto his slaves, was the blood of patriots. The tree of liberty Its roots wallow in the blood of patriots. Blood is its natural manure. His words. Every Democrat who fights to end the filibuster is fighting for their own future irrelevance, or rather, for the acceleration of their own irrelevance. Two essential facts of the 2020 election should give left-wing partisans as myself hope. Biden voting counties amounted to 70% of gross domestic product, while 60% of college-educated voters chose Joe Biden. That is to say, the left Democratic wing of America is the productive and educated part of our empire. One way of looking at the American political condition of the moment is that the left-wing part of these United States has built the networks that have left behind the right-wing part to wallow in its bigoted ignorance and self-impoverishment. These networks are the left's strength. The struggle over abortion has already revealed how this divide plays out. Anti-abortion factions control the pseudo-legitimate court system and the poorer states in union, all the states with the lowest literacy rate. Pro-choice factions have responded, first of all, with their superior financial resources. Oregon started the Oregon Reproductive Equity Fund with $15 million. New York is establishing a fund to make that state a safe haven. California Governor Gavin Newsom plans to add $57 million to our state budget to deal with out-of-state patients. At the same time, pro-choice organizers are turning to technology. The Atlantic magazine recently reported on networks using encrypted open-source Zoom alternatives to provide women with support for their procedures. Already, anonymous web access to self-managed abortions is available, just as it has been for many years in some restrictive jurisdictions. This divide isn't just American. As the forces of the entire world split between a liberal democratic elite and authoritarian populace under the umbrella of the cults of chaos and the influence of the anti-gods, the same asymmetry can be seen in this struggle everywhere on Earth. In Canada, the convoy that held the city of Ottawa hostage was defeated in the end, not by force, but by money and technology. Other countries responded to similar convoys with direct assaults. The French tear-gassed their convoy immediately, and the United States called in the National Guard before they had even left for Washington. But in Canada, the government, not wanting to have the blood of children on its hands, weakened the convoy's financial networks by simply turning off their fundraising accounts. A small band of anonymous hackers also tormented the convoy organizers by disrupting their communication lines. They infiltrated their Zello channels, blaring the hardcore gay pornography country anthem Ram Ranch. The Ram Ranch resistance almost single-handedly undid the protests at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, Ontario. This same divide has played out on an international level in the struggle between the Russian Empire and Ukraine. Russia, overwhelmed by resentment because it cannot meaningfully compete in an integrated 21st century economy, has devolved into a reactionary authoritarianism with no other outlet than violence. But Ukraine had better access to the global financial and media networks. The reaction from the forces of the democratic West has been to cut the Russian Empire off from financial systems and to provide Ukraine with superior technology. Technology and financial networks have proven the match, at the very least, of savage brute force on the side of the chaosists. Incipient civil conflict in these United States won't be formal armies struggling for territory. The techniques of both sides, those of chaos and of liberal progressive order, are now clarifying. Republican officials will abuse the Supreme Court or whatever other political institutions they control to push their agenda, no matter how unpopular with the American people. Meanwhile, their calls for violence, while never direct, create a climate of rage that solidifies into regular physical assaults upon their enemies. The technical term for this process that I learned from Michael Aquino through his Mind War operational technology of social engineering is called stochastic terrorism. The attack in Buffalo, New York was a textbook example. The left-wing resistance is more nascent, but is also taking shape. If you're rich and you want to stay living in a democracy that makes that wealth possible at all, the time has come to pony up. If you're an engineer, the time has come to organize. The conclusion is not at all determined. Neither side has an absolute advantage. Neither side can win easily. But one fact is clear. The battle has been joined, and it will be fought everywhere. Most damningly, amidst all this, Team Putin aired its insane offer to help America and save Donald Trump. The week before last had already been a difficult week for the Kremlin, as it was for the Republicans, their insurgency in North America. For one, a devastating attack on a Russian aerobase in occupied Crimea had government officials and state mass media outlets scrambling to convince citizens that Ukrainian forces were not responsible for the explosions that rocked the Saki airbase, as an exodus of frightened Russian tourists clogged the Crimean bridge built by Vladimir Putin to block Ukrainian ships from ever leaving port, and other roadways that connect the occupied peninsula to the Russian mainland. To make matters worse, the European Union has been urged to introduce a travel ban on Russian tourists. The only bright side to that announcement was that at least 69% of Russians never travel abroad. During Tuesday night's broadcast of the week before last of the news hour Veshti, economic observers Tatiana Ramazhova said, the majority of Russians won't even notice it. Then, this week last, Ukrainian forces attacked various military targets deep behind the Russian lines on Thursday evening, the day after my latest transmission, before tonight. Guided by British Special Forces, Ukraine is escalating the deep battle space fight against the Russian Empire. We've seen an arms depot explode at Timonovo in the Russian Oblast of Belgorod. This area serves as a key logistics hub for Russian operations in northern and eastern Ukraine. In addition, there are multiple reports of explosions near the Russian Aural field in Staryoskol, 60 miles from the Ukrainian border. Staryoskol is just 55 miles from Voronezh, the headquarters of a major command of Russia's Western Military District. There have also been explosions around the Kherson Dam, located at the southern juncture of the Dnieper River. Ukrainian forces are slowly moving to retake Kherson. Reports of explosions across the Crimean Peninsula also abounded the day after my latest episode as transmitted into Thursday, though these may be the result of Russian aero defense activity, as they so claim. They're incompetent enough where I could actually imagine them shooting themselves. Yet, in the context of recent Ukrainian strikes against a major Russian naval aviation base in the Crimea, and explosions over the past 3 months at numerous military sites deep inside Russian territory, we can be confident that the Ukrainian forces are responsible for at least some of this week's Thursday incidents. This activity represents a concerted effort to degrade Russian command and logistics in what is known in military parlance as the deep battle space. As I myself noticed as far back as March, deep battle space operations against Russian forces are particularly valuable due to the systemic weaknesses in Russian command and control, concealment, security, and logistics. Unable or unwilling to conduct effective perimeter security operations, or to conceal the location and type of operations they are conducting, Russian forces have made themselves vulnerable to surprise attacks far behind their front lines. NATO will also have learned from this Russian weakness. Still, Ukraine's deep battle space efforts owes a special thanks to the greater British Empire, specifically to British strike and reconnaissance special forces personnel inside Ukraine. This United Kingdom deployment was originally supervised by the now retired head of the British Army, General Mark Carleton Smith, a former head of the United Kingdom Special Forces Command, who is deeply respected by the Army's combat infantry cadres. British cadres are apolitical and purely professional. So I can assure you, all that this military advisory effort is being supervised by the United Kingdom's Foreign Intelligence Agency, the Secret Intelligence Service, also known as MI6. While other Western nations also have a Special Operations Forces presence inside Ukraine, to include CIA paramilitary and operations officers, the Greater British Empire has adopted a particularly forward-leaning approach to supporting Ukraine. This reflects a personal and professional assessment by Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the United Kingdom National Security Establishment in favor of highly active support for the Ukraine. And I am more than happy to report that the Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, the heavy favorite to replace Boris Johnson as Prime Ministress on September 6th, appears set to continue this effort. That having been qualified, the British Empire's activity here is highly significant. It has, at times, involved advisory UK Special Forces activity very close to the front lines. And while it must be understood that UK forces are not authorized to directly engage Russian forces, regardless such, Ukraine's escalating deep battle space campaign is a direct extension of long-standing British Special Forces doctrine. Established by the British Army's 22nd Special Air Service Regiment, that doctrine involves the deployment of very small 4 to 8 to 16-person patrols deep into enemy territory. These patrols then gather targeting intelligence for commanders at the rear. But they also conduct sabotage operations against targets of opportunity, such as logistics trains, command centers, and high-value targets, such as aerocraft, ammunition dumps, and fuel depots. The doctrine exists in pursuit of degrading an enemy's means of action on the front lines, but it is also intended to degrade an enemy's morale by fostering his condition of fear well beyond the front lines. For Ukraine, however, the battlefield application of this doctrine is enabled by 4 additional factors. First, access to extensive human agent reporting behind Russian lines, and USOC, US-UK, United States-United Kingdom provided satellite, electronic warfare, signals, and cybernetic intelligence. Second, access to boutique, strike, drone, and electronic warfare technology that allows small teams to deploy capabilities that Russian forces cannot easily identify, target, or ultimately engage. Third, the deeply unreliable anti-professionalism of Russian commanders and soldiers assigned to protect key assets. The Russian military's endemic morale problems and penchant for vodka, the brutal testimony of the famously fiercely anti-Kremlin Russian journalist Arkady Babchenko, who staged his own death with the help of Ukraine, is an enduring one for Russian soldiers, such being the overarching problem. Fourth, the willingness of Ukrainian special forces to operate at very high risk in defense of their country, embodying the will to fight itself. All 4 of these factors combine in the fresh fighting over Nagorno-Karabakh, what bodes so badly for Armenia, which I must go into now for the sake of my dear adoptive son, whose bloodline traces to Armenia. And the Russian Empire, it bodes no better for them, as they are Beijing's junior partner, altogether begging the question if Kazakhstan be next in the Kremlin sights. Now that's a lot for people to handle, so I must explain. And our lovely Viviana's in the chat room, as is the good man T. Tankberry. Yes, everybody make it certain to join with them and participate. Kazakhstan is generally regarded as Russia's closest ally after Belarus, White Russia. So Moscow could have been forgiven for expecting some kind of support for its war with the Ukraine from that Central Asian country. After all, Kazakhstan has always participated in all of Russia's integration projects, including Russ-Eurasia's anti-NATO CSTO, an acronym for Collective Security Treaty Organization, wherein Kazakhstan cooperates with the Russian Empire on defense. Additionally, it was largely thanks to the Kremlin that the Kazakh dictator Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, whom if you saw, you would mistake for some Japanese executive officer or some visiting businessman, retained power in January when Kazakhstan was rocked by political disturbances and violent clashes. Since the outbreak of war in Ukraine, however, many in Russia have regarded Kazakhstan's actions as unworthy of an ally. To the credit of Central Asia, Kazakhstan has adhered to Western sanctions against the Russian Empire, and in an appearance at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum in June, in the presence of the Russo dictator Vladimir Putin himself, no less, Tokayev, who you would swear is Japanese, stated that Kazakhstan would not be recognizing the self-proclaimed Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics established by the occupying Russian armies. Kazakhstan's defiant rhetoric has been backed up by action, no less, with Kazakh authorities sending humanitarian aid to Ukraine and maintaining contact with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Russian military propaganda symbols have been banned in public places in Kazakhstan, and the May 9th Victory Day parade was cancelled. An official approval was even given for an anti-war rally in Almaty, the capital of Kazakhstan. When Kazakh oil being shipped through Russia ran into unexpected difficulties, therefore, many wondered if this was Russia exacting its revenge. Against this backdrop, it's not surprising that a hastily deleted social media post by former Russian president and now deputy chair of the Security Council, Dmitry Medvedev, warning that northern Kazakhstan could be next in line after Ukraine, was taken at face value by many people. Again, it was quickly taken down, but the strong suggestion that Moscow might turn its attention to the fate of northern Kazakhstan reflects the mindset of Russian hawks and is entirely in keeping with Russian political dialogue, where few taboos remain. But could Russia really even enter into conflict with yet another of its neighbors? Kazakhstan has made political gestures in the past that have displeased Moscow, but they never prevented close cooperation between the two countries. Now, however, economic differences appear to have emerged, with the Kazakh side in no rush to help Russian companies bypass Western sanctions, opposing legalizing parallel imports and preventing Russian and Belarusian truckers from bringing in goods from Europa. In a move that is unlikely to be warmly received in Moscow, Kazakhstan is also giving a warm welcome to companies that are leaving Russia. Russia certainly has a variety of ways in which it can remind Kazakhstan of the price it will pay for worsening relations. It could cut off Kazakhstan's main source of income, its lucrative oil exports. The oil and gas sector accounts for over 40% of the Kazakh state's revenues, and 80% of its oil exports pass through Russian territory via the CPC, the Caspian Pipeline Consortium, of which Russia is the largest stakeholder at 31%. There are other possible export routes via the port in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, by pipeline to the Communist Chinese Empire, or by rail to Uzbekistan, but they cannot match the CPC in terms of volume, price, or speed of delivery. By cutting off this key source of income for Kazakhstan, Moscow could also put pressure on the Central Asian state's main customer, the European Union, demonstrating that a rejection of Russian oil would come with an additional loss for the EU, upwards of 1 million barrels of Kazakh oil a day. It's possible that this was the veiled threat being sent when Russia twice, in mid-June and early July, brought the CPC's operation to standstill, citing technical issues. Both incidents followed statements from Tokayev that would have done little to please Moscow, one on Kazakhstan's intention to observe anti-Russian sanctions, and the other on the country's readiness to help stabilize the situation on Europe's energy markets. Both stoppages were short-lived, but could have led to emergencies at Kazakh enterprises with continuous production cycles. Oil exports are by no means the only Kazakh pressure point that the Russians could exploit. Kazakhstan is critically reliant on imports from Russia for a range of food items, notably cooking oil, sugar, and milk. Russia is also a key source of petrochemicals, iron, and fertilizer for Kazakhstan, as well as imported car parts. Overall, Russia accounts for a fifth of Kazakhstan's total external trade, while over half of Kazakhstan's cargo flows pass through Russia. Again, alternative routes to Europa via the southern Caucasus, which I'll get to when I speak of Armenia, to the south through Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan or by rail to Red China, are far more expensive. How the situation will develop is a matter of some debate. Following the invasion of Ukraine, almost anything in Russian foreign policy seems possible, and rational criteria cannot be relied upon to predict Moscow's actions anymore. It is unlikely, however, that Russia was counting on a great deal of support from Kazakhstan as it prepared its invasion. It's also unlikely that Moscow would put up with direct criticism, but Kazakhstan hasn't yet crossed that line. So Russo-Kazakh relations have not undergone a fundamental change. In Central Asia in general, caught between the Russian and Communist Chinese empires as it is, Russia's main priority has always been to reinforce friendly political regimes. Putting pressure on Kazakhstan now, throttling it economically, forcing it to support the war, and demanding a break with the Western world would weaken the current leadership, which hasn't yet fully recovered from the upheaval of January. Meanwhile, Tokayev's readiness to publicly stand up to Moscow, to Putin himself face to face, has only reinforced his position in Kazakh society, where he is now ever more respected. People are beginning to see him as an independent politician who is no longer reliant on his predecessor Nursultan Nazarbayev, or on Putin at all. If the Kremlin attempts to force Tokayev to retreat from his position, it risks provoking a new wave of public discontent in Kazakhstan among the masses, which in turn will impact the economic issues that have yet to be resolved. For now, Moscow appears keen to give the impression that Ukraine only has itself to blame, and that it's business as usual for Russia's other neighbors and allies. Now that the Russian Empire is isolated from the West, it needs to demonstrate it has good relations elsewhere, not least in Central Asia, its former Soviet republics. No surprise, then, that Medvedev's post caused so much concern. Although the text was later removed and its authenticity denied, it reflected the expectations of the hawks in Russian society and is entirely in keeping with the current political dialogue within the Russian Empire, where hardly anything is taboo anymore. Similar criticisms of Kazakhstan are regularly heard from Russian officials, not to mention the extremes reached by non-officials, their version of our right-wing radio. The key factor here, however, is that Medvedev's post simply transferred the same logic that it is applying to Ukraine to its relations with Kazakhstan. In other words, these races, as an ethnos, do not exist. They're all really Russians. If the Kremlin sees that logic as being sufficient to justify a military invasion, what is to stop it doing the same in other former Soviet republics? For now, Moscow sees Kazakhstan as a friendly regime, but Russia's criteria for friendship are becoming ever more amorphous. The regimes of Russia, Belarus, and Kazakhstan are closely intertwined. But Kazakhstan is now seeking its own path forward with a renewed leadership, a freer market economy, and an absence of hostilities with the West. As time goes on, Russia and Kazakhstan's trajectories will become increasingly divergent, creating new sources of tension between them. As a result, there are now serious doubts that Moscow, with its varied arsenal for putting pressure on Kazakhstan, will be willing to let this ally go its own way, sans retribution. That while new clashes in the Nagorno-Karabakh region disputed by Armenia and Azerbaijan, and Baku, the capital of the Azeris, demands for... Ooh, we're getting a signal. Let me check stream. Holy shit. Okay. Streaming there. Let's check what's going on with the studio. And I'm told we have an excellent connection. Viviana Sanchez is asking. She says, Hola! The major religious leaders will meet in Kazakhstan September 13th through the 15th. Highlight will be Pope and Patriarch Kirill of Russia. So Kazakhstan is Russian neutral ground, as was Cuba? Indeed, lovely lady. You've got it down. Smart cookie. She's a sharp chick. I'm sorry, that sounds so patronizing. That's the patriarch in the mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. Holy shit! Did she hang up on me? Holy fuck. Oh my god. So let me give a call back. See if that works well. That was the noise I was hearing. We have call breaking. Let's see if this works. Either way, she says I was kicked off Skype. Okay, so I'm trying to call you back. Let's see if that works. And it's not dialing. So the Skype they've sabotaged it. They probably got to the account or something. Okay, it says she's not online, which we know she's online. We know that. So something's going on here. We're going to try again. It says she's away, but we're going to figure this out. If it doesn't work, the stream will continue. She says the Skype is down. So I've got her, and definitely thank you, honey, for keeping me informed. She's Our Lady, and believe me, I love her dearly. She says the call fails. At least she's trying. And so thank you, honey. I'll go on with the show. We'll try again in about 10 or 15 minutes. It's not working right now, but hopefully it comes back up. And love you dearly. Hope you hear that, and hope you heard my responses to your questions. We're going to go into the area which ultimately gifted me my lovely son, Nagorno-Karabakh, or rather Armenia, of which Nagorno-Karabakh is an indelible part. So understand that while new clashes are in the Nagorno-Karabakh region, disputed by Armenia and Azerbaijan, and Baku's, the capital of the Azeris, demands for the area's demilitarization, in other words, a completion of their conquest, are a stark reminder that the fighting in Ukraine is inflaming tensions in other post-Soviet conflicts. Periodic exchanges of fire between the Armenian and Azerbaijani sides, the Azeris, are nothing new. But this time, the skirmishes could lead to Azerbaijan gaining control of the Lachkin Corridor, a mountainous road that connects the region with Armenia, and also houses key gas and electrical infrastructure. If all of that gets cut off, the very existence of what remains of Armenian-controlled and populated Nagorno-Karabakh will be under threat. The Lachkin Corridor is located between the Armenian border and Nagorno-Karabakh's main town, Stepanakert. But in Soviet's times, it was populated by Azeris. During the First Nagorno-Karabakh War, from 1992 through 1994, it was the scene of particularly vicious fighting. And in December of 2020, after Armenia's catastrophic defeat in the 2020 war, which was funded and sponsored by the Turkish Empire, Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, demanded the return of this territory. Negotiations moderated by the Russian Empire produced the following resolution, or solution in the most transitional sense, for this mountainous road of Lachkin that I'm referencing. A 5-kilometer strip along the highway was put under the control of Russian peacekeepers. The town of Susha, through which the road passes, greatly prized as a cultural center by the Azeris, was transferred to the control of Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, with peacekeepers stationed at a junction to ensure that Armenians were allowed to enter Stepanakert sans excessive interrogations. Armenia and Azerbaijan undertook to determine a plan for the construction of a new route as an alternative to this Lachkin Corridor, one that would not go through Susha before November 2023. After that, Russian peacekeepers would be moved there to the new locale, along with transport links between Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh. The current clashes broke out after Baku announced it had completed construction of its 32-kilometer section of the new highway between Nagorno-Karabakh and the Armenian border well ahead of schedule. The Azeris are eager to take control of the entire Nagorno-Karabakh region and have accordingly been laying down infrastructure at a frantic pace. Completion of the road means Baku can now demand control over the Lachkin Corridor. Yet Armenia still needs to build its own 8-kilometer section of road to connect the new highway to its own road network. Unlike the Azeris, the Armenians are in no rush. When Baku reported the imminent completion of work on the highway, Yerevan, the capital of Armenia, was still only starting preparations for a tender. Actual work on the connecting road was only begun on the 4th of August, after the current clashes broke out this month. Baku is unlikely to want to wait for nearly 18 months for the Armenians to vacate the Lachkin Corridor and start using the new highway. The remaining residents of several Armenian settlements inside the Lachkin Corridor don't want to leave their homes and have been writing open letters to these United States and French leaderships in the hope that our empires together might turn out to be more pro-Armenian moderators than the motherless fucking Russians, who abandoned Armenia to defeat in 2020. In these circumstances, the role of Russian peacekeepers is particularly important, but Moscow has very little room for maneuver. For our Armenian politicians still reeling from their country's defeat in the 2020 war, after decades of victory over their enemies, this is a Christian versus Muslim war, mind you, a religious conflict, which the Azeris, the Christian Crusaders, had won for many generations. Now nothing is off the table right now. From breaking off relations with Russia entirely and focusing instead on the West in the hope that it will save the Armenians from a new genocide, to calls to support Moscow unconditionally in its conflict with Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, in an attempt to make East Moscow treat Nagorno-Karabakh as it does the breakaway republic of South Ossetia, or Donbass, which it stole from Georgia and the Ukraine. Both of these approaches, while poles apart, stem from the same overly high expectations that some in Armenia have of the Russian Empire. The reasons are understandable. After its defeat in the recent war, Armenia signed an agreement that contained several deliberate ambiguities, such as the future status of Nagorno-Karabakh. Now those vague outlines are gradually beginning to be filled in, to the advantage of the stronger side, the Muslim enemy of the Armenians, Azerbaijan. The Christian Armenians can only hope that support from a powerful ally might help to turn the situation in their favor. In reality, the Russian Empire simply cannot meet those inflated expectations. Russian peacekeepers are on friendly terms with the leadership of the Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians as fellow Byzantine Orthodox Christians, and official Russian documents at times refer to the Nagorno-Karabakh Republic as they refer to republics that they carved out of Georgia and Ukraine, territories that they stole. But that doesn't so much reassure the Armenians as it irritates the Azeris. How do I phrase this? Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, is furious that Russian peacekeepers have laid the blame for the recent clashes exclusively on Azerbaijan, and that they have effectively allowed the de facto Nagorno-Karabakh authorities to retain their own army. Baku's recent calls for the full demilitarization, read disarmament, precepts genocide, or ethnic cleansing, the extermination of the populace of Nagorno-Karabakh, are further proof that the Azerbaijani leadership does not want to see the Russian peacekeepers' mandate extended past 2025, and that in the meantime, it is ready to do everything it can to make sure their mission is no longer necessary. The easiest way to achieve that goal is to make it so that the Armenian part of Nagorno-Karabakh simply ends up deserted. The status of the new corridor between Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh has not yet been determined, but Baku appears to have no intention of making it extraterritorial, since Yerevan, the capital of Armenia, refused to grant that same status to the road from Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, to the Azerbaijani exclave. Their population of Azeris outside of Azerbaijan itself, a separate fraction of their nation as divided from Azerbaijan as Alaska is from the continental United States, that's the Azerbaijani exclave of Nakhchivan that I'm referencing. The Armenians never allowed a connective corridor to their parent nation. If the new corridor is not given extraterritorial status, the Azerbaijani authorities will be able to detain practically any Nagorno-Karabakh Armenian on the road to Armenia for participation in an illegal armed gang. In other words, because everyone has to arm themselves in a paramilitary fashion to prevent their extermination, they will all be considered part of a military force, in effect, or an enemy of the state in open rebellion on Azeri territory per the Azerbaijani perspective. Nagorno-Karabakh's electricity, gas, and internet are currently supplied only by Armenia via the Lachkin Corridor. Baku, the capital of their Muslim enemy, is unlikely to allow that infrastructure to be built along the new highway, since its aim is to force the Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians to buy Azerbaijani gas and electricity. This will push them to either integrate into Azeri financial and legal systems or leave to avoid living with no power or connection to the outside world. Accordingly, the end of summer, when the Armenians are due to leave the Lachkin Corridor, could become a defining moment in the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. Will Baku, the capital of the Muslim enemy, allowest Christian Armenians to pass through the Lachkin Corridor, as Saladin allowed Christian pilgrims into the Holy Land? Will electricity and gas supplies to Nagorno-Karabakh from Armenia be turned off? Neither Yerevan, the capital of Christian Armenia, nor Russian peacekeepers will have much sway over Baku on these matters. The future of the conflict will be in Azerbaijan's hands. The most Armenia can count on in terms of international support is condemnation of Baku for aggressive rhetoric. It certainly cannot hope for support for an independent Nagorno-Karabakh. But the belief has firmly taken root in Armenian public opinion that certain external players, and the Russian Empire in particular, should uphold their right to self-determination, meaning their right to live for their very existence, regardless of any international agreements already signed. For this reason, even if the Armenian-held parts of Nagorno-Karabakh will be gradually deserted, it's hard to imagine that this process will take its place sans any bloodshed. Nor does it bode well for Russia's positions in the South Caucasus. If everything continues the way it is going in Nagorno-Karabakh, for the Armenians, Russia will become the ally that could not protect it, which it always was, the impotent empire, while for the Azeris of Islam, it will be the mediator that did the enemy's bidding. For now, both sides in the conflict are keeping any such thoughts to themselves, but it's not hard to imagine a situation in which the rampant nationalistic populism in the region forces local leaders to say it out loud. The war in Ukraine turned Moscow into Communist China's new vassal state. Simply a super satellite. With that, I'm going to try another call. If this rings. No, it's not ringing so far. It looks like Skype is down. But God bless Viviana Sanchez for standing by. With that, back to earning my pay. And I do need your support. So contribute to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. And the larger contributions will be profoundly appreciated and most certainly needed, as I want to tackle that website and use that to communicate with the public just as much, if not more so, gradually, as I did Facebook in the past. Now, just a little check into incoming messages here. Going to see if we got... okay, everything looks clear. And with that, Another check-in, a live stream to ascertain connection, which is deemed to be excellent. Stream continues with a high quality. Hopefully you all can hear me, and apparently such is the case due to responses from Viviania. Understand that the war in Ukraine has cut the Russian Empire off from much of the Western world. Barraged by sanctions, denounced in international media, and ostracized from global cultural events, Russians are feeling increasingly alone. But the Kremlin can rely on at least one major pillar of support, and ultimately control: the Communist Chinese Empire. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's decision to invade the Ukraine has forced Russia to turn to its fellow Eurasian giant, hat in hand. In the 20th century, the Soviet Union viewed Communist China, at least until the Sino-Soviet split of the 1960s, during that decade into which I myself was born into this vale of tears, as their poorer cousin, the second fatherland of communism, with an emphasis on the secondary status. A country to be steered and helped along in its fitful progress toward respectability, or communist utopia, if respectability fell by the wayside, which it ultimately does in any communist situation of collectivization. Decades later, after the Sino-Soviet War, which the West is completely ignorant thereof, the tables have turned decisively. Red China has for some time boasted a more robust and dynamic economy, greater technological prowess by far, and more global political and economic clout than the Russians under Soviet collectivization ever did. That asymmetry is destined to become only more pronounced in the coming years, as Putin's regime depends on Beijing for its very survival. Red China will likely gobble up more and more of Russia's overall trade. It will become the essential market for Russian exports, notably natural resources, while Russian consumers will increasingly rely on Commu-Chinese goods. And it will take advantage of Russia's predicament to assert the renminbi, the Communist Chinese party currency, in disambiguation from their international yuan, as both a dominant regional and major international currency of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis-dominated parts of the world. And to keep the Communist Chinese happy, Russian leaders will have little choice but to accept unfavorable terms in commercial negotiations, to support Commu-Chinese positions in international forums such as the United Nations, and even to curtail Moscow's relations with other countries, such as Asian India and Vietnam. In the writing of many Western analysts, the Communist Chinese and Russian empires often appear as a pair, trois great authoritarian powers seeking to revise our international order. But theirs is not a relationship of equals. The Kremlin's dependence on Communist China will turn Russia into a tremendous asset in Beijing's competition with Washington, a useful instrument in a larger game for Zhongnanhai, the Communist Chinese Empire's own Kremlin, a former imperial garden in the imperial city, Beijing, Adjacent to the Forbidden City of the Emperors, it serves Zhongnanhai as the central headquarters for the Chinese Communist Party and the State Council of China, housing as it does the offices of the CCP General Secretary and the Communist Chinese Premier. Now all of this is about being caught off guard. Before the unprovoked Russian attack on Ukraine on the 24th day in February this year, during Asian Lunar New Year, Communist Chinese diplomats and intelligence officers had tried to make a sense of the large buildup of Russian troops on the border with Ukraine and to assess American warnings that a war was in the offing. Beijing was decidedly skeptical of the alarms that Washington sounded, assuming, like many European governments, that the costs of the invasion for Russia would far outweigh any potential benefits. Despite speculation that Putin at least partially informed Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping of his plan ahead of time, the outbreak of the war appeared to startle Red China and presented it with a difficult quandary. What position should it take? If Red China backed Russia, it could expose itself to sanctions and lose access to Western technology and markets, an unpalatable prospect. But if the Communist Chinese decried Putin's actions, it could jeopardize its ties to the Russian Empire. Beijing sees its relationship with Moscow as being of paramount importance for several reasons. The two empires share a sprawling 4,200-kilometer border, the longest in the world. Their economic relationship is perfectly complementary. Russia is rich in natural resources, but needs technology and investments, whilst Red China can offer technology and investments, but needs natural resources. Russia is also a key source of sophisticated arms for the Communist Chinese, a flow of weapons that has only grown in the last decade. As authoritarian states, both empires support each other inside international institutions, chief among them the United Nations Security Council. They refrain from criticizing each other on human rights issues and take similar approaches on many global issues, such as setting standards for the governance of the Internet, which both countries think should be more tightly controlled at the national level by the state. Xi and Putin have a close personal relationship, sharing at once nostalgic and yet resentful desire to return their countries to prior states of grandeur at the imperial level over the globe, straddling Eurasia like a Siamized drunken brute. The bilateral relationship is animated by a sense of grievance and purpose, directed chiefly at the American Empire, which both Russia and the Communist Chinese accuse of seeking to deny them their rightful standing in the world, a sentiment that has grown only more powerful as the Communist Chinese and revanchist, revisionist Russian political systems have become as beholden to the personalist rule of Xi and Putin. These considerations shaped the Communist Chinese Empire's predictable response to the February invasion of Ukraine. Beijing turned to its tried-and-true approach during previous crises sparked by the Kremlin's adventurism, such as the 2008 war in Georgia, the 2014 annexation of the Crimea, and Russia's interference in the 2016 United States presidential election. Red China doggedly straddled the fence. With Ukrainian and Western interlocutors, Communist Chinese officials noted that their government supported the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Ukraine and sought a swift end to the war. With Russian counterparts, Communist Chinese officials stressed that close relations with Russia remain unperturbed, that Beijing opposed the West's unilateral sanctions, and that it accepted the Russian position that the expansion of NATO and Washington's zeal to push U.S.-led military alliances around the world had precipitated this conflict. All Western attempts to get Red China off this fence have so far failed, and always will. Communist Chinese leaders do not think that they have much to gain from taking a stance critical of Russia's actions. They know as perfectly well that the root causes of disagreements between their empire and the West, as led by these United States, will not disappear if Beijing sides with Ukraine. Red China also fears the potential collapse of Putin's regime under the weight of unprecedented economic sanctions, an outcome that would be clearly contrary to Communist Chinese interests. Red China sees a Russia hostile to the West as an asset, and a new regime in Moscow with pro-Western leanings would be a strategic nightmare. Communist Chinese leaders are also aware that they are unlikely to change Russian thinking about Ukraine. Putin believes the war is essential for securing his country and his own legacy. Additionally, the Communist Chinese do not have the capabilities or experience to play a meaningful role in negotiations in this war. As a result, Xi and his foreign policy team have never even attempted to assist in mediation. They're sitting pretty. You see, the Communist Chinese Empire is that camel through the eye of the needle, threading the needle's eye, refusing to pressure Russia, but also trying to avoid possible economic consequences imposed by the West. It has chosen to follow the strictures of the sanctions and American export controls religiously, at least for now. Many Communist Chinese companies have frozen their projects in Russia or are suspending their operations. Similarly, Communist Chinese state-owned energy behemoths have been reluctant to snap up the Russian assets, now available at steep discounts, of Western companies, such as BP, British Petroleum, and Shell, fearing exposure to future American sanctions. But Red China's compliance with the sanctions doesn't mean that Beijing is not supporting Moscow economically. If anything, its support is all the stronger. The Communist Chinese Empire has taken advantage of the economic disruption of this war, positioning itself as an alternative market for Russian goods that used to be sold in European markets. It has fully exploited opportunities to buy Russian commodities on the cheap through short-term arrangements that do not risk sanction violations. Since February, Red China has increased its purchases of Russian hydrocarbons, as Europa cuts its dependence on Russian energy and other mineral resources. The Kremlin has few options but to redirect its exports to Asia, mostly to Red China, a natural choice because of geography, existing land-based pipelines in addition to sea trade, and its ability to provide payment instruments in yuan as an alternative to those tied to United States dollars, euros, Japanese yen, Swiss francs, or British pound sterling. This trend is already underway. Over the last 7 months that I've been monitoring the situation, Russian exports to Red China have grown by 48.8% to 61.45 billion United States dollars, reflecting not only a spike in global commodity prices, but also increased shipments of Russian oil. Since 2014, Communist Chinese goods have been gradually replacing European ones on the Russian market. And in 2016, Red China, for the first time, overtook United Germany as Russia's major source of industrial tools. The combined effect of rising logistical costs and sanctions will limit the availability of many European goods in the Russian Empire, so Russian consumers and businesses will ultimately switch to more Commu-Chinese alternatives. In fact, in the past 7 months, imports from the Communist Chinese Empire to the Russian Empire have grown 5.2% to 36.3 billion United States dollars. As the Communist Chinese Empire becomes Russia's main trading partner for both exports and imports for Russia, more of this activity will be conducted in renminbi. Again, the Communist Chinese Party currency, the currency of the communist state, to be disambiguated from the internationally traded yuan. The Chinese currency, the party currency of the Communist Chinese state, will become the de facto reserve currency for Russia, even without being fully convertible, increasing Moscow's dependence on Beijing. This shift is already well underway, as evidenced by the exponential growth in the volume of renminbi trade on the Moscow Stock Exchange, which has, for the first time, overtaken euro trade. Such dealings with Communist China will be costly for the Russians. Red China won't be able to make up for Russia's losses in European markets. Moreover, Moscow's dependence on Beijing will grant Red China tremendous leverage, and it will be able to extract concessions from Russia that previously would have been seen as absurdly one-sided. Exempli gratiae. In current negotiations over a new pipeline that will connect gas fields in western Siberia to the Communist Chinese market, Beijing will be able to enforce a price formula that benefits Commu-Chinese customers, makest the renminbi the contract currency, and limits its legal obligation to buy only the bare minimum of the pipeline's capacity. Additional gas purchases are thus subject to Beijing's desire, or lack thereof, to buy it all. Moscow is likely to agree to these conditions. It has no alternative, providing Beijing not only with cheap gas, but with future leverage in its negotiations with suppliers of liquefied natural gas, such as Qatar and these United States. Just a year ago, such conditions would have been unacceptable to the Kremlin. But now, Russia's options are evaporating, giving Communist China the upper hand. Russian officials are not blind to this dynamic, but war has forced a grudging pragmatism onto the Kremlin. As long as China provides a cash flow that can keep the regime afloat and sustain its confrontation with the West, the Kremlin will accept Commu-Chinese demands. For Red China, the main challenge will be managing the risk of American retaliatory measures, such as secondary sanctions on potential Commu-Chinese transactions with sanctioned Russian entities, or violations of export control regimes. But Commu-Chinese leaders are hopeful that they will escape provoking their American counterparts if their business with Russia doesn't explicitly violate sanctions. The United States, or so they reason, is unlikely to start a trade war with the second largest global economy amid a looming recession in the vain pursuit of trying to break Vladimir Putin's war machine. So it's all advantage Beijing. And in Moscow, reality is kicking in. Even before the war in Ukraine, the Sino-Russian relationship had been increasingly one-sided. Many Russian officials, including the highest echelons of power, feared that getting closer to Red China, without simultaneously improving relations with Western countries and making the Russian economy more competitive, would end up restricting Russia's strategic autonomy. But ties with Red China nevertheless grew steadily. Before Putin's annexation of the Crimea in 2014, Red China accounted for around 10% of Russia's total trade. By the end of 2021, Red China accounted for 18%. That figure is only likely to climb in the wake of the war in Ukraine. It's not unrealistic to imagine a near future when Red China controls over half of Russia's trade flows and has become a major source of technology in important areas such as telecommunications, transport, and energy production. In such a scenario, Beijing would have tremendous leverage over Russia that it would never be shy to use. Exempli gratiae. In the future, Red China could ask Russia to abandon its defense ties with Asian India and Vietnam, or to be vocal in its support for Red China's territorial disputes in the South China Sea and its false claim over my Taiwan. The schism with the West will not be repaired as long as Putin is in the Kremlin, and probably even beyond his rule. Russia is turning into a giant Eurasian Iran, fairly isolated, with a smaller and more technologically backward economy thanks to its hostilities to the West, but still too big and too important to be considered completely irrelevant. Red China will be Russia's biggest external partner, a major buyer of exports, a major source of imports, and a major diplomatic partner, particularly as Asian India continues to drift away from Russia toward democracies in the Indo-Pacific and in Europe. The aging ruling elite of the Kremlin, myopically fixated on Washington, will be even more eager to serve as Communist China's handmaidens as it rises to become the arch-rival of these United States. The Communist Chinese Empire will benefit greatly. Beijing is unlikely to bail Moscow out or significantly modernize, or even help modernize, the Russian economy. Red China will, however, do enough to sustain a friendly regime in the Kremlin and advance Communist Chinese national interests by purchasing Russian natural resources at knockdown prices, expanding the market for Communist Chinese technology, promoting Communist Chinese technological standards, and making the renminbi, the Communist Party currency of the state, the default currency of Northern Eurasia. Given its growing leverage, Beijing will be able to extract from Moscow something that was unthinkable a year ago: access to the most sophisticated Russian weapons and their designs, preferential access to the Russian Arctic, and a Communist Chinese North Pole. The accommodation at the least of Communist Chinese security interests in Central Asia, and the Russian Empire's support as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for the Communist Chinese Empire's positions in all regional and global issues, most notably in territorial disputes between Red China and its neighbors. In effect, the Kremlin will have protected itself from Western pressure at the expense of losing a very high degree of its strategic autonomy. it will become to Communist China what the former Soviet satellite states behind the Iron Curtain were to Soviet Russia. The state of affairs is likely to persist potentially beyond Putin's rule. Communist China could overreach by pushing Russia too hard and too fast, which might result in a nationalistic backlash and put pressure on Putin to resist Commu-Chinese demands. But a real change in the relationship would require a willingness on the Kremlin's part to fully free itself from Red China's suffocating embrace. The stricture, the boa constrictor, convolutions of the Chinese dragon, and Western openness to re-engage with Russia. And for the foreseeable future, neither of those developments seems likely. All this threatens to become a cross-convergent crisis for the Russo-dictator Vladimir Putin. As Russia struggles to sustain its heavy combat losses in personnel and materiel, Ukraine's deep strikes will produce an ever-increasing battlefield effect. Putin will eventually be forced to choose between concession or dramatic escalation. But then there's the Kremlin's unsustainable spending spree on its war against Ukraine, which, as reported by Russia's own finance ministry, coupled with crushing Western sanctions to contribute to the catastrophic collapse of budget revenues. Naturally, news from America itself has served as a welcome diversion for Russian state mass media in the past few weeks. The search of former U.S. President Donald J. Trump's Florida estate provided yet another opportunity for the Kremlin's top propagandists to besmirch the American empire. Russian state television incorporated endless clips of Trump and his allies on Fox News and Newsmax, abusing them to corroborate their long-standing contra-narrative that American democracy is a sham. And in a surreal twist, news of the search even prompted some state media bullhorns to suggest that America's failing democracy should be placed under the Russian Empire's wing. Okay, Viviana has turned off the device and restarted. Let's see if this works. There we are! There we go. Should be picking up any minute, I would presume. There we are, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goddess bless you, my darling. And I hope everything else is okay.
Oh, yeah. I turned off my device. It still didn't want to go through, but it did this time, so that's good.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly, honey. And is there anything you want to say before I return to narrative?
No, please continue.
Thank you, darling. Love you dearly. Thank you. Bless. So, with my breath caught again, always left breathless by Viviana, in his Wednesday segment, broadcast midweek last, Evgeny Popov, the host of state TV show 60 Minutes, yes, Russia has its own 60 Minutes, who also happens to be a member of Russia's State Duma. In other words, it would be like an American senator having his own TV show sponsored by the federal government. Well, Evgeny Popov said, "We need to officially tackle the American democracy, American society, American economy." And one of his guests, the military expert Igor Korochenko, who previously informally endorsed Trump's candidacy in the 2024 election, the presidential election, here in these United States, no less. Our man Trump had a fucking Russian general endorsing him, claimed to believe that the former president's life is in grave danger. In reality, he was simply regurgitating a point made by former New York Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik on Newsmax one day earlier. Kerik baselessly suggested to host Eric Balling that he was worried about the potential assassination of Trump in the event he runs for president in the next election. Korochenko proposed that Russia's Foreign Affairs Ministry should, and here I translate for you from the Russian, form a special group that would prepare reports evaluating the status of democracy in the United States, like statements that used to be created by the U.S. State Department. This campaign of fomenting hatred in certain circles of American society against Donald Trump can later be converted into a campaign of the political assassination of Donald Trump at the hands of those who will carry out the orders of the influential circles, which aren't interested in his return to power. This is a bad scenario. We know the practice of political assassinations in the United States of America. Yeah, I mean, imagine a Russian actually talking shit about the state of political assassinations this side of the Atlantic. The verve. Host Popov chimed in. We should ask Russia's Federal Security Service to start protecting our Donald. Let me repeat this for you. I'm translating from the Russian for you, and this shit is real. This motherfucker said we should ask Russia's Federal Security Service to start protecting our Donald. They consider him openly their asset. Popov then graced Russian airwaves with his own bizarre suggestion on how to help America, albeit the desire of Russian propagandists to help these United States was mostly expressed in their concern for Trump's well-being and safety. To quote his T, again, I translate for you from the Russian. There are more homeless children in America than anywhere else in the world. These are the official statistics. There aren't that many impoverished neighborhoods with medieval levels of poverty not seen anywhere else, not even in Somalia. Clearly, we have to help Americans to deal with this disaster. Of course, we can take those homeless children and raise them normally, without gays and transgenders, in normal, classic culture. We need to start dealing with this right away. Disingenuous posturing aside, at one point during Wednesday's broadcast, Popov dropped all pretense of any make-believe concern for America. Addressing these United States, meaning you and me, he said into the camera, we ran out of goodwill a long time ago. What we do have is a great desire to rip your horns off. Host Vladimir Solovyov opened Wednesday before last's transmission of his program titled The Evening with Vladimir Solovyov by praising Trump's refusal to answer questions during his deposition by the New York Attorney General's office. The host actually beamed with pride. Well done, Trump! This is the only good thing I can tell you about the United States of America. In a theme that was covered all over Russian state media, as though it was the network's top assignment for the day, Solovyov condemned American democracy as an ultra-totalitarian system. Vitaly Tretyakov dean of Moscow State University's School of Television, agreed with Solovyov and asserted, "We, Russians, are the last free generation of humanity." Really? Really? He claimed that in the West, admitting that you are a Bible-carrying believer is dangerous and could lead to the said person being pelted by rocks. Tretyakov speculated that the new Iron Curtain, enforced through visa bans for the Russians, would turn into the postmodern day Berlin Wall, with Westerners trying to break through and immigrate to Russia as the last remaining bastion of freedom in the world. The balls. The chutzpah. Really? I'll get back to the children later. But the fact that you had a state-sponsored Russian politician with his own TV show saying, "Send us the American children." You know why they want those children. They can be raised without the presence of gays and transgenders. And yet somehow, I still know, they're gonna wind up taking it up the ass. So, hear ye now. Based on what I've just translated for you. Don't take my fucking word for it. You can say, Dietrich's lying, he's making this all up. That's not what it says. Then you find a translation on your own. You look up what was said by the Russian host of their 60 Minutes, Evgeny Popov. And eat your fucking heart out. So the stakes in the Ukraine have not changed. As we're fire-hosed by news of Donald Trump's antics and the stories of the Russo-collaborationist red Republican insurgency slide into anti-democratic madness, Americans must remember what's at stake in an actual military confrontation between freedom and dictatorship in Europe. The war against democracy, as I've said many a time, is being fought on multiple fronts around the world, and nowhere with more ferocity than in Ukraine. The former National Security Council staffer Alex Vindman was in Ukraine this week last. And as the conflict there drags on, he said on the morning of Tuesday before my midweek transmission day that he's worried about the world developing Ukraine fatigue. Although I understand his concern, I don't think that's happening. At least not yet. But it is time to remind ourselves what the stakes are in Ukraine for these United States and our allies. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is not merely a war in which two sides have something in dispute and are deploying military force to get their way. The Prussian high priest of military thought, Karl von Clausewitz, declared war as an act of force to compel our enemy to do our will. But the Russian attack isn't one of von Clausewitz's 19th century conflicts. The attempt to destroy the Ukraine is more like the Soviets' campaigns of conquest in World War II. Or, if you'd like a more futuristic analogy, it is like the war waged against planet Earth and all humanity by aliens in the classic 1996 movie Independence Day. When the American president tries to surrender to the invaders and asks them what they want humans to do to secure a truce, they answer with one word: die! It's not a perfect analogy. Vladimir Putin, in the first weeks of the war, would have accepted a tidy and rapid surrender. Indeed, his initial objectives did not include obliterating Ukrainian cities and civilians, because he long ago convinced himself that Ukrainians are indistinguishable from Russians. He may have imagined that after a quick strike against Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky would flee or be killed by his own military, and that Ukrainian children would carpet the streets with flowers to welcome the conquering Russians. Instead, Ukraine, with Western help, fought back and handed the Russian military one humiliating defeat after another. The Russian version of shock and awe turned into shock and dismay in Moscow, and Putin himself, whose vanity and ego are now deeply invested in this war, changed Russian war aims from quick conquest to a campaign of death and destruction as punishment for Ukrainian insolence. So where do things on the battlefield itself stand now? A Ukrainian official has confirmed that as the war in Ukraine rages on, Russian forces are now using up to 60,000 rounds of ammunition every day. That estimate is in line with many made by Western analysts about the volume of ammunition being abused by Russian forces after a relative lull in early July. Russia's main efforts are concentrated on pushing Ukrainian troops back from the Donetsk Oblast. So the commander-in-chief of Ukraine's armed forces was quoted as saying. Meanwhile, Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu said Moscow has no need to use nuclear weapons to achieve its objectives in Ukraine. Sheer volume of ammunition can do what any nuclear blast can do. This comes after Ukraine called for tougher sanctions against the Russian Empire for nuclear blackmail, following various explosions around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which the Russians have since converted into a military base, daring the Ukrainians to fire back at them and instigate a nuclear meltdown, which would then poison all of Europe. The very reason why the Russians took the base hostage, to blackmail Europa into retreat. There are three things to bear in mind as you read the news or hear the reports from Ukraine. 1. The Russians are not interested in any settlement. 2. The Russians are running out of men and material, and the war is getting closer to the lives of people in Russia who thought it would never touch them. 3. The Ukrainians are taking terrible losses, but they could outlast the Russians with Western help. The first point, that the Russians are not interested in any settlement, is key to understanding why the American empire and our Western partners have to commit to the war with money and material support for the long haul. Putin is about to turn 70, which is not young, especially by Russian standards. But this war will last as long as he draws breath. His aims, no matter what he says in public, will always remain the maximum goal of subjugating all of Ukraine. Second, Putin thought he could pull off a quick victory while the Russians, especially in big cities such as Moscow and Leningrad, St. Petersburg, went about their lives. But the Russian military has proved to be far more fragile than so-called Western experts ever predicted. Among those getting it wrong, everyone but myself! After losing some of his best forces, Putin is now fighting the war with more kids from the Glubinka, the Russian boondocks, many of them ethnic non-Russians. There are even reports that Putin is trying to recruit in jails by offering Russian prisoners a commutation in exchange for fighting in Ukraine. The heinous acts, and most certainly war crimes, we've already seen in Ukraine will seem like a warm-up if the Russian high command lets a bunch of convicted criminals, institutionalized psychotics in army uniforms, loose on the battlefield with fully automatic rifles and grenades. But this, in a country, an empire that once prided itself on the might of its armed forces, is a true sign of desperation. Finally, the war is now a slog, and will remain one. America and other nations have, for months, been carefully threading a needle, providing aid to Ukraine, but resisting maneuvers, such as no-fly zones, that could provoke a direct confrontation between Moscow and the West. This might be considered a wise policy, and those who are as elderly as sleepy-eyed Joe Biden may claim he's done a masterful job of helping Ukraine stay in the fight regardless. Regardless, or rather irregardless, we should continue to do so with more and better weapons as fast as we can deliver them. The long term favors the Ukrainians. 40 million people who are fighting for their existence, not just as a nation, but as a race. The Russians are heedlessly throwing bodies and weapons into the fight, making it, as Admiral James Stavridis released earlier yesterday, last week, a foot race between Western patients on the Ukrainian side versus Putin's terrible burn rate of killed in action, he said KIA, and equipment. Now, Stavridis is the former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, and he concludes that time is on Kiev's side, even going so far as to state on record, "I would rather have Zelensky's hand of cards than Vladimir Putin's." In the near future, however, the Russians can still bring crushing amounts of power to bear on Ukraine. They want to claim Ukrainian territory, even if they have to reduce cities to piles of rubble and corpses before they plant their boots upon them. This war is about freedom and democracy. Americans may become as wary of the news and the depressing images, but we will never be as wary as the Ukrainians themselves, who will need the West's support for a long time to come. This is the rivalry that defines America itself. How the American Empire dealt with Russia in Afghanistan is informing how the Russian Empire is dealing with the American Empire in the Ukraine. Near the end of the film, Patton, George C. Scott, who plays the eponymous general, is invited to a banquet hosted by the Soviet's high command to celebrate its impending victory over Nazi Germany on the surface world. When Patton's Soviet's counterpart, General Mikhail Katukov, proposes that he and Patton drink a toast to each other, Patton replies through an interpreter, "My compliments to the general. Please inform him that I do not care to drink with him or any other Russian son of a bitch." The interpreter tells Patton that he cannot possibly relay this, but Patton insists. General Katukov replies through the interpreter that he thinks Patton is a son of a bitch too. Patton laughs. I'll drink to that, he says. One son of a bitch to another. Our rivalries define us, or at least our national security strategies. In the 80 years since General Patton and Kadukov's armies met in Hochdeutschland, transliterally High Germany on the surface world, our trois empires have played opposing roles in many conflicts. America has been the counterinsurgent to Russia's insurgent in Vietnam, Laos, Angola, and vice versa in Afghanistan, Cambodia, now Kampuchea, Nicaragua. The lessons we've learned in war, we've often learned from each the other. This tradition continues as we mark the 1-year anniversary of the fall of Kabul, and as the war in Ukraine grinds into its half-year mark. Holy shit. Let's hope everything maintains itself in terms of transmission. We just had a breakdown in my computer system. I'm going to check the stream. Still says we're streaming live, and that quality is high. So, hoping that you can hear me. And reply from the chat room, always appreciate it. Love the interaction. And of course, it helps with quality of transmission. Our lady Viviana says, sounds good. Love you, darling, beyond expression. And we've got a good number of listeners, too. And she gives her greetings to Ricolere. And whoever that is. Shout out to him. And we're continuing stream with excellent connection via the studio. So on with the narrative. Last check into live streaming time available. All right. Now, we're grinding into our half-year mark with the war in Ukraine. 1 year after the fall of Kabul. And the takeover by the Taliban. So promoted as a positive by Salman Sheikh. His fellow terrorists turning everyone's life in that hellhole into a miserable stream of shit since America abandoned the people of Afghanistan. And effectively it's been conquered by the people of Pakistan, the nation from which Salman Sheikh was born. That botched NATO withdrawal from Afghanistan emboldened Vladimir Putin as he weighed whether to invade Ukraine. As he did, well, as did his visions of restoring Russia to its borders as they were defined before the collapse of the Soviet Union, a collapse precipitated by its own misadventure in Afghanistan. As the war in Ukraine deepens, America's experience in Afghanistan should remain top of the mind. This is particularly true in 3 categories: time, alliances, and manpower. A saying in the Afghan war was that the Americans had the watches, but the Taliban had the time. The point wasn't necessarily that Americans should have fought longer, but that we were always publicly looking for an exit. Indeed, in that 20-year conflict, we were never more than 24 months from an announced troop drawdown. Our inability to convince allies and adversaries of our superior resolve allowed the Taliban to outmaneuver us by convincing the Afghan people that their presence would endure far beyond that of NATO and the Afghan government. Russian strategists, alert to the Amero-Taliban dynamic in Afghanistan, understood that the key to outmaneuvering your adversary in time is convincing him that you have more of it. The first phase of the Russian war plan relied on a lightning-quick advance to shock Ukrainians into capitulation. When that advance stalled, the Russians regrouped. They pivoted from a war of maneuver to a war of attrition. A war of effective extermination. Unlike the American war machine, the Russian war machine has a track record of grinding its opposition into dust in attritional wars in Chechnya, Syria, and now eastern Ukraine. None of these campaigns have taken as long as 20 years, but they haven't needed to, because they simply exterminated the local populations and thereby eliminated all resistance. The maintenance of alliances is another area where the American experience in Afghanistan is in conversation with the Russian experience in Ukraine. In Afghanistan, America too often sidelined NATO member nations. From President Donald Trump's direct negotiations with the Taliban, the enemy, rendering him an agent of treason, to President Joe Biden's uncoordinated unilateral withdrawal. American unilateralism eroded NATO credibility in Afghanistan, weakening the alliance. And the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan marked one of NATO's darkest moments. In Ukraine, Russia will be looking for opportunities to precipitate the type of NATO dysfunctionality that characterized events in Afghanistan a year ago. The Russians also know that their success in Ukraine will not hinge on their ability to cultivate proxies, such as Belarus, the White Russian dictator, Putin's puppet, but on their ability to cultivate partners, particularly the Communist Chinese Empire. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Red China's oil imports have surged to a record high, increasing 55% in the past year. Recent attempts by America and other NATO members to curb Russian oil exports, or to at least place a cap on the price of Russian oil, have met resistance by the Communist Chinese. Its Commerce Ministry has, thus far, rebuffed all these efforts, telling U.S. Treasury officials that Russia's oil price remains a very complicated issue. Economic sanctions against the Russian Empire are only as powerful as the alliance of nations that agree to implement them, or as weak as the Sino-Slavic synaxis that has formed an alliance to rebuff them. Economic difficulties aside, a Russian strategy of attrition will work only if it doesn't transfer too much pain onto the Russian people. America was able to sustain our protracted war in Afghanistan because we kept casualties low and relied on an all-volunteer force for a farce. Fit for a farce. For a real job, you would institute a draft. Russia has neither the benefit of low casualties nor enough volunteers. By conservative estimates, Russia has suffered 30,000 dead in the first 6 months of this war. This is 10 times the total number killed in the American war in Afghanistan in 20 years, and twice the number of Soviets killed there in a war that lasted a decade. This past May, in the face of a conscription shortfall, the Duma expanded the eligible age for enlistment to those over 40 years of age, while making dubious claims that those conscripts would never see action in Ukraine. Putin's continued insistence on classifying the largest war fought in Europe since the Second World War as a special military operation shows his political vulnerability to excessive Russian bloodshed. America's political class effectively waged the Afghan War within the recesses of America's consciousness. The outcome of the war in Ukraine may well depend on Putin's ability to do the same. The war in Ukraine is yet another bloody chapter in the Russo-American version of a forever conflict, in which both empires fight and learn from each other, sometimes from afar, through a seemingly endless succession of victories and defeats. But it's really all about willful ignorance. Russia's brutal honesty has destroyed the West's appeasers. Yet plenty of Western intellectuals and politicians still ignore what Moscow is saying loud and clear. One has to be actively avoiding reality itself to claim that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is anything other than a horrific crime culminating in genocide. One of the most revealing interviews covering Russia's war on Ukraine was with Polina Kovalevskaya, along with her husband and 3 daughters. She was a refugee from Mariupol, the Ukrainian city with a pre-war population of almost 450,000 that was besieged by Russian forces for almost 3 months. After 3 horrific weeks of hiding in basements during incessant Russian shelling, the family managed to escape that city, which was already a mass grave and charred ruin. Even then, when asked for a photograph of their former home, they provided a video instead. In the clip, amid a vast expanse of smoldering rubble, a Russian tank fires point blank at an apartment building that was somehow still standing. Part of that building implodes, adding to the total devastation for miles and miles around. When describing the video, Kovalevskaya said, "This was our home." What makes that video so chilling wasn't just the fact that targeting civilians is a war crime. It's that the clip bears the unmistakable logo of RT. Russian television itself, the Russian channel that started off in 2005 as a mostly benign attempt to improve Russia's international image and ended up as a domestic disinformatia or disinformation bullhorn. That video's unequivocal message: this is what we're doing in Ukraine, and we're not even going to pretend anything else. Yet, 6 months, half a year into this brutal war, there are still plenty of Western intellectuals, politicians, journalists, activists, all willfully ignoring what Russia itself is telling them again and again, loud and clear. And I want to take this moment to thank Leslie Rhodes, who tells me we can hear you. Goddess bless you, Leslie Rhodes. Love you dearly. As a Cold War veteran, I find this willful ignorance of the Russian Empire deeply disturbing. Some of these pundits insist that there is a peaceful solution, which usually translates to stopping weapons deliveries to Ukraine and leaving that country and its people to Russian dictator Vladimir Putin to pick apart. Or that the conflict is about the Kremlin's interests or security concerns. Something so abstract! All the while, the evidence of Russia's actual objectives and war crimes in Ukraine has become ever more overwhelming. A considerable part of this evidence comes from Russia's own propaganda sources, including the TASS, the TASS news agency, photographers in occupied areas where foreigners and Russian independent media are never allowed. A host of Russian state media outlets have been meticulously documenting their own military's atrocities, with the footage presented to Russians and the world as an achievement and underlined with an incessant stream of genocidal rhetoric. One has to be actively and systematically avoiding reality to claim that the invasion is anything other than a horrific crime that can only be defined as racial genocide, and all of it committed by open choice. The Third Reich of my father Adolf Hitler kept its campaign of annihilation a state secret. No ordinary German knew about the death camps. Every motherless Russian in Putin's empire knows what these fuckers are doing, and they're proud of it. This is why the Nazis were the good guys. This is why they were fighting for you when they fought the goddamn Russians. The war will end only when Putin chooses to end it, or is forced to do so. The alternative is the destruction of Ukraine, which Putin and countless Russian public figures have unequivocally said is not even a real country and does not deserve to exist. Still, some Western advocates of appeasement will offer perfunctory condemnations before then spending many times more column inches on diverting the blame from Putin to these United States, the West, NATO, or all of the aforesaid. With that kind of argument, they would have enthusiastic allies in the Kremlin. On Russian airwaves, the story goes that it was the Ukrainians who forced the invasion on Russia by supposedly preparing to annihilate Ukraine's Russian-speaking minority. In psychology, this is called projection. If, like the political scientist John Mearsheimer, pronounced Mearsheimer when anglicized, your arguments are being used by Russian state television to prop up the regime's ridiculous claims that Kiev and Washington are to blame for this war. You should probably reconsider the intellectual journey that led you to this point. If, like many of the Western communitists, obsessed with the NATO war cause theory, you reject imperialism and colonialism as a matter of principle, rather than only its American or British versions, you could not have missed the Kremlin's detailed public plans for dismantling Ukraine's sovereignty, Russia's plundering of faraway lands like Sudan to fund a war of conquest and annihilation, and the Kremlin's abuse of ethnic minorities as cannon fodder for this war. If you thinkest Ukraine has a problem with a nationalist far right, admiring my biological sire Adolf Hitler, then you might have noticed the unapologetic Stalin worshippers in the ranks of the Russian forces. If, like the British Labour Party's Jeremy Corbyn, you promote peace through diplomacy, appeasement speak for stopping military aid to Ukraine and giving Putin what he wants, you should be aware by now of the realities in the Russian-occupied areas, and ask yourself if this is really the fate you are willing to condemn millions of Ukrainians to. You might take it as a sign that you're on the wrong side of history, and just about anyone's understanding of ethics, including the right to self-defense, when you have to say out loud that you're not a Putin puppet. Scholars can debate the exact definitions of what Russia is doing in Ukraine. But one thing is clear from the most immediate objective of its forces in the areas they occupy. The aim is to erase not just the Ukraine's sovereignty as a state, including by annexing all occupied areas, but its very nationhood. Ukrainian place names are erased from Russian maps and street signs that are published in region. In their own country, they have the enemy setting up signs in a foreign language. How would you feel about the North Koreans or the Chinese setting up street signs in their language that you can't even begin to comprehend? Local media are replaced with Russian language propaganda broadcasts. And any surviving students are re-educated under a Russian curriculum by teachers shipped in from the Russian Empire, told that they are Russians now and that there is no such race as Ukrainians. The Russian plan is no state secret. It was announced on the third day in April in an article in the state-owned RIA Novosti news agency. But 2 days after the Kremlin's forces retreated from the Kiev region, leaving behind hundreds of dead civilians who had been raped, tortured, and executed during their month-long occupation. Everything in Yale University historian Timothy Snyder's Genocide Handbook has already been perpetrated in one form or another, including forced Russification and the abduction, the mass abduction of thousands of Ukrainian children to be raised as Russians in the motherland. What they want to do to your American children, as they've said so on their own TV. Kremlin loyalist media are not only cheering all of this on, but demanding even more cruelty. Komsomolskaya, Pravda radio host, demanded a gulag to be built for Ukrainian teachers who have been refusing to follow the Russia-supplied syllabus. In case anyone has forgotten, gulags were hard labor camps where an estimated 1.6 million political and other prisoners perished during Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin's first year of brutal rule. Every year of his life that followed, another 2 million died in those labor camps, worked to death. The footage that interviewee sent of her destroyed house closely resembles that in RT's, the Russian state media machine's, war documentary titled Mariupol, The Russian City. That's the subtitle. The Russian City in a foreign nation. If that film's title is not transparent enough concerning the regime's ambitions, members of the camera crew also filmed themselves planting the Russian tricolor on the roof of Mariupol's city council building. Lost to most Russians is the irony that Mariupol, like similarly obliterated Severodonetsk, lies in that part of Ukraine that is supposedly dominated by Russian speakers yearning to be free from Kiev. Yet it has been subjected to the most systematic destruction and cruelty the Russians can employ. For Russians, the consequences of refusing to accept the Kremlin's line on Ukraine are clear. Harsh censorship laws, passed in the immediate aftermath of the February 24th start of this invasion, guarantee criminal prosecution for spreading fake news, disparaging the Russian military, and using the word war when describing Putin's war. Criticizing the war, or even calling it for what it is, has severe consequences. In July, Moscow City Councilor Alexei Goranov was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment in one of those hard labor camps for speaking out against this war. Ilya Yashin, another opposition politician, is currently on trial for anti-war campaigning. The judge demanded a closed hearing to prevent the defendant from gaining a platform for promoting his anti-war ideas. Imagine that! All you peace-loving sons of bitches. If you speak out against war in Russia, you're gonna die in a concentration camp. And you're gonna earn your death by working every day for it. I pray to God you die that way, you dumb motherfuckers. Because foreigners are, for the moment, under no such pressure when you align with the Kremlin's goals in the Ukraine. At the very heart of many Western progressives and old-style leftists' worldview is a reflexive anti-American and anti-Western ideology, which operates from the core premise that no historical crime could ever be graver than those committed by the American empire and the European powers. Hence, any anti-American leader has their natural sympathies, and any country supported by these United States, such as Ukraine, becomes deeply suspicious. The people more vicious about this perspective are the radicalized right. They make the old communized left look like American patriots. Since the advent of populist parties in the West, there is an even more pervasive, deeply insurgent, conservative version of these anti-Western, pro-Russian sentiments. Just ask former president of these United States, Donald John Trump. But if you find yourself agreeing with Vladimir Putin solely on the basis of agreeing with his anti-Western stance, it's probably time to consider other factors too. When calling for peace, an end to Western support for Ukraine, and meeting Russia's demands for another country's land, have you fleshed out what half a genocide might look like? It's not as if Russia has been especially coy about its intentions in the Ukraine. It has been advertising them practically 24/7 on national television. Have you asked actual Ukrainians if what you call a peace would be acceptable to them? In recent polls, more than 80% of Ukrainians have consistently rejected any territorial concessions to Russia. If you are a left-wing politician or a right-wing activist, are you aware of your Ukrainian comrades' opinions? When calling for peace with Vladimir Putin, do you realize that displaying symbols of peace is now a prosecutable offense within the borders of the Russian Empire itself? Do you know what the occupied areas you'd like to trade for peace even look like? Russia itself has made sure that you do. And Russia suddenly really wants to protect Donald Nuclear Secrets Trump. After the news broke that the classified documents at Mar-a-Lago the FBI obtained, a search warrant to hunt for pertained to classified nuclear secrets, it took about 0.0 seconds for the Russian government and its mass media mouthpieces to decide that they really would love it if Donald John Trump camest to Moscow. You know, for humanitarian reasons or whatever. As a Russian military expert waxed on about his concern that the American campaign of fomenting hatred against Trump could lead to his political assassination on one of the state's propaganda shows, host and Russian State Duma member Yevgeny Popov piped up with one proposed solution. We should ask Russia's Federal Security Service to start protecting our Donald. Whether Popov's plan would involve sending Russian security agents to Florida to protect Donald, or the scenario would be one in which Donald is spirited away to a Moscow apartment is not clear, and it won't do you much good to ponder because this is Russian state television, where Duma members come up with wacky plans like this on a daily basis. The first possibility would have Russian special agents volunteering to protect Mar-a-Lago, the place where Donald Trump was keeping state nuclear secrets as personal mementos, and the place that FBI agents still cannot be 100% sure they've cleared those nuclear documents out of. The second possibility would have Donald Trump fleeing to Moscow for political asylum, which Russian strongman Vladimir Putin would probably find even more appealing now that he knows Donald might bring along extra special thank you presents. It's also the plan that would get the most American support. Yeah, by all means, set Donald Trump up with his very own Moscow residence. He likes tall buildings, and he loves balconies. There was another Popov suggestion, reported by the Daily Beast, that was intriguing. There's a source where you Americans can find some English translations, if you don't trust mine. The Russian host claimed to be very put out by the large numbers of homeless children in America. Russia can take those children, he proposed, raising them normally without gays and transgenders in normal classic culture. Yeah, I'll bet. I imagine the Russian state, struggling to maintain a war effort due to their own continued catastrophic incompetence, would be particularly interested in caring for homeless children from 17 to 17.9 years of age. They'd probably get their own spiffy not school uniforms and everything, and be deployed on the deep space battlefront as battlefield pioneers, clearing landmines. Way back in ye olden Mueller days, I would often point out that a man with his own private intercontinental capable jet and a reliance on overseas money was actually a pretty big flight risk, president or no. It may be time to haul that observation out again. Why, all it took was the revelation that Donald Trump was hoarding classified nuclear secrets at his damn Florida for-profit club for Russian television hosts to take a keen new interest in procuring his, let's say, safety. If he wants to bring along a bunch of near conscription-age children, that'd be a nice little bonus, but really, bringing along his Mar-a-Lago keepsakes would be enough. In fact, it seems Donald has suddenly made himself the most valuable American in the world for any nuclear or near-nuclear regime chafing at American power. He's most certainly quite pleased about that. Giddy even. The odds that Donald's going to run his 2024 campaign from a location overseas just soared, in fact. Wouldn't that be a bizarre thing to watch? All too obviously, it is past high time to end Washington's decades of deference to Moscow. Stop tiptoeing around motherless fucking Russia! For the last 3 decades, these United States have bent over backward to acknowledge Russia's security concerns and allay all its anxieties. The United States has done so at the expense of relations with more willing partners in Eastern Europe, the Ukraine in particular. Anyhow, shout out to Sophie Hope. And Instead of supporting the early stirrings of Ukrainian independence back in 1991, while I was involved in Operation Desert Storm, for example, Washington sought to preserve the failing Soviet Union out of misplaced fear that it might collapse into civil war. And instead of imposing heavy costs on Russia for its authoritarianism at home and anti-democratic activities abroad, including in Ukraine, Washington has mostly looked the other way in a fruitless effort to deal cooperatively with Moscow. The rationalization for this Russia-centric approach to Eastern Europe has fluctuated between hopes for a good relationship with the Kremlin and fears that the bilateral relationship could devolve into another Cold War, or worse, a hot one. But the result has been American national security priorities based on unrealistic aspirations instead of actual outcomes, particularly during moments of crisis. Even as evidence mounted that Russia's belligerent behavior would not allow for a stable or predictable relationship, American policy stayed the course, to the detriment of both American national security interests and the security of Russia's neighbors. One would think that Russia's war in Ukraine would have demanded a shift in American strategic thinking. Instead, whether out of habit, reflex, or even prejudice, thinking of Russians and Ukrainians as one people, Chinks, Japs, they're all gooks, right? Or of Ukrainians as little Russians. The primary decision makers in charge of American foreign policy still privilege Russia over Ukraine. This war has now reached an inflection point. The American empire must decide whether we will help Ukraine approach the negotiating table with as much leverage as it can, or watch Russia reorganize and resupply its troops, adapt its tactics, and commit to a long-term war of attrition. If Ukrainian democracy is going to prevail, hell, if the Ukrainian people are going to survive, American foreign policymakers must finally prioritize dealing with Ukraine as it is, rather than Russia as they would like it to be. This brings us to my exposing the ungroup, like the Uncola, and its legacy. You see, prioritizing Ukraine will require breaking the long-standing tradition of Russocentrism in trilateral Russo-Ukrainian, in other words, Russo-United States-Ukrainian relations. In its contemporary form, that tradition dates back to 1989, when senior members of U.S. President George H.W. Bush's administration set up a secret group of interagency staff members to plan for the possible dissolution of the Soviet Union. On the 18th day in July of that year, Robert Gates, who was then Deputy U.S. National Security Advisor, sent a memo to Bush the Senior titled Thinking About the Unthinkable, subtitled Instability and Political fucking something. I can't even fucking remember what the rest of the title was, but I do remember that, as Gates recalled in his 2007 memoir, released the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was murdered. That memoir was entitled From the Shadows. He argued within it that the United States should very quietly begin some contingency planning as to possible U.S. responses, actions, and policies in the event of leadership or internal policy changes or widespread ethnic violence and repression, and consider the implications for us of such developments. Well, soon thereafter, Gates tasked Condoleezza Rice, then the senior directress for Soviets and East European Affairs on the National Security Council, with assembling an ungroup that would take on this unthinkable task. At the time, official U.S. policy still focused on preserving the Soviet Union and supporting reform efforts, so the ungroup's name reflected both its seemingly impossible mandate and its top-secret status. Well, the team that Rice pulled together included trusted officials from the Department of Defense, Department of State, and the Central Intelligence Agency. Among them were Dennis Ross, then the Director of Policy Planning at the State Department, Fritz Irmrath, the Chair of the National Intelligence Council, Robert Blackwell, the National Intelligence Officer for the Soviet Union, Paul Wolfowitz, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, and Erich Edelman, an Assistant Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Soviets and East European Affairs. Working in secrecy, these officials considered possible scenarios for Soviets' collapse and potential American responses. Written evidence of the group's deliberations, or even its existence, is sparse. I myself have mainly relied on memoirs by people who served as high-level officials in the George H.W. Bush administration, some of which contain details of the ungroup without explicitly naming it, and on transcribed interviews with 5 former officials who were either participants in the group or had direct knowledge of its work. But the conclusions the ungroup reached are clearly imprinted not just on American foreign policy in the last years of the Soviet Union, but also on American priorities in the newly independent Soviet republics. The 3 greatest threats the American empire would face in the wake of the Soviet Union's collapse, the ungroup, so predicted, would be the proliferation of new nuclear weapon states, loose nukes, or the loss, theft, or sale of weapons-grade fissile material, especially to non-state actors or countries with clandestine nuclear weapons programs, and conflicting loyalties in the Soviet's military that might lead to civil war in the newly independent republics or within Russia itself. When the unthinkable became as inevitable, and the Soviet Union began to crumble, mitigating these threats became as the overarching objective of American policy toward the former Soviet bloc. The United States pursued denuclearization in the former Soviet republics and partnership with an ideally strong, centralized Russian government in Moscow. If both goals could be accomplished, so the thinking went, then widespread ethno-nationalist conflicts could be averted, and command and control of the former Soviet's arsenal could be maintained in a stable, united Russia, thereby reducing the risks of a nuclear catastrophe. The ungroup didn't oppose the independence of the Soviet republics, but its fear of worst-case scenarios contributed to missteps and missed opportunities. For instance, it is hard not to hear echoes of the ungroup's warnings in the American President George H.W. Bush's infamous Chicken Kyiv speech, delivered in the Ukrainian capital on the 1st of August in 1991. 3 weeks before the declaration of independence of Ukraine and 4 months before the December independence referendum, in which 92.26% of Ukrainians voted to withdraw from the Soviet Union. The Greater Soviet Union collapsed 145 days after that speech, partially pushed by Ukraine. The address itself, in which Bush cautioned against suicidal nationalism, was written by Condoleezza Rice, a black African-American woman who knew nothing about the whitest part of Europe. Later, Secretary of State under President George W. Bush, when she was placed in charge of Soviets and Eastern European affairs for the first Bush, the first president of their dynasty. It outraged Ukrainian nationalists, that speech she wrote, and American conservatives as well, with the conservative New York Times columnist William Safire calling it the Chicken Kiev speech, named after a dish of stuffed chicken breast, in protest at what he knew was its colossal misjudgment, his words, for the very weak tone and catastrophic miscalculation. He said, Bush Sr. is as cowardly as a chicken's tit. Mere weeks before Ukraine's parliament adopted an act declaring their country's independence, Bush declined to support that country's right to self-determination, warning instead of suicidal nationalism based upon ethnic hatred. In line with the ungroup's thinking, he privileged a carefully managed Soviets decline over the wishes of Ukrainians themselves, who would go on to overwhelmingly vote for independence in a referendum at the end of that year. Bush's words provoked a visceral response from Ukrainians as an ethnos, as a race. For the Ukrainians, who still remember that speech, or at least know of it if they were born thereafter, Bush's explicit preference for the Soviet Union's survival and his willingness to openly reject Ukrainian aspirations for statehood and independence were symbolic failures and practical indicators of where Ukraine fell in the hierarchy of American relationships. One might argue that it was reasonable for the Bush administration to prioritize its relationship with the Soviet Union, which was, by any measure, a greater power than any of its potential successor states. It had enormous energy resources, a colossal military-industrial complex. Hell, it was a military-industrial complex. And the ability to create massive headaches for Washington was obvious. But managing Soviets, and later Russian threats, did not have to come at the expense of engagement with the constituent republics, who were all occupied nations at any rate. Washington could have pursued both objectives at the same time, adapting to the Soviet Union's decline while also hedging against future Russian irredentism by supporting self-determination in the emerging post-Soviet states. Instead, Bush's chicken shit speech in Kiev was an ignominious start to the US-Ukrainian, or the United States-Ukrainian relationship that could have easily been avoided. Bush could have stuck to platitudes about the promotion of peace, democracy, and self-determination, and omitted the patronizing warning about civil conflict. After all, the American empire had little influence over Ukraine's decision to seek independence or the Soviet Union's longevity. In the end, neither outcome conformed to American policy preferences. The Bush administration wasn't fully united behind this overly cautious approach towards the collapsing Soviet Union. There were dissenters, both inside and outside the ungroup, exempli gratiae, as Michael McFaul and James Goldyer note in their work entitled Power and Purpose. Then Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney advocated policies that would prevent the reemergence of a Soviet or post-Soviet threat in Eurasia. He thought the American empire should seize the opportunity to undermine a great power rival and extend democracy and Western security institutions farther east. Cheney's arguments stopped short of predicting a Russian resurgence, something that it was difficult to conceive of against the backdrop of immense economic, social and political problems in Russia, but they foreshadowed key developments in American foreign policy during the post-Soviet years. One episode from Gates's memoir stands out for me. On September 5th of 1991, a month after Bush's Chicken Kyiv blunder, Cheney clashed with Secretary of State James Baker over the effects of the Soviet Union's impending collapse. According to Gates, Cheney argued that the breakup was in our interest, adding that if it is voluntary, some sort of association of the republics will happen. If democracy fails, we're better off if the remaining pieces of the USSR are small. Baker's response was indicative of the more dominant strain of misthinking within the ungroup. Peaceful breakup is in our interest, not another Yugoslavia. According to the former officials, whose interviews my son transcribed, those more in line with Cheney's thinking, including Wolfowitz and Edelman, came as to view post-Soviet European security as a zero-sum game with an enfeebled but still dangerous geopolitical rival in Moscow. They also saw a newly independent, vulnerable Ukraine in need of assistance and recognized that, if strengthened, it could serve as a bulwark against Russian revanchism. But these were minority views. Most influential players in the national security establishment agreed with Baker that Russo-American relations had to form the bedrock of any post-Cold War security structure. They believed that if they could get Russia right, the empire would become a bastion of stability in region and even contribute to positive outcomes in the Ukraine and elsewhere. They were blinded by the might. This fixation on dealing with Moscow has proved remarkably durable, considering its forever failure. Presidents Bill Clinton, George W. Bush the Jr., and Barack Obama all built their regional policies around their hopes and fears for a greater Russia. Hopes for a cooperative relationship and fears of another Cold War. Now, President Joe Biden's administration has come full circle with a risk assessment of Russia's war in Ukraine that could have been drawn up by the ungroup. One that is more focused on the internal Russian consequences of the conflict than on the consequences for Ukraine itself. The Soviet Union is long gone, but concerns about instability, Russia's mythical nuclear arsenal, which doesn't fucking exist, regional conflict, and bilateral confrontation all remain. To avoid provoking Moscow, the United States has implicitly acknowledged Russia's influence in an imaginal post-Soviet geopolitical space in the Ukraine. It has also often filtered its decisions about Ukraine policy through the prism of Russian Empire, balancing its objectives in Ukraine against its need for Russia's cooperation on arms control, North Korean and Iranian nuclear proliferation, climate change, the Arctic, and space programs, among other things. By comparison, the American empire has been largely ambivalent toward Ukraine itself. It has engaged with that country when the two countries' interests and values aligned. For instance, during the Clinton era, the United States made a clear push for democratization and denuclearization. But once denuclearization was attained and democratization had stagnated under Ukrainian President Leonid Kuchma, the impetus for bilateral engagement declined. During Clinton's second term and during the Bush and Obama administrations, the United States shifted away from Kiev and toward collaboration with Moscow. Misguided hope for a strategic partnership with a reformed Russian Empire, or at the very least, a stable and predictable relationship with Moscow, seemed to outweigh much more attainable American interests and investments in Ukraine in all these years. The United States bought into the myth of Russian exceptionalism and deluded itself with distorted visions of this bilateral relationship, largely ignoring all signs of authoritarian consolidation within Russia and failing to heed all the warnings from partners in the Baltics and Eastern Europe. Even worse, because of its desire to accommodate Russia, the United States dismissed democratic progress in Ukraine. For instance, in the aftermath of pro-democratic movements in 2004 through 2005 and 2013 through 2014, and undermined all prospects for a more fruitful long-term relationship with Kiev. American policymakers justified this approach on the grounds that drawing Russia in as a responsible member of the international community would enable democratization in region. Later, when Russia's lurch toward authoritarianism became as undeniable, they justified it on the basis of stability, succumbing to fears of a return to Cold War-era tensions. The American empire was completely wrong to ever pursue the imaginal, mutually beneficial relationship with the Russian Empire. And where it truly erred was in continuing to pursue this objective long after there was no realistic chance of success, which should have been painfully obvious by 2004, when Russia interfered in Ukraine's elections on behalf of its preferred candidate, or at the very latest by 2008, when Russia invaded Georgia. Instead of looking for more cooperative partners, however, American policymakers continued their futile courtship of Kremlin leadership. As a result, they passed up all opportunities to invest in the American relationship with Ukraine, which was always a more promising engine of democratization in region. There we are. Anyhow, so Sophie Hope, no, that's an actual photograph. There's some touch up to it. It's not a comic book illustration. If anything, just so you noticed, I used to deal with Teleport USA, the Japanese front company, and I was the inspiration for any manga that became as anime thereafter. The Dietrichonic revolution in Japanese popular culture. Just so you know, Tony. Now, all right. We've been talking about missed opportunities. For most of the last 30 years, Kiev has been a more willing American partner than Moscow ever was. But Washington chose not to see this. Had it been more receptive to Ukrainian overtures and sensitive to Ukrainian concerns, the United States might have offered something more than vague security assurances in the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, which accompanied Ukraine's fateful decision to give up the nuclear weapons it inherited, the largest arsenal in the world outside of France, after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Instead, the agreement, signed by the Russian Empire, the Ukraine, the United Kingdom of Greater Britain and Northern Ireland, and these United States, required only consultations and a commitment to seek United Nations Security Council action in the event of violations. An obvious flaw, considering Russia's veto power in that institution. Other early attempts at bilateral cooperation came as only at Ukraine's insistence. In 1996, for instance, Kuchma requested the establishment of a special binational commission, named for him and U.S. Vice President Al Gore, to increase cooperation on trade, economic development, and security issues, among other things, as part of a closer strategic partnership. Although the Gore-Kuchma Commission was modeled after a similar Russo-American commission, the dialogue it spawned never produced a real strategic partnership. Engagement with Russia was the major American priority. Engagement with Kiev, but an afterthought. After all, outcomes in Ukraine were still viewed as dependent upon outcomes in Russia. The 2004 through 2005 Orange Revolution offered another opportunity for cooperation. After thousands of Ukrainian demonstrators took to the streets to protest a fraudulent presidential runoff election, paving the way for a free and fair vote 12 months later, the United States could have provided greater financial and technical assistance to Ukrainian reform efforts and nurtured Ukrainian ambitions for European and transatlantic integration. A stronger partnership would have prevented the political infighting and failed reforms that eventually fueled popular disappointment with the pro-European government of President Viktor Yushchenko. Instead, the American empire opted for a policy of no man's land. At the 2008 NATO summit in Bucharest, capital of Romania, U.S. President George W. Bush's administration pushed for the alliance to welcome Ukraine's aspirations to join NATO, but the United States and other NATO members declined to spell out what Ukraine would need to do to accede, and they refused to draw up a membership action plan. The resulting declaration produced the worst possible balance of provocation and assurance, giving Russia a new grievance to exploit, but making Ukraine no more secure. These failures had painful consequences for Ukraine. If Yushchenko's reforms had generally succeeded, Viktor Yanukovych, the pro-Russian candidate who was defeated after the Orange Revolution, would never have won the 2010 presidential election. Without a Yanukovych presidency, the Ukrainian government and armed forces would never have atrophied, and a rapacious kleptocracy would never have taken hold. The 2013 through 2014 Revolution of Dignity, also known as the Euromaidan Revolution, would not have become as necessary, and Ukraine would never have become as vulnerable to Russian aggression and Western ambivalence. The costs of Russia's 2014 incursion into eastern Ukraine would have been significantly higher if the Ukrainian government and military had been intact and developing. Moreover, Russia would have had to contend with a stronger Western reaction and international opprobrium had the United States and other signatories of the Budapest Memorandum signed in the capital of Magyarország, Hungary, demonstrated any stronger long-term commitment to Ukrainian democracy, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Even if none of this had happened, the West could have responded more forcefully to Russia's 2014 invasion. A tougher reaction would have deterred further Russian aggression, or at least better prepared Ukraine for a larger conflict. The American empire and our allies helped modernize the Ukraine's military, but because we did not want to provoke Moscow, we declined to impose stiff enough sanctions on the Russian Empire or to provide us heavy equipment or any extensive training to Ukrainian troops. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin escalated anyway. Now the West is scrambling to make up for lost time. The United States doesn't deserve all the blame for these missed opportunities. Rampant corruption, political infighting, and abysmal leadership hamstrung the Ukraine's efforts at reform and development for years before the Orange Revolution. And it wasn't until the 2013 through 2014 revolution that Ukraine truly pivoted toward reform, transparency, democracy, and European integration. But even in the moments when Ukraine was a willing and able partner, the United States was reluctant to cooperate or upgrade US-Ukrainian relations. Apprehension about the political response from Moscow always precluded a closer relationship with Kiev. This historical failure has become more evident as former American government officials have been forced to defend their records on American policy toward Ukraine. There are very few who can honestly say they did all they could in the 8 years since Russia's first invasion to aid Ukraine's reform efforts, hasten that country's integration with Europa, harden its defenses, and bolster deterrence. Whether that is because of willful ignorance or an institutional predilection for coddling the Russian Empire, there be no excuse for neglecting the Ukraine. Part of the problem may be a decades-long hangover from the Cold War, during which the expertise, education, and training of genuine Eurasia specialists in the national security establishment completely atrophied. Moreover, virtually all the experts who have worked for the U.S. government over the last 30 years were trained Sovietologists, not Ukrainianists. As a result, they were ill-prepared to recognize and understand the Ukraine as a fully distinct cultural, ethno-linguistic, historical, and political entity. Rather, these Sovietologists and the Russianists and Kremlinologists who filled their shoes saw Russia's near abroad as always having been in Moscow's orbit. The physical borders of a newly independent Ukraine might have been clearly demarcated, but the mental boundaries of that Ukraine's geopolitics were still fettered to the imperial center in Moscow in the American mind. To make its matters worse, area studies also declined after the collapse of the Soviet Union, leading to a dearth of funding for the languages and specialized knowledge needed to develop regional expertise. The Soviet studies programs that survived were rebranded as Russian and Eastern European studies, Russian and Eurasian studies, or some other variant of this misformulation really, suggesting an equally privileged position for Russia relative to the rest of Eurasia, as Americans have always projected, with but few exceptions. Most notably myself, and perhaps Harvard University's Ukrainian Research Institute. Most U.S. universities train their students in the Russian language with a focus on Russian history, culture, and literature. Although the Slavic academic community has begun to reevaluate Russocentric approaches to the study of Eurasia, this shift has not yet been felt within the United States government. Russian and Eastern European expertise, or what little exists of it in American government, has been treated as a proxy for knowledge of the Ukraine. As a former Department of Defense research librarian who once strove toward a career in a consultative think tank, I can professionally attest that the results of this cumulative bias in national security education have become all too painfully obvious. Very few officials had any specialized knowledge of the region, let alone of Ukraine, and amongst those, even fewer have Ukrainian language skills. So, thusly ungroupthink endures. The bias against the Ukraine and toward the Russian Empire continues to this day. The Biden administration seems unable to accept that as long as Putin is in power, the best the American empire can hope for is a Cold War with the Russian Empire. In the meantime, Washington should be making every effort to prevent the conflict in Ukraine from turning into a long war of attrition that will only increase the risks of regional spillover as time passes. That means supporting Ukraine in full and giving it the equipment it needs to force Russia to sue for peace. Not quivering in fear every time Putin or one of his mouthpieces says something about Moscow's mythical nuclear arsenal. The American empire is a superpower. Russia is not. the Biden administration must act as if it knows the difference and deploy its vast resources so that Ukrainians can dictate the outcome in Ukraine. But old habits die hard. According to 12 former senior U.S. officials who worked on Ukraine policy, including one who served in the Biden administration, the senior leadership of the NSC, the National Security Council, has acted as a spiritual successor to the UNGroup. NSC officials have sought to limit military support for Ukraine based on a familiar logic, or rather an all too familiar anti-logic, that it might accelerate or escalate tensions with Moscow and upset remaining hopes of normalizing relations with the Kremlin. Even as Biden, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin have pledged to give Ukraine all the support it needs to win this war, NSC officials blocked the transfer of Soviet-era jets to Ukraine, declined to provide the Ukraine with sufficient long-range aero defenses to clear the skies of Russian planes, withheld the quantities of long-range rocket systems and munitions needed to destroy Russian targets within the theater of war, and halted discussion on the transfer of manned and unmanned aerocraft required to neutralize Russian long-range attacks on Ukraine's cities. According to former officials, the NSC leadership believed that the war will pose significantly greater risks to the American empire and global stability if Ukraine wins too much. They wish to avoid the collapse of Putin's regime for fear of some of the same threats the old UNGroup identified 3 decades ago. Fantastical, non-existent nuclear proliferation. Whatever nukes the goddamn Russians had, they sold long time ago. So-called loose nukes. And civil war. Who the fuck gives a shit if the Russians fight a civil war? So fucking what? Let them kill each other. Nothing will take charge there that is worse than what's there now. And they have sought to reduce the likelihood of a bilateral confrontation between the American and Russian empires, even at the risk of greatly overstating the probability of conventional and nuclear war, which are non-existent in the nuclear sense. Last month, at the Aspen Security Forum, Jake Sullivan, who heads the NSC as Biden's national security advisor, went on record to say, and here I quote his T, "Well, a key goal of the United States is to do the needful to support and defend Ukraine. Another key goal is to ensure that we do not end up in a circumstance where we're heading down the road towards a third world war." In this irrationally excessive concern over how Russia might react to American policies, one can see the shadow of the UNGroup. The senior leadership of the NSC has acted as a spiritual successor to the UNGroup, planning for every contingency may be seen as a responsible way to manage national security threats, but lowest probability, worst case scenarios must not dictate American actions. By looking for off-ramps and face-saving measures, the UNGroup successors are perpetuating indecision at the highest levels of the Biden administration. Time that is wasted worrying about impossible Russian responses to American actions would be better spent backfilling allies' weaponry, training Ukrainians on Western capabilities, and expediting more arms transfers to Ukraine, including nuclear weapons. That would be a true mutual balance of power in region that would stop the fucking Russians cold. The United States is slowly coming round to providing some of the right capabilities, but not in the necessary quantities, and not before American torpor degraded Ukraine's ability to hold and reclaim territory in southern Ukraine and the Donbass. After all too many months of deliberation, the Biden administration finally agreed to transfer high-mobility artillery rocket systems, known acronymously as HIMARS, but it has refused to provide the longest-range munitions needed to hit Russia's long-range strike capabilities and military stockpiles. It remains unclear whether the administration will eventually send the munitions that can travel 190 miles, a significant improvement over the guided multiple-launch rocket systems munitions it is currently providing, which can travel only about 45 miles. The United States has also shied away from providing Ukraine with medium and long-range SAMs, or surface-to-air missiles, that could target Russian aircraft, missiles, and, in the worst-case scenario, delivery systems for any possible tactical nuclear weapons. The Ukraine could force Russia to the negotiating table faster if it had such capabilities, and by God, give them nukes. And providing sufficient weapons would not significantly undermine resourcing worst-case scenario war plans against Russia itself. The American government can do both. The Biden administration has, rightfully, if all too belatedly, begun to speak about a policy of Ukrainian victory on the battlefield. But it still has yet to match this rhetoric with the requisite military support. Thus far, the Biden administration has transferred a modest $8 billion United States dollars in weapons to the Ukraine. Additional security assistance has been blocked or delayed by the NSC, or bogged down in the bureaucracy of the Department of Defense I used to work for. Congress has passed a Lend-Lease Act for Ukraine, reviving a World War II-era Prógroamme that gives the president enhanced authority to lend or lease large quantities of defense hardware to the Ukraine. The Biden administration should be making greater use of this authority. It should also be leading the effort to establish logistical and sustainment centers within Ukraine itself, not hundreds of kilometers away in Poland and Romania, but as close as possible to the eastern and southern battlefields. If Ukraine wins this war, it will be thanks not just to weapons and will, but to staying power. The American empire should also do much more to resolve the issue of grain exports. Russia's blockade of Ukraine has disrupted global food supply chains and prompted a growing list of countries to impose grain export bans. This problem will only intensify as Russian forces continue targeting grain storage facilities and transport networks and loot Ukrainian harvests in occupied territories. Providing escorts for Ukrainian merchant vessels and opening a humanitarian shipping corridor is one potential solution, albeit a risky one. More likely, grain shipments will continue to be transported slowly and inefficiently by rail, barge, and truck to countries such as Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Romania, and Bulgaria. Ukraine uses a wider rail gauge than its European Union neighbors, and while rail capacity is up, the current speed and volume of rail transports is insufficient to remove the existing export backlog. Transportation costs, as well as the availability of trucks, barges, and suitable rail cars, is another problem. The European Union has rolled out a plan for solidarity lanes, alternative logistics routes for Ukrainian agricultural exports through the EU to third countries. But this ad hoc emergency response is emblematic of the West's complete and total failure to plan for long-term contingencies. In the 12 months since these lanes have been established, they have utterly failed to clear shipping bottlenecks and left agricultural produce stranded short of its destination. On July 22nd, Russia agreed to allow grain exports to proceed. But just one day later, Russian missiles struck the Ukraine's largest seaport and cast the deal into doubt. Depending on when one starts counting, the 2014 seizure of Crimea or the February invasion, the American empire and the European Union have had either 5 months or 8 years to plan for major export disruptions of this sort. So it is beyond disappointing, to say the least, that they have had to scramble to piece together a patchwork solution to a completely predictable problem. Again, however, this lack of preparation is more understandable when viewed through the West's Russocentric lens. Planning for major disruptions in agricultural exports made little sense as long as a wider war was inconceivable. And even in the event of a war, the overriding Western assumption was that Russia could conquer Ukraine or force Kiev to capitulate in short order. Business would find a way to continue with only minimal disruption. The same faulty anti-logic explains how Europa itself allowed itself to become completely dependent on Russian oil and gas, and how it has struggled to wean itself off these resources even after the danger they pose has been revealed. And, okay. Breathing myself for the final hour of transmission here. The United States and the European Union must learn from these failures and interrogate the assumptions that blind themselves to all potential threats, no matter how far-fetched those threats may seem in peacetime. The United Germany's Ukraine problem is one of guilt versus responsibility, as in ability to respond. Response ability. Europa's largest country needs time to adjust to a dangerous new world. In late July of 2022, it emerged that United Germany's plan to help its Eastern European allies arm Ukraine had made little progress. According to the scheme, countries such as Poland, Slovakia, a nation created by my biological father Adolf Hitler, and the Czech Republic, which once enslaved it, would supply Kiev with Soviet-era weaponry from their own armed forces. In turn, the United Germany would transfer its own Western-made equipment to replenish the stock of those former Soviet satellite state nations. Yet despite months of talks, no such transfers of United German weapons have ever been made. This has not been the first example of Berlin having difficulties carrying out its promises on Ukraine. In early spring, the United Germany pledged to provide its heavy weapons directly to Kiev, but as late as July, only a few such weapons have ever been delivered. For policymakers in Washington and Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europe, this pattern has become something of a running theme in discussions about the United German government. Promises followed by foot dragging. The delayed action is especially concerning since United Germany already suffers a deficit of trust among many European allies for its all too close energy relationship, dependence really on Moscow, and in particular for refusing to suspend the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline project until just days before the Russian invasion began. Instead of providing strong foundations for united European action, Deutschen Chancellor, the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, has often seemed to be struggling to catch up to his more resolute peers. It doesn't have to be this way. Even more than for other countries, it is in the United Germany's interest to provide robust support to Ukraine and see this war end quickly and on as favorable terms for the Ukraine as possible. Moreover, at a time of uncertainty in European Union, United Germany is well placed to provide crucial leadership, not only on Ukraine, but on the European Union's broader security challenges. In addition to its large economy and deep commitments to NATO, Brussels, and the Transatlantic Alliance, the United Germany is also the current leader of the G7, a position that gives Berlin a chance to help remedy the growing divide with the global South and restore the credibility of the West-led order as the leader of the Western world, the leader of the free world, the moral authority of the West. To seize these opportunities, however, the United German government will have to overcome Das Vaterlands, the fatherland's aversion to the deployment of military force and deep resistance to change. Failure to do so could, in the long term, not only undermine the United Germany's place in Europe itself, but also weaken the Western alliance at a time of unprecedented global challenges. I realize all this is easier said than done. No one can forget the blame they place upon my biological father. In the opening phase of Russia's war in Ukraine, the United German response was notably strong. Just days after the invasion began, Scholz surprised even his own party in declaring that this new war in Europa marked a Zeitenwende, the end of an era. As he himself made clear, it was not just any war, but a war waged by the Russian Empire, a nuclear-armed great power that aimed to eliminate the Ukraine as an independent nation. He announced important policy changes and unprecedented new measures, including arms deliveries to Ukraine and 100 billion euros in additional defense spending. Yet putting these bold policies into effect has proved far more difficult. For one thing, Scholz's tripartite coalition depends on the support of the Green and Free Democrat parties, as well as on his own Social Democrat Party, historically the party of Ostpolitik, the opening to the Soviet-allied countries of Eastern Europe, the politics of the East. Scholz not only called for reversing course on Russia from partnership to confrontation almost overnight, but also made new defense commitments that could have raised the possibility of German-built tanks shooting at Russian soldiers. The nightmare scenario of the trois countries coming into direct conflict again created serious internal opposition to Scholz's Zeitenwende program. Some complained that it was too much change all at once, Others called it too militaristic. Behind the United German misgivings about greater involvement in Ukraine are a number of security concerns. The most obvious is the risk of military escalation by the Russian Empire, including the abuse of nuclear and chemical weapons. No NATO involvement has become as a popular mantra in Berlin, as well as among other Western countries supporting the Ukraine. Understandably, the last thing Scholz wishes is to be remembered as the post-Cold War Kanzler who drove Germany into a direct military confrontation with the Russian Empire. But even if NATO plays no direct path in the conflict, there will be risks for the United Germany. Though, well, through weapons deliveries to Kiev, the United Germany and other countries could make themselves obvious targets for potential Russian escalation. In this regard, two questions remain unanswered. First is the question of whether Moscow has a red line regarding Western and specifically United German weapons shipments to Ukraine. Will Russia tolerate, for example, the delivery of artillery plus ammunition, but not warplanes or major Western-designed tanks? If such a line does exist, then das neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, and its Western allies need to be prepared for the consequences. Russia might seek to retaliate, for example, against one or more of the Baltic nations, or alternatively, might attack Western's arms convoys headed for the Ukraine while they are still on NATO territory. If, however, Ukraine managed to drive Russian forces out of the Donbas region in what would amount to a humiliating Russian defeat, some United German analysts have wondered whether Russia would then try to widen the war and strike back, desperately, and even more brutally. Why does the United Germany appear more susceptible to such fears and concerns than many other European allies? There is simply no other country in Europe for which the Russian invasion of Ukraine has generated the same fundamental and far-reaching policy shift. For decades, German foreign policy has been built on such principles as Military-Occult, reluctance to use military force, supported by substantial pacifist currents in Deutschen, or German post-World War II society. Now, Chancellor Scholz's Zeitenwende program would transform das Vaterland, the fatherland, into a keystone of European security. Germany has confronted its past. Now it must confront the present. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has dispatched the Russian army to reenact World War II in a grotesque postmodern key. His special operation to denazify the Ukraine is an unprovoked attack on a sovereign democratic state and a campaign of the mass slaughter of its people. The Ukrainian military has been defending Ukraine much more skillfully than the Russian military has been attacking it. The Ukrainians know why they are fighting for their very existence. Nevertheless, the Kremlin has an enormous advantage in terms of its arsenal, the size of its economy, and comfortable indifference to all lives lost on either side. That Putin recognizes no moral constraints gives him a completely free hand. The fate of Ukraine, and arguably the rest of the world, hinges on the arms other countries provide. Das neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, has been hesitating, delaying the shipment of heavy weaponry. This hesitation, potentially fatal, has a background. worth grasping. How do I express something so evocative of irrational emotion? Ukrainians have criticized, quite rightly, the former Deutschen Chancellor, German Chancellor Angela Merkel, for even allowing Germans to become so dependent on Russian oil, and for believing that Putin could be subdued through economic ties. This policy, called Wandel durch Handel, or change through trade, has its roots in 1969, 3 years after I was born, when then Deutschkanzler, West German Chancellor Willy Brandt, initiated Ostpolitik, the engagement with the East. In August of 1970, Brandt signed the Treaty of Moscow with the Soviet Union, pledging to respect post-war borders and disavowing use of force. Later that year, Brandt visited Warsaw, where he dropped to his knees before the monument honoring the heroes of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. This startling gesture of a repentance beyond words, so unorthodox for a head of state, became as iconic. By the way, our man Peter Moon says, "You went off the air early. Everything all right?" I am on. Have been so. Have been so. And so, dear Peter. Whoops. So he somehow lost reception. Still says excellent connection. Checking streaming again. Says we're streaming. So, okay. Hopefully he can hear me. And I'll go on with what is important. Not that what he says is unimportant, of course. If I'm ever off, let me know. In 1989, the fall of the Iron Curtain appeared to vindicate Ostpolitik, the politics of engagement with the East, at least to its practitioners. The utopian capitalist package celebrated through the 1990s came with the conviction that liberalism, democracy, and neoliberal trade belonged to an indivisible whole. The West declared the end of history, something that only Karl Marx had beforehand ever imagined. Oh, here we are. Let's check on our man Peter. He's saying, I can't join the call on Skype, but I would like to. Can you bring me on? Something to follow up on I didn't mention regarding time and the Philadelphia experiment. Of course. I will call now. Of course. Okay. I will call you now. There we are. All right. And let's see his response to that. He gives me a nice thumbs up. All right. Thumbs up back. Okay. Let's do this. Add participants. Okay. Peter. Pete the Moon Man. There we go. Call and add. Okay, he should be joining us any moment. Ow! Oh, my foot's gone to sleep. There we are, dear Peter. So you wouldn't believe the problems we had with Skype tonight. Skype went off. It was Skype that went off. You know, not the stream. But hey, welcome aboard. And Viviana's with us. Say hello to Viviana Sanchez.
Hi, Viviana. I missed you. Did they send you away to the institution or something? Where did you go?
It's the YouTube prison.
Oh, well, hello, Peter Moon.
What happened to you, Vivian?
I have spent some time in the dungeon. I will admit.
That could be a whole.
I've been naughty.
Yeah. She was
okay.
She was naughty. There was some drama. And some drama queens basically misreported her and got YouTube to kind of put her in a suspension. She was actually terminated off of YouTube, and then that was reversed, right, honey?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you could help me reverse Facebook's, declaring me terrorist website. I blame, but anyway, I've circumvented that, but it'll probably work out better. But anyway, it's nice that you're back. I grew to like you very much, because you did such a good job with Jameson. Yeah. Kind of like just matter of factly.
Yeah.
Just being yourself. Yeah, so you did very well. But Douglas, there's something that I should have mentioned.
Thank you, honey. And
but
thank you for going on. Yeah,
it's very important with regards to what we were talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about the last several hours, but this is a follow-up. Yeah. And here this would be about 7-8 hours into the show, and it has to do with the Philadelphia experiment. And I have a friend who's got to be in her 80s, and I've known her for over 20 years, and she was telling me that she found a video on the Philadelphia experiment, and I think it was the movie. The people she read that were on the cover, the names I didn't recognize, but what she was describing sounded like the movie, and she was so pissed and angry at the movie. And I said, "You've got to stop telling me how disgusted you are with this movie. You got to stop because you keep repeating the same words. It's a piece of shit." She kept saying, "It's a piece of shit." And I said, "Okay, I'm convinced it's a piece of shit. What was the movie about?" And her speech was very, aside from the fact that she's older, it was very discombobulated. It was very irritating to hear this. And then it came out that when she was a kid, probably about 9 or 10 years old, her parents had a theater. So she grew up in the theater. And she would see body entertainment and intermission. They would have actual physical people get up and, do vaudeville type body reviews. And they would, of course, have the films that you'd see. You'd see a double feature, and of course I saw the double features, and they'd show newsreels in the middle of it, and they'd show all the news, what's going on in the Cuban Missile Crisis or whatever it was. We saw those newsreels lasted into the early 60s, but it's through 1964 at least. But then she said that because she saw the actual Philadelphia experiment newsreel when it came out. And this would have been probably in late 43 or perhaps 44 or whatever. But because I've heard other reports of people who saw the original newsreel. I've also heard reports of people who saw the original newsreel when they released the Philadelphia experiment movie in the city of Philadelphia in 1980, whatever it was. And then they withdrew it. I have a whole chapter on this. What's very curious about this, I was just redoing the chapter of Montauk Revisited. This is very peculiar that I'm reading this chapter, and it was a little, it's a very weird chapter because, in fact, I should even talk a little bit about it because I'm trying to dig it up here.
Sure.
Wrong book.
No worries. While you're doing that, I'm just checking into live stream and want to thank everyone for participating. Go on.
Yeah.
Certainly, Rick O'Leary was saying, great show as always. Thank you, Rick. Hugs unto you, sir. Bless you. It was T-Tank Barry who was, again, emphasizing support. Drama Divide says, "Hi, Viv," with this kind of sweaty smile. Presumably she wasn't one of the drama queens who got Viv into trouble with YouTube. But go on, dear Peter. Whatever you found.
This is.
Take your time. Take your time.
No, I think I'm trying to say why is it so hard to find this? Okay, here it is. No, God. This is frustrating.
Oh, no worries.
I can't tell you how frustrating it is because I think I have a mate. I'm wondering if this chapter. Oh, I see. Okay, here we go.
Cool.
But just let me see here.
And my thanks to Sheeple60. I missed it earlier when he brought up the Japanese water scientist name Masaru Emoto. Yes.
Emoto. Yes. Let's see. It's going to be every damn chapter I bring up. It's going to be the last one I bring up.
Oh, of course, it's always that way. It's always whatever we lose is in the last place we look is where we find it. By the way, Super Slinky and Mr. West was here earlier, and oh my God, I don't want to say this, but I saw one of his Facebook posts earlier. Was like, "Oh, Alex Jones, he's great." I mean, come on.
What was he saying?
Oh, nothing. It was Ian West. He's the guy who's been on the show with me. And, he had told me while he was on with myself that he was once infatuated with Alex Jones, but outgrew it. But then I saw him kind of like, "Oh, Alex Jones is great" on one of his latest posts. And I'm just like thinking, what, did you have a relapse?
Okay, so this is this mental dysfunction. And what you're saying goes hand in hand. So anyway, I'm reconstructing this chapter the other day, Montauk the Occult and Tongᵫ. And this is this very weird story that the chapter starts just mentioning that Crowley took a magical retirement to Montauk in 1918 or whatever it was. And Preston had told me this theory. And I would like to rewrite this chapter to improve it. Not that it needs to be rewritten for the reprint, but I would like to rewrite the whole book. I don't know that I'll have time, but it talks about Crowley's fathers being associated with the Wilson brothers in the first manufacturers of electronic instruments in Great Britain. And the story is so fucking weird. It's like, the action, when I begin to, I'm following these occult threads, these synchronistic threads. So I might as well go into it in the short amount of time we have left, because I can incorporate it. So the Crowley family, this is Alistair's father, were friends with the Wilson brothers, Marcus and Wilson and Preston Wilson, who were the earlier incarnations of Preston and Duncan. They had a business interest in a corporation that would later merge with several other companies, would eventually be known as Tongᵫ, one of the largest electronic firms in the UK. They have a famous entertainment division, which includes music and video publishing. Interestingly, Tongᵫ is the company that distributed the movie The Philadelphia Experiment. Now, the Wilson brothers are vague. They're not concrete, but all this other stuff I said was true. Now, what happened was Preston had an experience where he was, what do you call it? Not accosted, but contacted by a man. It's 1986. This is right around the time he broke the story of the Montauk Project. He's breaking the story in Chicago, 1986. A man named William Berkeley, the historian for Tongᵫ, comes and visits him. He had an office in New York City, and it said that the historian was from the parent company in England and arranged to visit Preston in person. He wanted to know why the name Preston B. Nichols appeared in their archives, and Preston didn't know anything about this. He was then shown a photograph of himself that was allegedly taken in the late 1800s.
Wow.
Preston, the photo was presumably from the future, as he had grayer hair and looked older. While this photograph has to be considered legend, it should be noted that there are a few others who claim to have seen this photograph, one of which was George Dixon, Mr. X. Now, his perceptions can be pretty weird, but there was something about George that was on the money. There was a lot of him that was off the money. But he was close enough to Preston to where he could have actually seen this photo in the early days of Montauk. The photograph consisted of Preston Wilson, Marcus Wilson, and Preston Nichols. In other words, he was there with himself and a fourth unnamed individual. Some have speculated that it was Crowley. The historian told Preston that two of the individuals were the Wilsons. He also explained that the Thorne Company was originally connected to the Crowley and Wilson families. Preston's mother, who has read various books about Aleister Crowley, said she remembered reading about the Wilsons brothers in one of Crowley's books. She recalled that the Wilson and Crowley families were involved in some enterprise. Unfortunately, she didn't remember the specific book, and no one has been able to turn up a Wilson in the literature on Crowley. There is somebody that he knew in Mexico City named Wilson, but it's not on this same thing. Mm-hmm. Also of interest is that one of Duncan's readings indicated that Preston's mother was a Wilson in a previous life. Now, it doesn't appear in this book because it's sort of starts off the next book, is that actually I'm at Preston's house doing a radio show, actually not at his house, at his garage, which is a huge garage that is his studio and whatnot. And we're doing a radio show. It's like really early in the morning. And his mother calls me into the house. Preston says, "My mother wants to see you." I don't know this at the time, but his mother is like, she doesn't talk to anybody anymore. She's, what do you call it?
Recluse.
Not recluse. It's worse than that. She's incoherent.
Oh, senile.
Dementia.
You mean?
Dementia.
Okay.
And
dementia,
she hasn't talked to anybody in 10 years.
Oh, my God.
Now, I don't know if it's been that long.
Right.
But she called me in and she wanted to thank me for all I'd done for Preston.
Wow.
You know, because she was used to people taking advantage. It was a very sweet moment. And it was the only time I really ever talked to her, I think. And she thanked me. And then I asked her about the Wilson brothers, you know, and she did remember them.
Wow.
She remembered because she knew their niece at, and this was, I think she was at Skidmore College, upstate. Mm-hmm. And that they were part of a occult group or paranormal group. Mm-hmm. And she definitely remembered them. And I covered that in the Pyramids of Montauk at the beginning. The book starts with like that. And then I said something about, you know, she made some very kind of humorous comment, like maybe I'm the one behind it all, you know, kind of like she was a major conspirator. But Preston's mother was a sweet, sweet lady. She was just, you know, Preston could sound like somebody who talked to children and made you wonder if he was programming children.
Right.
But she was a kindergarten teacher, so she talked to this. Okay. She was also Mark Hamill's kindergarten teacher.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And he said that he based this stupid song, Simon Says, was a bubblegum. Simon Says that he based that song, wrote that song based upon, you know, her playing Simon Says when they were in kindergarten.
Oh, my God.
But
the fact that somebody, you mean Mark Hamill said this?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he said it to Preston, and Preston told me that was the inspiration for that bubblegum music from the 1910 Fruit Gum Company. Okay. The 1910 Fruit Gum Company was, you know, produced by Preston and Mark Hamill and his brother. That's a whole nother story.
Oh my God.
But what's more important with this story is that there's this Wilson thread, and she knew their niece. Now, they had a niece, that means the Wilson brothers had a brother somewhere along the line. But it gets even weirder, the whole story, and it's not in this book, but this gets back to the thread of the Philadelphia experiment. So anyway, but I'm going to just touch on this, the thread of this thing. So anyway, I had a publisher, I was a publisher, Electronica Books in the UK, and this was Howard Barkway, and Howard Barkway was originally supposed to do the Montauk Project, publish it. Duncan liked him, he wanted him to do it, but what's he going to have to do? He's going to have to send somebody to write the book. He wasn't really a writer. He did produce electronic books, which were not industrial books. What do you call it? Niche books in the electronics industry.
Yeah.
I guess they're industrial books. And so he was already a publisher, but this was a different niche. Howard was a really nice guy. And he came and he visited me. I think he stayed at my house as well, if I recall. Mm-hmm. And he was not going to be able to do the book, but what he did do was he became my first distributor in the UK. And then when that ran its course, he put me up, connected me to Gazelle Books, who has been my distributor in the UK since then. Yeah. But Howard was my first distributor. He would buy books, he would get them into the UK. And he was very interested in the story. He had met Duncan through this woman named Nancy Oliphant, who I used to talk to. I think she was I don't know if she was in a car or whatever. They were in a car or something. Somehow Duncan came up. That was a very strange connection. This is back before Duncan was a public character. But Howard, so anyway, I got Howard onto going to the archives of Thorn EMI because he was in the UK. And lo and behold, he discovers that Thorn EMI was started with a company named Thorn from a guy named Jules Thorn. Jules Thorn was he basically sold lamps. Mm-hmm. He was an Arab, I think. He was from Mideast, and he was selling like Aladdin lamps or something. He was selling lamps, electronic lamps. But this was what weird. His mother, Howard's mother, was Jules Thorn's secretary.
Wow.
And that is such a weird connection.
Yeah.
You know, like all of this is in the family. And Howard, that was rather surprising. He still couldn't turn up anything, on the Wilson brothers. And the people there helped him. They were, they did try to help him, or maybe they misdirected him, but it inadvertently misdirected him. But it was the weird thing was that, wow, what the hell is this guy's mother working for Jules Thorn? And Jules Thorn merged with the companies that eventually became EMI, electronics firms.
Okay.
And I get the impression that EMI was more, the EMI electronics end of it would have been more tied to what the Wilson brothers were doing. Mm-hmm. And that the Thorn guy came in from, and it was just a big company that merged. And then it became, this conglomerate that was eventually doing a lot of movies too. And the Beatles were connected to Thorn EMI. And then you have the delightful connection of Thorn representing the thorns of Christ,
Yeah.
It's the
crown of thorns.
So anyway, back to the Philadelphia experiment. This is kind of the background of this Wilson brothers thread. But the legend is that the Philadelphia experiment, excuse me while I correct a typo here, is I go into the Mark Hamill connection, but okay. According to this story, legend, history, whatever it is, he says that the movie was produced by Mark Hamill, or funded by Mark Hamill.
This movie that the lady said was a piece of shit, or
no. Well, it might be the same movie. It might be that.
Okay.
But Mark Hamill, this contradicts. Well, it doesn't exactly. It could be true, because the real producer of the Philadelphia experiment I actually talked to, but that's Doug Curtis. Okay. So Peter. So anyway,
already that's a strange name, by the way. The child molesting mercenary who taught me everything I knew about mercenary work was named Curtis, and my name's Doug. So this guy's named Doug Curtis.
Well, Doug Curtis is a not insignificant character in my life.
Right.
The actual person. Mm-hmm. I don't have that. I mean, I don't know that it's that harsh, but Peter. I actually talked to him and sent him this book. And he said, Al ripped off my story. He ripped off my movie. He wasn't upset about it.
Okay.
Because he had been contacted by Al apparently, but that was so many years ago he didn't remember. But anyway, to get to this story, the movie was released to theaters across the United States. but was pulled by court order at the behest of government officials. This is the story. Thor and EMI supposedly went to court and got the original order rescinded. It has been speculated that Thorne's foreign status helped immeasurably in that they could not easily be intimidated by American authorities. It was too late. The movie was a disaster financially, and Mark claimed that he was nearly bankrupt.
Wow.
Fortunately, it could then be released as a video for broad distribution. Mark was then able to get his initial investment back. Now, if Mark was involved with this, because I don't know if I think it's that film, or the sequel. It says producer Mark Levinson.
Okay. And
Preston said that is a play on the Levinson time equations.
Okay.
There's the famous Levinson time equations from the 20s or something like that.
Right. But the real guy who said he was nearly bankrupt was Mark Hamill?
Yeah, but see, this was Mark after he'd become a star.
Okay.
So you could see somebody in Hollywood investing their money and trying to become a producer when they're just a and he's doing the Philadelphia experiment. So Al Bielek was making countless attempts to verify this. He said he talked to Mark's agent, who denied the entire affair. But what would the agent know anyway? Because he's his agent as a movie star, not as a producer.
Good point.
Mark Hamill's life is so shrouded in secrecy and weirdness. We won't go into that now. And then, Howard Barkway does some diggings. The only thing I came up, he said that Thorne bought the rights to the movie through different shell companies. And this is historical. One of these was housed in the same lot as Pinewood Studios. And I thought this was noteworthy because this is the same studio where Empire Strikes Back was shot. Wow. It doesn't prove anything. It's just sort of a coincidence. It was critically acclaimed, the movie The Philadelphia Experiment, but it didn't last but a short time in theaters. So that you see all these coincidences. Now, in Al Bielek's attempt to verify Thorne's connection, he spoke to Douglas Curtis, who was listed on the credits as the producer of the movie The Philadelphia Experiment. According to Al, Curtis denies an involvement by Thorne EMI. His story was that the movie did not do well in the box office and was sold to Thorne EMI for video distribution. The movie then sat on the shelf for a considerable period of time before being released as a video. That seems kind of an odd life for a movie.
Yes.
We're going to put this movie and sit it on the shelf and, So I said his story could be accepted at face value, except that the movie he produced went beyond the bounds of the normal Philadelphia Experiment story. Prior to the movie, no mention of full-blown time travel had existed in the literature on the subject. The movie introduced a connection to the future from the 1943 experiment. This was not only a novel idea, but the future year they reached was 1984, just 1 year away from 1983. They didn't go to Montauk, but ended up in the desert. Allegedly, the date and location were changed so not to rub the story in the nose of the government. The movie has the time travelers go to a base where they are befriended by a scientist, much like John von Neumann. Additionally, the cold spells that one of the time travelers felt are similar to those experienced by Al. And see, this becomes interesting when Duncan independently arrived at a similar storyline through psychic readings and by recalling his own circumstances. When Preston and Duncan eventually saw the movie, they were intrigued as to how the writers could have obtained such a close approximation to what they recognized as the actual storyline.
Wow.
And so two possible explanations come to the surface. One was from a person who told Preston off the record that Douglas Curtis had somehow acquired the actual government file on the project, though Curtis denies it. Preston actually had the actual file on it. So it's not surprising. The other explanation came from another source and said that Thorne EMI had acquired a videotape in VHS format during the 1970s that revealed key parts of the story. As VHS did not come about until the 1980s, the tape wasn't played for years. It had apparently been sent from the future. It is also possible that if such a video existed, it could have contributed to the file that Douglas Curtis allegedly possessed. Now, things took another turn when Preston and myself were doing a radio show on KOA in Denver. A gentleman called who claimed to be Mike Janover, the screenwriter for the Philadelphia Experiment. He'd never heard about any of the Montauk information and was quite surprised. He left his phone number with the producer and I called him afterwards. He said that the idea to put time travel into the movie, it was his idea. and that the movie had been rewritten about 8 times before he was hired to do the job. Prior to his involvement, the scripts were trying to depict a deep and dark secret, not unlike the Watergate scandal, but he didn't understand what that was all about. After all, what is so bad and secretive about a relatively few people being killed, maimed, or otherwise damaged when there were thousands dying in World War II? He said that he personally loves the idea of time travel, and he used that to spice up the script. Preston wondered if this really was the real Mike Janover, or if he was a plant. I think he was genuine. Mike told me some other curious information. He said that while he was eating at an eating establishment in Fort Collins, Colorado, he got to talking with someone there. When he mentioned that he'd recently scripted the Philadelphia experiment, the person mentioned that he'd known Carlos Allende. Carlos Allende, of course, is the man who broke the Philadelphia experiment story by writing to Morris Jessup all these letters that appeared in the Vero edition of The Case for the UFO book. Mike thought this was a very remarkable coincidence. Indeed, it was. Not only was Allende intimately involved with the original Philadelphia experiment, he made a habit of being hard to find. He would chronically make mysterious appearances and disappearances. This wasn't the only coincidence Mike would experience. 1 week later, he met a man whose father was the commander of the USS Eldridge, but that was after the experiments had been completed.
Right. And by the way, the only reason I even know about the Allende character is through that Charles Berlitz paperback.
Yes, but that did exhibit some of the story. It directed it in a certain way, but Allende was involved with The Case for the UFO, the book that Morris Jessup got killed over.
Okay. Wow. Go on.
Or his investigation.
Right.
I used to sell that book.
Oh, the Berlitz book, or the one
the Case for the UFO with the annotations. I think Tim Beckley had published it or something. Okay. Finally, so anyway, now he also told me that Orion Pictures took a strong interest in initially financing the picture. They backed away, but see, then Orion later approached me and Preston. So that's a really weird story that's in this book, but we won't go in there now. 20th Century Fox was involved for a while, and Mike remembered that they had a whole file full of documentation on the project. Where did that go? This backs up, because when you have the power of industry and all those connections, they can do anything.
Yeah.
They can find all sorts of files.
Yeah. By the way, that reminds me to remind people that I've had some people ask about my files disappearing from UCSF. Don't forget that UCSF is a Department of Defense contractor. They actually participated in some of the experiments in radiating human beings and releasing biologicals over San Francisco. Just to add to what Peter's saying, only Peter's talking about, private industry doing what they're doing to make records disappear. This is an example of that in a very real sense. I mean, UCSF is, after all, essentially a private industry, but and a Department of Defense contractor. So in that sense, it's an extension of the government, like all such things are, and all these industries are in many cases. Go on, Peter.
Well, this gets more interesting. Finally, New World Pictures picked up, and gave the final okay, was given by Bob Ream, who now, at this time I wrote the book, heads the Academy of Motion Pictures of Arts and Sciences. Now, so that's somebody who's very heavily connected. If he becomes the head of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Yeah. So he's in. It is also noteworthy to mention that Mike indicated that he worked with a special science advisor on the script. But he wouldn't give the name of the man. The man was reportedly quite knowledgeable and could have possibly been a plant of some sort. I said, Mike told me what appears to be an honest and interesting story. If we assume he's truthful, there are 2 possibilities. One is that he had involvement in the project himself and was writing from his own submerged memories. The script process had gone through a labyrinth of decision makers before it got to him. Maybe he was purposely selected to write it. The other possibility is that he tuned into it simply by exercising his own creativity. He was very interested in time travel, and he had scripted a series called The Time Police, by that point. Now, what's interesting here is that this guy, I looked up his IMDb, and it said that the movie, or the Philadelphia experiment, was actually rewritten after, I guess it would say polished up. He was not the final writer. I think he was the next to final writer. He put the story together and then they have a finishing. There's something called a finisher. And somebody else finished the script after Mike finished it. But he basically sounds like kind of the main man. And he was given, there were different people given screen credit, I think. All of this information opens the door to an intriguing consideration. Time police, manipulation of time, the creative process taking over. There are many coincidences involved, as I've just been saying. Let me see here. That's kind of where that thread goes. However, when I get back to my friend telling me that she saw the original Philadelphia experiment newsreel, I've talked to other people who've seen it. There's other stories who've said that this thing actually existed in the theaters. Mm-hmm. And another friend of mine, who was Duncan's girlfriend for a while, said that her and her husband had seen it in Philadelphia when it was released. She saw the original release of the movie in Philadelphia, and then it was quickly withdrawn. Now, it appears to me that without even addressing the Thorny and I connection, the movie was released in 1980 sometime, and then quickly withdrawn. It was not a failure. It was withdrawn. The newsreel was released and withdrawn in both cases. Like, here it is. It's kind of like David Anderson comes forth with information. Here I am, withdrawn. It's the whole subject of time. Now, when this friend of mine was telling me of her outrage at this movie, which was actually critically acclaimed, is not a bad movie. It supposedly triggered Al Bielic's memories to the point where, he called up Duncan and Preston and said, I realized Duncan was my brother. And they said, yeah, we knew that, but we were waiting for you to tell us.
Wow.
So they had already concluded it from psychic readings. So this is a real roundabout. And the thing is, when these three guys would get together in a room and start talking about it, it would become very real. The whole thought form would become, wow.
In other words, it was basically palpable when you were in the environment.
It's palpable in a way that it isn't if somebody's just getting up talking smack.
Yeah, got it. Yes.
And so now what's interesting is Doug Curtis, the way I got to know him, if you can call it knowing him, was this guy had contacted me that wanted to introduce me to Doug Curtis so Doug Curtis could do the option the movie of the Montauk Project. And he got me a conversation with Doug Curtis. And Doug Curtis didn't really know what I was talking about when I mentioned Al Bielek and stuff. Uh-huh. So I sent him a copy of the book.
Wow.
And the Montauk Project,
which
he was very interested in, doing the Montauk Project. And, he was very courteous to me because I'd sent him a book. I was being nice and we had congenial conversations. But he said, he thought Al had kind of ripped off his story. Not that he was the writer, but he didn't really seem to be that much in the know. And then, as we went through this, he wanted to option the Montauk Project. But as I listened to this friend of mine, who became a friend of mine, he had much more skill than Doug Curtis in the movie business. In fact, he was exactly what I was looking for, somebody who could do a storyboard. He had storyboard software in ways that most people have never heard of. He knew everything to do. So I said, look, I want to do this with you, not with Doug Curtis. And then we found, I said, and by the way, where does Doug Curtis live? He says, I don't know. They didn't live far away from each other. And it took like maybe a year to figure it out, or 6 months, but he, basically figured he was living in a condo in Westlake Village, was probably owned by his wife. And that he was, kind of a has-been in the movie business.
Uh-huh.
And that he was calling people to get approvals or reaching them that Joel's, one of his best friends, knew really well. Mm-hmm. So in other words, Joel had better contacts.
Okay.
And contacts are great, but they help. But in other words, we didn't need Doug Curtis.
Okay.
And it wasn't a good move. I determined this. And so we went with Joel, and he had a lot of personal problems. But God, he's a genius. He's a genius. And unfortunately, things didn't work out with him. I mean, this went on for 6 years or something.
Right. I remember.
Yeah, but we don't know. But the thing is, I did talk to Doug Curtis, and, I don't think, Doug Curtis sounded like somebody that any of this stuff was going on. It was not in his wheelhouse. Mm-hmm. I don't think he was part of some conspiracy. He was somebody who had some success in Hollywood. The problem with Hollywood is that many people have some sex.
Both sex and success. Usually the success depends upon the sex. But go on.
Well, not even. I'm not even talking about that. Some success. In other words, and this was highlighted to me, which I mentioned before, of Ron Howard's brother, Clint Howard, the character who played Balak in Star Trek and served Tranya to Captain Kirk. And the boys. He was talking in an interview how he had a 3-bedroom house in, I think, the Valley, and it was he wasn't bragging about having a 3-bedroom house, but he was letting the audience know he wasn't starving. He did have a house. Okay. Now, why would somebody who's got a very rich brother be telling the audience that he has a 3-bedroom house? He goes, I'm okay, I have a 3-bedroom house. Well, having a 3-bedroom house is not a big deal in life.
It certainly wasn't in those days.
No, this was not. This was like, I probably saw this 10 or 13 years ago. Yeah. And it's like, it's nice. Yes, I'm glad he has a 3-bedroom house, but I felt that he was letting people know that there are so many starving artists in Hollywood.
Yeah, it's hard to make a living as an actor. Go on.
Yeah, even when you have a known name and you've appeared on Seinfeld and you've been in movies and you're a B-list actor, he somehow has carved out a living for himself. It's, even if he has a rich brother who may or may not have helped him, it's like, wow, I made it. I made it. In other words,
I survived. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, in other words, what he was basically telling us is a lot of people who don't have zip, who you've heard of or who are in Hollywood, and he was just letting the audience know that he was okay, which I thought, I was like, I could read the signals here. He wasn't there's no right. He wasn't bragging. But I survived. So I say, when somebody has some success in Hollywood, it's like, what have you done lately? What are you doing now? It doesn't mean much.
Yeah.
So, anyway, and I was dealing with a lot of people who'd had success. But what is success? And we were working with the people, the producer who produces, what's that show? The Jersey Shore. Mm-hmm. He wanted to do something on Montauk. He was okay. Mm-hmm. He was okay.
Okay.
But it was all the people he works with, the higher ups.
Right.
That I couldn't work with.
Understood.
Because they're so convoluted.
Yeah.
I could have hammered out maybe a contract, but I just, so anyway, so Doug Curtis came, back into the life, and it's funny how, and he had actually brought my friend out to Hollywood because he wanted to exploit the software that he had.
Mm-hmm.
But my friend had, spent his whole
Joel
$300,000 plus retirement account,
mm-hmm.
which he gave up from the defense industry to go out to Hollywood and become independent, and Doug Curtis couldn't provide anything.
Right.
So he kind of went broke in Hollywood, and that's about the time I met him.
Right. Joel?
Yeah. And he got very, he had to really suffer, and he worked his way up into very good paying jobs, but he had accumulated a lot of debt and heartache and had a film family to support. So
he was really bitter. Yeah, go on.
I don't know. I don't think he was bitter at all.
Okay.
He wasn't bitter at all. He just was doing the right thing for his family. And but he just announced that he wasn't going to be pursuing this anymore with no explanation. And I said, okay, I'm not bitter about it. I learned a lot from him, and I wouldn't be disinclined
to working with him, but I don't even know what's going on with him. So that's okay.
Yeah.
Everything's okay. But more back to this thread of the Philadelphia experiment, which is the thing I'm talking about, is this. See, this is really where I wanted to go with it, and we still got a little bit of time here.
Yeah.
So what happened was I looked at this and I said, why did this friend of mine? I've known this person for over 20 years, and they've never once mentioned that they saw this newsreel.
Bizarre.
Okay? Why didn't they mention it to me? It's like it's measured. Everybody buries it. Of course, there's a whole generation of people who saw it and forgot about it.
Yeah.
Or didn't mention it. And those few that did, it got jiggled when they read the Montauk Project story or something.
Mm-hmm.
And a few people shared it here and there. So it's in the realm of the submerged consciousness, the collective unconscious, the 12th house, we call it in astrology. Now, I looked at this from a Scientology perspective, an L. Ron Hubbard perspective. This was a moment of pain and unconsciousness. This is what Hubbard would call an engram. And it makes you forget. There are built-in commands to forget. Now, in an average, ordinary person, this is when a guy got run over and somebody was in the vicinity when the man got run over by a car and he's unconscious and he's in pain, and somebody says, God, I want to forget this ever happened.
Yeah.
So the guy has this command in his head, I want to forget this ever happened. And he's going to forget it. Now, in a normal Dianetics and Scientology perspective, you go earlier to where there's past life incidences where they got run over or forgotten. And there could be a whole slew of these things, a quantum amount of them, until you get to a basic thing where you got run over by your first incident, and it was, you got smacked by a space bulldozer on some other planet, and you were run over. It was the first time it ever happened, and it was your first death or something like this.
Got it.
On the track of time, and you go, God, and all this emotional charge is connected to that, and you relieve yourself, and all of a sudden you're not so forgetful, and you don't dislike cars or whatever it is. Right? This stuff could happen to people. Now, from a Philadelphia experiment, this would be a master engram. Now, Hubbard said that humanity's basic engram was this strange incident with Xenu, and it was multiple incidents, multiple implants. It was the granddaddy of implants. Now, without going there necessarily, the Philadelphia experiment was a moment of mass trauma where interdimensional interstices were connecting.
Yeah.
And you had trauma, mental discombobulation, and it was a sort of a group engram in that anybody involved with it. And because they were playing with the continuum, it re-stimulates all other continuum traumas. So anytime there's the interstices of dimensions, this is going to not only create a trauma, it's going to send out a signal. Like, say, for example, the grizzly bears were not afraid of Native Americans. Mm-hmm. The first time a white man showed up and shot a grizzly bear, there was a morphogenic message that went out to all the grizzly bears saying these white men are dangerous.
Yeah.
So they were afraid of the white men, but they weren't afraid of the Native Americans because bow and arrows weren't as dangerous as a gun.
Yeah.
So this is the same thing. The Philadelphia experiment and what the trauma that it was induced had the potential, if not the actuality, send out a signal to everybody's gray matter. We don't want to be messing with these dimensions. It would also connect to every other experiment gone awry. And so it makes people forget. And then when you have somebody like David Anderson playing or working with time in a self-contained field, it has the potential to resonate with that trauma. He's dealing with that trauma. This is a trauma-based issue.
Yes.
And so if he's going to turn back time or go forward with time, it's like there's an accountability factor. Like, we don't want this to happen again. Right. If Nikola Tesla or Thomas Edison come out and there's, electrical fires because of their work, it's going to stop people from trusting them. Or if you're building ships and they sink and people are dying, they don't want to build ships anymore. So there's a lot of trauma based on, we're going beyond humanity when you're going from one dimension to another. And this is something that all of humanity is stuck in. Yes. And I'm beginning to understand the nature of the trauma better by reason of what has come up here in the last few days.
Okay.
For me.
Okay.
And then looking at whatever David's dealing with. We know that he has censorship issues, that people that he's connected to don't want this to go forward. Mm-hmm. And he wants to push it forward, but he's not overzealous about it because he knows what he's dealing with. But he's not dealing with just censorship. He's dealing with trauma. And as I say, I'm repeating myself, but it's beginning to dawn on me that I'm having to process trauma.
Let me help you do that.
Visceral level.
When we, and by the way, just as I said, let me help you do that, I got a warning in my studio. Error, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. So let's hope everybody gets this on record. What Peter and I are going to do, whenever Peter is interviewed and takes advantage of that interview to talk about the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II, it needs to be explained in this light. Help people understand, through the singular example of the Philadelphia experiment, that there was newsreel footage that appeared in theaters, triggered a mass trauma that was somewhat echoing of the fall of Atlantis, in which the biggest problem that people had was a racial amnesia. In America, there was a morphogenic cultural response of rejection of the horror and pain that was evoked by the Philadelphia experiment catastrophe, and that the loss of World War II was so painful that the American consciousness does not accept it, that the reality of President Truman basically having his first coast-to-coast television broadcast in which he effectively announces the opening of American markets to the Empire of Japan, effectively saying that we are giving the Japanese what they asked for before the war, here after we supposedly won it. The fact that the Americans were rebuilding Europe and paying essentially restitution to the Japanese, this is all indicative of the loss of a war, yet Americans were basically at a loss for how to confront this reality.
But everything you're saying is totally true, but there's one problem with the communicating of it. It's like, that's like taking a bruised and battered wife who'd had the shit beat out of her repeatedly by a husband, abusive husband, and saying, this is all that happened. We're explaining the logical thing, and this is what happened. And she's too bruised and battered and bruised to even logically make the constructions you're making.
To process.
Yeah, it's like that. What you just said requires a lot of thinking and a lot of mental gymnastics that could require a long chapter to help the person make the mental jump.
Right.
But the battering that's taken place now that person who's reading it has not been battered like this poor wife I've been alluding to. Right. But they've been
in a sense they have, but go on.
Yeah, in a sense, but it's more of a subtle, nuanced battering to where their thought processes have been so infiltrated that they can't think
outside the box. They've been boxed in.
The subject. Yeah. So it begins like, it's like the explanation is too long and complicated when we live in a time of sound bites. It's better to say Americans lost the war
Yeah.
It works much better. The Americans lost the war. End of story. Start of story.
Yeah.
You figure it out. Look at your culture. Look what happened to it.
Yeah.
So I'm saying is, it's like the intellect. This is not about the intellect when it gets into the PR realm. It gets into the war for sound bites. And, we got more Republicans than you have Democrats. You have more Democrats than we have Republicans. And it just becomes like an arena. It becomes a stupid arena game.
Yeah.
And this is unfortunately, it's not that there aren't still thinking people out there, but there are too many unthinking
reactive minds
situations. So it's like, and Hubbard said that, the great implant of mankind was that there were all these people being implanted, and he added color to the story based upon his own recall, or actually based upon the recall of collective people, and fed his own into it and exploited it in his own way, trying. He believed in what he was doing, but as they say, there's a certain point in Scientology where you get into a gray area that it's too much gray. There's too much nebulousness, and people did not know how to handle the nebulousness, and this was a problem because they think it's true. They think it's true in an objective sense, when it's really, it's your truth. And even Hubbard would say that. However, it just becomes, whatever he was doing didn't work. It didn't work. And so now we're left with this perspective of what is this trauma? And what is the capacity of a human to remember? It's now time to start mapping or readdressing the Goetia, which represents the 72 pathways of the brain, and to start remapping those in terms of modern times. Because if you go into the verbiage and the wording of the Goetia, you're stimulating those set channels of the brain, but it takes, people don't even know what these things are. The labeling of them is probably incorrect, or to the degree it's correct, it's indecipherable.
Yeah.
And it's hard to, this is what we talk about, activating a full consciousness. And it's all mapped out in Goetia, mapped correctly or incorrectly. The map is not the territory. So this is the direction you want to activate all of these pathways of the brain, which represent the jinn. Everything you have in your brain is potentially Solomonic power.
Right.
But good luck trying to get through to the stuff. And it's the people who do begin to get a clue,
right,
they get taken over by their own darkness.
Yes.
And they and so I don't know if Aquino ever talked about Goetia per se. Did he?
Well, yeah, inescapably to a degree, but go on. Yeah.
I'd like to hear what he had to say about it. Maybe
nothing I felt worth remembering, really.
Because it's like you're being faced with incoherency.
Yes.
But this is the pathways of the brain, and what are they? Now, these 72 pathways of the brain are also explained in the Judaic religion